An important and now classic work is proposed here, 3 essays in which the great Frankfurt philosopher engages with Hegelian thought, offering a lucid and tight defense of it. If in the first study a historical philosophical analysis of the obligatory themes of Hegel's reflection predominates, the second addresses the theme of experience, in particular scientific experience, seen in relation to idealistic philosophy. The third essay finally focuses on the problem of how to exploit the dark density of Hegelian language. A chronological occasion such as the 125th anniversary of Hegel's death could have led to the temptation of what is called recognition. But this concept, if it was ever worth anything, has become unbearable. It makes a bold claim: whoever has the questionable fortune of living afterwards, and professionally takes care of the one about whom he has to speak, could for this reason also sovereignly assign his place to the dead person, and thus in a certain sense place himself above he. This presumption resonates in the hateful habit of asking what in Kant, and now also in Hegel, makes sense for the present, as the so-called Hegelian rebirth already did, which began half a century ago with a book by Benedetto Croce, who he undertook to distinguish the living and the dead in Hegel 1. The opposite question is not even raised: what meaning does the present have in relation to Hegel, whether that reason which we imagine we have arrived at after its absolute reason has not in truth fallen below it for some time, adapting itself to the mere being, whose burden Hegelian reason wanted to set in motion through the reason operating in the entity itself. All recognitions fall under the judgment of the preface to the Phenomenology of Spirit, aimed at those who can be above things only because they are not in things too. They miss from the start the serious and binding moment of Hegel's philosophy, exercising towards him what he, quite rightly, contemptuously called philosophy of point of view. If one does not want to rebound against him from the first word, one must face, even with all insufficiency, the claim to truth of his philosophy, instead of chatting about it from above and therefore from below. 3. Like other closed systems of thought, it enjoys the dubious advantage of not having to admit any sort of criticism. Any detailed criticism would remain partial, the whole would be missing, which would still take this criticism into account. Conversely, however, criticizing the whole as whole would be abstract, unmediated, and would neglect the underlying motive of Hegelian philosophy, not to allow itself to be distilled into any maxim, in any universal principle, and to legitimize itself only as a totality, in the nexus concrete of all its moments. Therefore only those who do not allow themselves to be intimidated by the fear of that almost mythological tangle, of a critical procedure that seems to make mistakes in every case, will do honor to Hegel, and, instead of recognizing or denying Hegel's merits with greater or less indulgence, he turns to that whole to which he turned. Today no theoretical thought of any significance can do justice to the experience of consciousness, and not only consciousness, but the bodily experience of men, if it has not absorbed Hegelian philosophy. However, this cannot be explained by the miserable idea that the absolute idealist would have been at the same time a great realist, in particular a man with a penetrating historical gaze. Hegel's material intuitions, which went as far as the irreconcilability of contradictions in bourgeois society, cannot be separated from speculation, whose vulgar concept has nothing to do with the Hegelian one, as from an annoying accessory ingredient. Indeed, they are generated by speculation, and lose their substance as soon as they are understood as merely empirical. The doctrine that the a priori is also the a posteriori, programmatic in Fichte and fully developed only by Hegel, is not a rhetorical stunt, but the vital nerve of Hegel. It inspires the criticism of obtuse empiricism, as well as of static a priorism. Where Hegel stops the material from speaking, the thought of original identity, separation, and reunification of subject and object in the spirit is at work. Otherwise the inexhaustible richness of the content of the system would remain either pre-philosophical, a mere accumulation of facts, or dogmatic and devoid of cogency. Richard Kroner rightly opposed the description of the history of German idealism as a linear progression from Schelling to Hegel. Hegel indeed resisted the dogmatic moment of Schelling's philosophy of nature with the return to the epistemological impulse of Fichte and Kant himself. The dynamics of the phenomenology of spirit starts under the banner of the theory of knowledge, and then certainly undermines, as already outlined in the introduction, the position of an isolated or, in Hegel's language, abstract theory of knowledge. The fullness of objectivity, which in Hegel is interpreted by thought and in turn nourishes it, should therefore not be attributed so much to its realistic nature, but rather to its particular form of anamnesis, to the immersion of the spirit in itself, or, in Hegel's words, to the coming into oneself, to the gathering of being. Anyone who wanted to eradicate idealism from Hegelian philosophy, to save its material content against speculation that is presumed antiquated and arbitrary, would be left with nothing but positivism on the one hand and a dull history of the spirit on the other. What he thought, however, is also of a completely different rank compared to the ordering into connections, to which the particular sciences closed their eyes. His system is not a conglomerate of ingenious observations, but neither is it an umbrella organization of the sciences. Studying his work, there are moments in which it almost seems that the progress that the spirit imagines itself having made after Hegel's death, and against him, by dint of clear methodology and unassailable empiricism, is a single great regression, while the concrete content mostly escapes philosophers who believe they are holding on to something of his legacy, the only one against which Hegel's thought can measure itself. Think for example of Gestalt theory, which above all Kohler extended to the point of making it a kind of philosophy. Hegel recognized the primacy of the whole over its finite, insufficient and, in their comparison with the whole, contradictory parts. But he did not derive a metaphysics from the abstract principle of wholeness, nor did he glorify the whole as such in the name of good form for. If on the one hand the parts are not made independent by him against the whole as its elements, the critic of Romanticism also knows that the whole is realized only through the parts, only through tearing, estrangement, reflection, in short, everything is anathema to Gestalt theory. Its whole is only as a quintessence of partial moments, which each time point beyond themselves and generate each other, beyond them it is nothing. This is what his category of totality aims for. It is incompatible with any harmonist inclination, even if the late Hegel may have subjectively cultivated similar inclinations. The observation of the unrelated and the principle of continuity are both captured in equal measure by his critical thinking. The connection is not at all in the form of a continuous passage, but of reversal, and the process does not occur in the bringing together of moments, but precisely through the rupture. If the contemporary Gestalt theory, in the interpretation given by Max Scheler, rebels against the traditional subjectivism of the theory of knowledge, if it interprets the sensitive material, which is devoid of quality and chaotic throughout the Kantian tradition, the givenness of the phenomenon, as something already determined and structured, well, Hegel highlighted precisely the specificity of the object, without however idolizing sensible certainty, with whose criticism the phenomenology of spirit begins, or even an intellectual intuition. Precisely through absolute idealism, which no longer allows anything to exist outside the subject expanded to infinity, but drags everything into the circuit of immanence, the opposition between consciousness giving form and meaning and raw matter is extinguished. All the subsequent criticism of the so-called formalism of the theory of knowledge, as well as of ethics, is found explicitly in Hegel, without however throwing himself into the presumed concrete in one leap, like Schelling before him and ontology today. Existential. In Hegel, the unlimited expansion of the subject to absolute spirit has the consequence that, as a moment immanent to the spirit, not only the subject, but also the object emerges in a substantial way and in full vindication of its own being. Thus Hegel's much admired material wealth is itself a function of speculative thought. Only it allowed him to say something essential about the essential objects of knowledge, and no longer just about his instruments, without ever suspending, however, the critical self-reflection of conscience. To the extent that we can speak of a realism in Hegel, this goes hand in hand with his idealism, it is not heterogeneous. Idealism in Hegel tends beyond itself. Precisely the idealistic peak of his thought, the construction of the subject-object, cannot at all be dismissed as the bravado of the unleashed concept. Already in Kant the secret source of strength is the idea that the world divided into subject and object, in which we, as prisoners of our own constitution, have to deal only with phenomena, is not the final term. Hegel adds a non-Kantian element to it. We, in conceptually grasping the block, the limit that is placed on subjectivity, in recognizing it as mere subjectivity, are already beyond the limit. Hegel, who in many respects is a Kant come to himself, is moved by the conviction that knowledge, if it is ever possible, is so, according to his own idea, only as complete knowledge, that every unilateral judgment, just by its form, understands the absolute, and does not rest until it is removed into the absolute. Speculative idealism does not have a reckless contempt for the limit of the possibility of knowledge, but seeks the words to say that in all knowledge, if it is truly such, the reference to truth tout court is inherent, that knowledge, simply to be such rather than a mere doubling of the subject, must be more than subjective, it must be objectivity, like Plato's objective reason, whose legacy in Hegel combines chemically with subjective transcendental philosophy. It would be a good Hegelian formulation, and at the same time an interpretation which, while reflecting Hegel once again, transforms him into a central point, to say that, in him, precisely the construction of the absolute subject does justice to an unresolvable objectivity in subjectivity. Absolute idealism, in a rather paradoxical way, is historically the first to free itself from the method that the introduction to phenomenology calls pure watching. 5. Hegel is capable of thinking starting from the thing, of referring almost passively to its content, only because it is referred, by virtue of the system, to its identity with the absolute subject. Things speak for themselves in a philosophy that struggles to prove that it is identical to things. Even though the Fichtean Hegel places emphasis on the thought of posing, of production through the spirit, even though his concept of development is thought of as entirely active, practical, he is nevertheless passive in his reverential fear for the determined, conceive which means nothing more than obeying his own concept. The doctrine of spontaneous receptivity has its role in Husserlian phenomenology. 6. It too is Hegelian in every way, only that in Hegel it is not limited to a specific type of acts of consciousness, but unfolds at all levels of subjectivity and objectivity. Everywhere Hegel bends to the very essence of the object, everywhere the object becomes immediate to him again, but precisely the submission to the discipline of the thing requires the most extreme effort of the concept. It triumphs the moment the subject's intentions are extinguished in the object. The static decomposition of knowledge into subject and object, which seems obvious to the scientific logic accepted today, that theory of truth as residue, for which objective is what remains after the cancellation of the so-called subjective factors, all this is centered in its emptiness by Hegelian criticism, a blow that is all the more deadly, as he does not contrast it with an irrational unity of subject and object, but holds the subjective and objective moments firm in their continuous mutual distinction, and yet conceives them at the same time as mutually mediated. That in the sphere of the so-called sciences of society, wherever the object itself is mediated by the spirit, the fruitfulness of knowledge is not achieved by eliminating the subject, but rather in its maximum effort, through all its innervations and experiences. This intuition, which self-reflection has only today succeeded in extorting from the reluctant social sciences, has its roots in Hegel's systematic connection. It gives it a scientific superiority over institutional science which, while raging against the subject, regresses to a prescientific recording of mere unrelated facts, data, opinions, the most fleeting, the most casual subjective element. If Hegel is unreserved in relying on the determinacy of his object, that is, in reality, on the objective dynamics of society, just as thoroughly, however, his conception of the relationship between subject and object, which comes to include all substantial knowledge, immunizes him from temptation to uncritically accept the facade. It is not for nothing that the dialectic of essence and appearance is at the center of logic. It is appropriate to remember this, in a situation in which the administrators of dialectics in its materialist version, the official pseudo-thought of the Eastern Bloc, have lowered dialectics to a theory of reflection without concept 7. Once deprived of critical ferment, it adapts very well to dogmatism, like the immediacy of Schelling's intellectual intuition, against which the Hegelian polemic was aimed. Hegel brought Kant's criticism to completion, criticizing the Kantian dualism of form and content itself, dragging into the dynamic process the rigid differential determinations of Kant and, according to the Hegelian interpretation, also of Fichte, without, however, sacrificing the irreducibility of the moments to an immediate, flat identity. For his idealism, reason becomes critical in a sense which is in turn a criticism of Kant, in that it is negative reason, in that it sets static moments in motion, which at the same time are held still. The poles that Kant contrasts, form and content, nature and spirit, theory and practice, freedom and necessity, thing in itself and phenomenon, are all penetrated by reflection, in such a way that none of them remains fixed as an ultimate determination. Everyone, to be thought and to be, internally needs precisely that other moment that Kant contrasts to it. Mediation therefore never means, in Hegel, as if it figures the most fatal of misunderstandings from Kierkegaard onwards, a middle way between the extremes. Mediation instead occurs through the extremes and in them themselves. This is the radical aspect of Hegel, incompatible with any moderation. What traditional philosophy hopes to crystallize as fundamental ontological states are not, as he demonstrates, discrete and juxtaposed ideas, each requires its opposite, and the mutual relationship of all is the process. With this, however, the meaning of ontology changes so radically that it seems idle, as certain interpreters of Hegel would wish today, to continue to apply it to a so-called fundamental structure, whose essence is precisely that it is not a fundamental structure, upsilon pi omicron kappa epsilon mu nu omicron nu. Just as in the Kantian sense no world, no constitution is possible, without the subjective conditions of reason, of the constituent, so, adds the Hegelian self-reflection of idealism, not even a constituent, a spiritual condition of generation, is possible which is not fruit of an abstraction from real subjects, and therefore, ultimately, from a moment that is not only subjective, from a world. The fatal legacy of traditional metaphysics is the question of a final principle, to which everything should be traced back. Hegel, by insisting on the answer, came to doubt the question. Dialectics, the quintessence of Hegelian philosophy, is therefore not comparable to an ontological and methodological principle that would characterize it, such as the doctrine of ideas for Plato of the Middle Period or monadology for Leibniz. Dialectics does not mean either a mere procedure of the spirit, with which it would escape the binding character of its object. In Hegel it literally does the opposite, the permanent comparison of the object with its own concept, nor a vision of the world, in whose scheme compress reality. Dialectics, which is so little disposed towards the single definition, does not itself allow itself to be stuck in any definition. It is the inflexible effort to force together the critical self-consciousness of reason and the critical experience of objects. The scientistic concept of verification is at home in that realm of rigid separate concepts, such as theory and experience, on which Hegel declared war. However, if Hegel were to demand his own verification, then precisely that doctrine of dialectics, which ignorance usually dismisses as a straitjacket of concepts, has found verification in the recent historical phase, to such an extent as to pronounce the definitive judgment on the attempt to address the facts 8 without the presumed arbitrariness of such a construction. Hitler, for his own ideology and for the stronger interests that tolerated him as their henchman, worked to annihilate Bolshevism, while his war brought over Europe the gigantic shadow of the Slavic world, that world of which Hegel with foresight said that it had not yet entered history. This prediction, however, is not the fruit of a prophetic gaze on history, for which Hegel would have felt only contempt, but precisely of that constructive force that penetrates totally into what is, without however renouncing itself, as reason, criticism and conscience. Of possibility. And yet, although dialectics shows the impossibility of reducing the world to a fixed subjective pole and methodically pursues the alternating negation and production of subjective and objective moments, Hegel's philosophy, as a philosophy of spirit, has held firm to the idealism. Only the doctrine intrinsic to it of the identity of subject and object, which by its mere form leads to the primacy of the subject, gives Hegel that force of totality which carries out the negative work, fluidizes the individual concepts, reflects the immediate and again takes away reflection. The most drastic formulations on this matter are found in Hegel's History of Philosophy. For it, not only is Fichte's philosophy the fulfillment of Kant's, as Fichte himself continually assured, but Hegel goes so far as to say that apart from this and Schelling's there is no other philosophy. 9. He aimed, like Fichte, to surpass Kant in idealism, resolving the moment of givenness in reality, the moment that does not belong to consciousness, in an infinite subject position. Faced with the abysmal cracks in the Kantian system, Hegel exalted the greater consequentiality of his successors and further increased it. It did not occur to him that the Kantian cracks record precisely that moment of non-identity, which is an inalienable part of his own version of the philosophy of identity. He actually says of Fichte, he removed this defect of Kantian philosophy, that is, the careless inconsistency by which the entire Kantian system lacks speculative unity. His philosophy is an elaboration of form in itself, reason is synthesized in itself, it is a synthesis of concept and reality, and especially a more coherent exposition of Kantian philosophy. 10. The agreement with Fichte goes even further. Fichtean philosophy has the great merit of having established that philosophy must be a science founded on a single supreme principle, from which all determinations are necessarily deduced. What matters is this unity of the principle and the attempt to develop from it with scientific coherence all the content of consciousness, that is, as we said, to build the entire universe. 11. It would be difficult to show in a more meaningful way Hegel's contradictory relationship with idealism, of which he reached the supreme peak and the point of reversal. In fact, the fact that truth, in Hegel the system, cannot be stated as such a fundamental proposition, as an original principle, but is the dynamic totality of propositions, which generate each other by virtue of their contradiction, is the content of philosophy of Hegel. But this is the exact opposite of Fichte's attempt to derive the world from pure identity, from the absolute subject, from the unique original position. Despite this, Fichte's postulate of the deductive system is emphatically valid for Hegel. Except that he gave Fichte's second principle infinitely greater weight than the doctrine of science itself. We do not stop, to use Hegel's words, at the absolute form grasped by Fichte, which must enclose reality within itself, but concrete reality itself is constructed by the fact that the opposition of content to form is grasped by thought and the opposing content is developed, so to speak, by the form itself. In the decision not to tolerate any limits, to cancel every earthly remnant 12 of differential determination, Hegel literally outclassed Fichtean idealism. Precisely for this reason Fichte's individual principles lose their conclusive meaning. The insufficiency of an abstract principle beyond dialectics, from which everything must follow, is recognized by Hegel. What was already outlined in Fichte, but not yet carried out, becomes the engine of philosophizing. The consequence of the principle denies it at the same time and breaks its absolute primacy. Therefore Hegel was able, in the phenomenology, to proceed from the subject and, observing its self-movement, understand all the concrete contents, and conversely, in the logic, to make the movement of thought begin with being. To understand it correctly, the choice of the starting point, of the first element from time to time, is indifferent to Hegelian philosophy. It does not recognize such a first as a fixed and unchanged principle, always equal to itself in the progress of thought. Hegel thus leaves behind all traditional metaphysics and the pre-speculative concept of idealism. Nonetheless, idealism is not abandoned. The absolute cogency and closure of the thought process, which he pursues with Fichte against Kant, already establishes the priority of the spirit as such, although at every level the subject is determined as object and not just the object as subject. If the spirit that examines reality has the audacity to present everything that is commensurable to the spirit itself, to the logos, to the determinations of thought, the spirit stands as ontologically ultimate, even though it is able to think at the same time of the falsity of last, that of the abstract a priori, and strive to eliminate this general thesis of his. In the objectivity of Hegelian dialectics, which overthrows all mere subjectivism, there is something of the subject's will to leap beyond its own shadow. The Hegelian subject-object is subject. This explains what, on the basis of the same Hegelian requirement of total consequentiality, is an unresolved contradiction. The subject-object dialectic, devoid of any abstract general concept, should constitute the whole, and yet be realized for its part as the life of the absolute spirit. The quintessence of the conditioned would be the unconditioned. This is one reason, and not the most negligible, of the suspended, mid-air character of Hegelian philosophy, its permanent scandal, the name of the supreme speculative concept, precisely the absolute, that which is completely loosed by constraints, is literally the name of that suspension. The Hegelian scandal should not be attributed to a lack of clarity or confusion, but it is the price that Hegel must pay for absolute consequentiality, which collides with the limits of consequential thought, without however being able to remove them. In its own rough character, in its own vulnerability, Hegelian dialectics finds its ultimate truth, that of its impossibility, although it may, the theodicy of self-consciousness, not be self-conscious of it. With this, however, Hegel lends himself to the criticism of idealism, an imminent criticism, as he demanded of all criticism. He himself has reached the threshold. Richard Kroner characterizes Hegel's position with respect to Fichte with words which, moreover, are already valid in a certain way for Fichte: the ego, inasmuch as it is contrasted by reflection with everything that is other, does not have a special position vis-a-vis to everything else. Precisely for this reason, indeed, it itself belongs to the opposite, to the place, to the contents of thought, to the moments of his activity. 13. To this awareness of the conditionality of the ego, another of the conquests that the philosophy of reflection, in its contemporary scientific update, has only with difficulty rediscovered, the response of German idealism is roughly the Fichtean distinction between individual and subject, that is, ultimately the Kantian one between the ego as the substratum of empirical psychology and the transcendental I think. The finished subject, as Husserl said, is a piece of the world. 14. Itself affected by relativity, it is not suitable for founding the absolute. He already presupposes what, as a Kantian constituted, transcendental philosophy should first explain. Instead, the I think, the pure identity, should be pure in the emphatic Kantian sense, that is, independent of any spatio-temporal facticity. Only in this way would every existence allow itself to be resolved without residue in the concept of him. In Kant this step had not yet been taken. On the one hand, the categorial forms of the I think need a content that comes from outside them, rather than arising from themselves, to make truth, that is, knowledge of nature, possible, and on the other hand I think the same and categorial forms are respected by Kant as a kind of givenness. In this sense, at least the critique of pure reason is more a phenomenology of subjectivity than a speculative system. In the we, which Kant continually uses in an unreflective way with bizarre naivete, the reference of the categorial forms is recognized, not only according to their use but according to their very origin, precisely to that existent, i.e. men, who in turn would result only from the interaction of the forms with the sensitive material. Kantian reflection stops at this point, and thereby attests to the irreducibility of facticity to spirit, the interweaving of moments. Fichte was not satisfied with this. He pushed, without hesitation, the distinction between the transcendental subject and the empirical subject beyond Kant, and, in the name of their irreconcilability, he tried to tear the principle of the ego from facticity, and thus to legitimize idealism in that absoluteness which it then becomes the middle of the Hegelian system. In this way Fichte's radicalism unearthed what in Kant was sheltered in the penumbra of transcendental phenomenology, but he also highlighted, despite himself, the problematic nature of his own absolute subject. Fichte gives it a name that all subsequent idealists, especially ontologists among them, were careful not to pronounce, abstraction 15. However, the pure self must condition that from which it is abstracted, and from which it in turn is conditioned, since its very concept, without such abstraction, simply cannot be thought. The result of abstraction can never be made absolutely independent of what it was drawn from, since the abstract must remain applicable to what it subsumes beneath itself. Since it must be possible to go back, it always also preserves, in a certain sense, the quality of what it abstracts from, even if it is in the most universal form. Therefore, if the formation of the concept of transcendental subject, or absolute spirit, does not take into account the simple individual consciousness, from which the concept was derived, as spatio-temporal, then that same concept is a bad check, otherwise it, after having demolished all the fetishes, becomes a fetish in its turn, and speculative philosophers from Fichte onwards have not understood this. Fichte hypostatized the ego obtained through abstraction, and in this Hegel remained linked to him. Both have skipped a step. The expression I, whether it is the pure and transcendental I or the empirical and immediate I, must designate some consciousness. Schopenhauer insisted on this point, already with respect to Kant, with an anthropological materialistic twist on his polemic. Kant's pure reason, at least in moral philosophy, does not exist. Understood, as a cognitive force of man, while it actually is such, but it is hypostatized as something existing in itself, without any authorization, as a very harmful example and a precedent. Our current and miserable philosophical era can serve as proof. This definition of morality not for men as men, but for all reasonable beings as such, is an idea so important and favorite of Kant that he never tires of repeating it on every occasion. On the other hand, I maintain that we are never authorized to establish a genus given to us only in a single species, into whose concept nothing could therefore be introduced except what is deduced from this single species, and therefore every predicate of the genus would always be to be understood as attributed to the single species, while by removing, to form the genus, without authorization what belongs to the species, the very condition of the possibility of the qualities remaining and hypostatized as a genus would perhaps have been annulled. 16. Even in Hegel, however, and not due to linguistic negligence, even the most emphatic expressions, such as spirit and self-consciousness, are borrowed from the experience that the finite subject has of himself. He too cannot cut the thread between the absolute spirit and the empirical person. The Fichtean and Hegelian absolute ego, as an abstraction from the empirical one, can eradicate its particular content as long as it wants. If, however, it were no longer in any way what it abstracts from, namely me, if it were completely alienated from the facticity that is posed with the concept of the empirical ego, then it would no longer be that being close to itself of the spirit, that homeland of knowledge, on which alone, on the other hand, the primacy of subjectivity depends in great idealistic systems. An I that was no longer I in any sense, that is, that renounced any reference to the individualized consciousness, which is also necessarily a reference to the spatio-temporal person, would be nonsense, not only suspended in the void and as interminable as it is, according to the reproach of Hegel, his mirror concept, being, but no longer conceivable as I, that is, as mediated with consciousness. The analysis of the absolute subject must recognize in it the irreducibility of an empirical, non-identical moment, which the doctrines of the absolute subject, the idealist systems of identity, cannot allow themselves to recognize as irreducible. In this sense Hegel's philosophy is false, according to the verdict of his own concept. And yet it is true. How is it possible? To have an answer we will have to decipher what, without ever allowing itself to be fixed, dominates the entire Hegelian philosophy, the spirit. It is not placed in absolute contrast with a non-spiritual, material element, Originally it is not a sphere of particular objects, those of the subsequent spiritual sciences. Indeed, it would be unlimited and absolute, therefore in Hegel, as a legacy of Kantian practical reason, it is expressly defined as free. According to the definition of the encyclopedia, however, the spirit is essentially active, productive 17, just as Kantian practical reason is essentially distinguished from theoretical reason by the fact of creating its object, action. The Kantian moment of spontaneity, which in the synthetic unity of apperception is made to coincide directly with constitutive identity, the Kantian concept of the I think was the formula for the indifference of productive spontaneity and logical identity, becomes total in Hegel, and in this totality it is the principle of being no less than of thought. Since, however, in Hegel producing and acting are no longer opposed to matter as a mere subjective contribution, but are sought in determined objects, in objective reality, Hegel comes very close to the secret that hides behind synthetic apperception and which raises it beyond the mere arbitrary hypostasis of the abstract concept. This secret is none other than social work. In the young Marx's Philosophical Economic manuscript, discovered only in 1932, this identity was recognized for the first time. The important thing in Hegel's phenomenology and in its final result, dialectics, negativity as a driving and generating principle, lies in the fact that he understands the essence of work and conceives man objective, the true man because he is real, as the result of his own work. 18. The moment of universality of the active transcendental subject with respect to what is only empirical, isolated, and contingent, is not mere reverie, no more than the validity of logical propositions with respect to the factual development of single, individual acts of thought. This universality is rather the expression that is both exact and, for the sake of the general thesis of idealism, hidden from itself of the social essence of work, which becomes work only insofar as it is something else, commensurable with something else, insofar as it overcomes the accidentality of each individual subject. The self-preservation of subjects, already for Aristotle's Politics, depends on the work of others no less than society on the actions of individuals. The fact that the productive moment of the spirit refers to a universal subject, rather than to the individual worker, defines work as organized, social, its rationality, the order of functions, is a social relationship. Translating the Hegelian concept of spirit into social work raises the accusation of sociologism. One would exchange the genesis and effects of Hegelian philosophy with its content. It is undeniable that Hegel was as much a transcendental analytic as Kant. It could be shown in detail that he, as a critic of Kant, tried to carry out his intentions beyond the criticism of pure reason, just as Fichte's doctrine of science had already forced the Kantian concept of the pure forward. Hegelian categories, especially spirit, fall within the circle of transcendental constituents. Society, however, the functional nexus of empirical persons, would be for Hegel, in Kantian terms, a constituted, a part of that dossier in which the great logic, in the doctrine of the unconditioned absolute and of existence as it has become 19, in turn develops from the absolute, which would be spirit. Understanding the spirit as society therefore appears to be a mu epsilon tau beta alpha sigma iota epsilon iota alpha lambda lambda omicron gamma nu omicron, incompatible with the meaning of Hegelian philosophy just because it would violate the maxim of immanent criticism. It would try to grasp the truth content of Hegelian philosophy in an element that is extrinsic to it, and which it has derived within its own structure as conditioned or posited. Of course, an explicit critical analysis of Hegel could show that that deduction was unsuccessful. The linguistic expression existence, necessarily conceptual, is exchanged with what it designates, the non-conceptual, that which cannot be merged into identity. 20. The absoluteness of the spirit in Hegel does not stand up to immanent criticism, and his own philosophy demonstrates this, if only because he is only able to find the absolute in the totality of the split, in the unity of the absolute with his other. Conversely, however, society is not merely being there, a mere fact. Only for an externally antithetical thought, abstract in the Hegelian sense, would the relationship between spirit and society be the logical transcendental one between constituent and constituted? Precisely what Hegel reserves for the spirit in relation to all the individual isolated moments of empiricism applies to society. These are mediated, constituted by society as only the spirit of idealists constitutes things, that is, before any particular influence of society on phenomena, it appears in phenomena as for Hegel the essence. Society is essentially a concept, as much as the spirit. In it, as a unity of subjects who reproduce the life of the genre with their work, an abstraction from the specific qualities of the products of work and workers objectively takes place, independently of any reflection. The principle of the equivalence of social labor makes society in the modern bourgeois sense abstract and very real, precisely what the emphatic concept of the concept is for Hegel. Therefore at every step thought stumbles upon society, and could never nail it down as such, as a thing among things. What then allows the dialectician Hegel to preserve the concept of spirit from contamination with the factum brutum, and thus to sublimate the brutality of the factual into spirit and justify it, is secondary. The unaware experience of abstract social work is magically transfigured for the subject who reflects on it. Work becomes for him the form of reflection of work, pure action of the spirit and its productive unity. In fact, nothing must be outside of it. But the factum brutum, which disappears in the total concept of spirit, is repeated there as a logical constraint. The single moment cannot escape it, just as the single individual cannot escape the social contract. Only this brutality of constraint provides the appearance of conciliation in the doctrine of constructed identity 21. The expressions with which, in idealist systems, the spirit is determined as the original producing, were without exception, even before Hegel, borrowed from the sphere of work. Others cannot be found, since what the transcendental synthesis intends cannot be separated, in its proper sense, from the reference to work. The systematically regulated activity of reason turns the work inward, the weight and constraint of that directed externally have passed on to the effort of reflecting and modeling that knowledge exerts on the object, and which in turn is indispensable for the progressive domination of nature. Already the traditional distinction between sensitivity and intellect suggests that the intellect does something, in contrast with what is only given by sensitivity, so to speak given without compensation. The sensible data is there, like the fruits in the field, but the operations of the intellect are arbitrary, they can occur or not. In fact the object that is opposed to men would be formed first of all by them through such operations. The primacy of logos has always been a piece of work morality. The behavior of thought as such, regardless of its content, is a comparison with nature that has become habitual and internalized, intervention, not mere reception. Therefore when we talk about thought we are always also talking about a material, from which thought knows it is separate in order to be able to treat it, as work does with its raw material. In fact, in every thought there is also that moment of violent effort, a reflection of vital necessity, which characterizes work. Effort and effort of the concept are not metaphorical. The Hegel of phenomenology, who compared to the mature Hegel had a more lively awareness of the spirit as a vital activity and of its identity with the real social subject, recognized, if not in theory at least linguistically, the spontaneous spirit as work. The path of natural consciousness to the identity of absolute knowledge is itself work. The relationship of the spirit with givenness manifests itself according to the model of a social process, and precisely of a work process. Knowledge, as it initially is, i.e. the immediate spirit, is what is still devoid of spirituality, i.e. sensible certainty. To become true knowledge, or to produce the element of science, which is its pure concept, the spirit must undergo the labor sich arbeiten of a long journey 22. It is not a metaphor. If the spirit must be real, its work must be even more so. The Hegelian work of the concept is not a sloppy periphrasis to denote the activity of the scholar. It is no coincidence that this, as philosophy, is always represented by Hegel as passive, as just watching. What the philosopher works on has no other intent than to bring into words what is active in the thing itself, What as social work has an objective form in the eyes of men, and yet remains the work of men. He says a subsequent passage from the Phenomenology. The movement in which the inessential consciousness tends to reach this one being is itself a triple movement, the relationship that it will establish with its figurative afterlife being threefold: firstly as pure consciousness, secondly as a single essence, which relates to actual reality in terms of desire and work, and thirdly as awareness of one's own being for itself. 23. Hegel's interpreters have rightly insisted on the fact that, in his philosophy, each of the mutually distinct principal moments is together, every time, also the whole. However, this certainly also applies to the concept of work as a relationship with reality, since such a relationship, as a subject-object dialectic, is the entire dialectic. The central connection between the concepts of desire and work makes the relationship of the latter with the abstract activity of the abstract spirit something more than a simple analogy. Work in the full sense is indeed linked to desire, which however it denies. Work satisfies men's needs at all levels, alleviates their misery, reproduces their life, and in exchange requires sacrifices from them. Still in its spiritual form, work is also an extension of the human arm that serves to procure food. It is the principle of dominion over nature made independent and therefore estranged from its self-knowledge. But idealism becomes false as soon as it transforms the totality of work into its being in itself, sublimates its principle to a metaphysical principle, to the actus purus of the spirit, and tends to transfigure into eternal and just what is each time produced by the men, transitory, conditioned, together with work itself, which is their suffering. If it were legitimate to speculate on Hegelian speculation, one could suspect, in the extension of the spirit to totality, the inverted awareness that the spirit is not an isolated principle, a self-sufficient substance, but a moment of social work, one separated from physical work. But physical work necessarily refers to what it is not, to nature. Without the concept of nature, work cannot be imagined, and ultimately not even its form of reflection, the spirit, just as nature cannot be imagined without work. They are two distinct moments united in mutual mediation. In the critique of the Gotha program, Marx names a fact that is locked up in the depths of Hegelian philosophy, and he does so all the more precisely, the less the critique was intended as a polemic against Hegel. The subject of the discussion is the very popular maxim, work is the source of all wealth and all civilization. Marx replies, work is not the source of all wealth. Nature is the source of use values, and effective wealth consists in these, just as much as work, which, in turn, is only the manifestation of a natural force, human labor power. That phrase is found in all the primers, and in fact it is correct, as it is understood that the work is carried out with the means and objects that are suitable. But a socialist program cannot allow such bourgeois expressions to ignore the conditions that alone give them meaning. And man's work becomes a source of use values, and therefore also of wealth, since man is from the beginning in a relationship, as owner, with nature, source of all the means and objects of work, and he treats them as something that belongs to him. The bourgeois have good reasons for attributing a supernatural creative force to work, because it follows precisely from the fact that work has its condition in nature that man, who has no other property other than his labor power, must being, in all conditions of society and civilization, the slave of other men who have made themselves owners of the material conditions of work. 24. But precisely for this reason Hegel absolutely cannot allow himself to mention the division between physical and spiritual work, and does not decipher the spirit as an isolated aspect of work, but vice versa dissolves work into a moment of the spirit. In a certain sense he elects it as his maxim, the rhetorical figure of the pars pro toto. Freed from what is not identical to it, work becomes ideology. Those who dispose of the work of others ascribe to it dignity in itself, that absoluteness and originality, precisely because work is only work for others. Metaphysics of work and appropriation of other people's work are complementary. This social relationship dictates to Hegel his falsity, the masking of the subject as subject-object, the misrecognition of the non-identical in the total perspective, although it can obtain what it deserves in the reflection of each particular judgment. Aside from the chapter on servant and lord, the place where the essence of Hegelian productive spirit emerges most dramatically as work is, surprisingly, in the doctrine of natural religion in the phenomenology of spirit. In the third stage, for the first time the spiritual element becomes religious content as a product of human labor. 25. The spirit therefore appears here as the craftsman, and its doing, through which it produces itself as an object, without yet having grasped the thought of itself, is an instinctive type of working, in the way in which bees build their cells. The crystalloid structures of the pyramids and the obelisks, are the works of this architect of rigorous form. 26. Hegel does not simply contrast the worship of fetishes with religion as a crude or degenerate stage, but rather determines it as a necessary moment of the formation of the religious spirit, and therefore, in the sense of the subject-object dialectic of the phenomenology, of the religious content in itself, and ultimately of the absolute. Consequently, human work, in its material form, is included among the essential determinations of the spirit as absolute. Only a very small step would be needed, the memory of the natural moment of work, both mediated and irreducible, and Hegelian dialectics would say its true name. If with the separation between physical and spiritual work the privilege has reserved for itself the spiritual one, which despite all declarations to the contrary is the lighter one, nevertheless physical work always reappears as a warning in the spiritual process, which is the copy, mediated from the imagination, from physical action. The spirit can never completely free itself from its relationship with the nature to be dominated. To dominate her he obeys her, even his proud sovereignty is paid for with suffering. 27. But the metaphysics of the spirit, which makes it the absolute as an unaware work of itself, is the affirmation of the tangle in which it is entangled, the attempt of the spirit, in its self-reflection, to pass off as a blessing the curse to which it is bent perpetuating it, and thus justify it. In this, first of all, Hegelian philosophy can be accused of ideology, of expressing, elevated beyond measure, the bourgeois praise of work. Hegel's soberly realistic traits find refuge precisely in this supreme point of the idealist system, the drunken proclamation of the absolute at the end of the phenomenology. Yet, even this misleading identification of work with the absolute has its good reasons. To the extent that the world forms a system, it does so precisely through the closed universality of social work. It is truly the radical mediation, as already between men and nature, so later in the spirit for itself, which does not tolerate nothing outside itself and proscribes the memory of what would be outside. There is nothing in the world that does not appear to man solely through work. Even pure nature, where work has no power over it, is determined precisely by its relationship, albeit negative, with work. Only the self-consciousness of all this could guide the Hegelian dialectic beyond itself, and this self-consciousness alone is forbidden to it. It would pronounce that name by which it is bewitched. Since nothing is known that has not passed through work, work rightly and wrongly becomes the absolute, the unfortunate salvation. Therefore that whole, which is the part, necessarily, inevitably occupies the place of truth in the science of the appearance of consciousness. Because making work absolutist is making the class relationship absolutist, a humanity free from work would be free from domination. The spirit knows it, without being able to know it. Here is all the misery of philosophy. However, the step with which work rises to a metaphysical principle tout court is nothing other than the coherent elimination of that material to which every work feels linked and which marks its limit, reminds it of what lies beneath of it and relativizes its sovereignty. Therefore the theory of knowledge does its acrobatics until the data is ready to communicate the illusion of being also a product of the spirit. The fact that even the spirit is still subject to the constraints of work and is itself work must disappear. Great philosophy literally exchanges the quintessence of constraint for freedom. It is refuted, because the reduction of the existent to the spirit cannot succeed, because the position of the theory of knowledge, as Hegel himself still knew, must be abandoned in the course of its execution, but it has its truth in this: no one can leave the world constituted by work to enter another, an immediate world. The identification of spirit with work can only be criticized by comparing the philosophical concept of spirit with what it actually does, not resorting to a positively transcendent element, however understood. The spirit didn't make it. It is well known that the concept of system in its emphatic Hegelian meaning, which does not correspond at all to the deductive concept of system of the positive sciences, must be understood organically, as an intertwined growth and interweaving of all partial moments, by virtue of a whole already present in each of them. This concept of system implies the identity of subject and object unfolded to all comprehensiveness, to the absolute, and the truth of the system falls together with that identity. But identity, the full conciliation by the spirit within the truly antagonistic world, is mere assertion. The philosophical anticipation of conciliation falls short of the real one. Whatever contradicts it, it declares philosophically unworthy and blames it on lazy existence. But the system without gaps and the accomplished conciliation are not the same thing, they are the contradiction itself. The unity of the system derives from irreconcilable violence. Only today, after 125 years, the world conceived by the Hegelian system has satanically proven itself to be a system in the literal sense, the system of a radically socialized society. It is one of Hegel's greatest achievements to have drawn from the concept that systematic character of society, long before this could assert itself in the context of Hegel's own experience, Germany still very behind in bourgeois development. The world integrated by production, by social labor according to the exchange relationship, depends in all its moments on the social conditions of its production, and in this sense it truly realizes the primacy of the whole over the parts. Thus the desperate impotence of everyone today verifies the possessed Hegelian thought of the system. The same cult of doing, of production, is not only the ideology of man as the dominator of nature, of his free activity without borders. It reflects the fact that the universal exchange relationship, in which everything that is only a being for another, is subject to the domination of those who control social production, a domination that is the object of philosophical adoration. Precisely being for others, the official legal basis of the existence of all commodities, is only a corollary of production. Precisely the world in which nothing exists by reason of itself is also the world of unbridled production, forgetful of its human destination. This unconsciousness of production, the insatiable, destructive expansive principle of the exchange society, is reflected in Hegelian metaphysics. It describes, not from the historical point of view but according to the essence, how the world authentically is, without having to worry about the question of authenticity. Bourgeois society is an antagonistic totality. It keeps itself alive solely through its antagonisms and is unable to resolve them. Hegel's work, most infamous for its restorative tendency, for its apologia of what exists, for the cult of the state, the philosophy of right, expresses this in no uncertain terms. Hegel's own eccentricities, the provocative steps, due to which important Western thinkers such as Veblen, Dewey, and even Santayana threw him into a single cauldron with German imperialism and fascism, should derive from the awareness of the antagonistic character of totality. Therefore the idolatry of the state, in Hegel, should not be minimized, it should not be treated as a mere empirical aberration and an inessential addition. It also arises, however, from having understood that the contradictions of bourgeois society cannot be resolved within itself. Movement 28. Steps like this are crucial. Here it is evident that despite the excess of wealth, civil society is not rich enough, that is, it does not possess enough in the resources peculiar to it to obviate the excess of poverty and the production of the plebs. By this dialectic of its own, civil society is pushed beyond itself, first and foremost this specific society, to seek consumers and thereby the necessary means of subsistence in other peoples, who are behind it in the means of which it has surplus, or generally in industry etc. 29. The fact that poverty grows with social wealth, in Hegel's archaic terminology pauperism, is something for which the free play of forces of capitalist society, whose liberal economic theory Hegel had accepted, knows no remedy. much less could he imagine such an increase in production as to make a mockery of the assertion that society is not rich enough in goods. The state is desperately invoked as an instance beyond this play of forces. Paragraph 249 expressly refers to this immediately preceding step, the most advanced of all. It starts like this. Police prevention first of all realizes and maintains the universal which is contained in the particularity of civil society, in the form of an external order and apparatus for the protection and security of the masses with particular goals and interests, as such which have their subsistence in this universal, in the way that as superior direction it supports prevention for interests, par 246, that lead beyond this society 30. The state must silence what otherwise would not be silenced. The Hegelian philosophy of the state is a necessary violence, a violence, since Hegel interrupts the dialectic in the name of a principle to which his own criticism of abstraction would concern, and which in fact, as he at least hints at, is not located at all beyond the play of social forces. The common particular interests that fall within civil society and are outside the universal existence in and of itself of the state itself, have their administration in the corporations of the communities and the remaining professions and states and their authorities, supervisors, administrators, and similar. Since these affairs, which they take care of, are on the one hand the private property and interest of these particular spheres, and on the other hand their authority also rests on the trust of the comrades of their state and their municipalities, on the other hand these circles must be subordinated to the superior interests of the state. For the conferral of these offices in a general way there will be a mixture of common election of these interested parties and a superior ratification and determination 31. But violence was necessary, because otherwise the dialectical principle would have gone beyond the existent, and with this it would have denied the thesis of absolute identity, which is absolute only insofar as it is realized. This is the core of Hegelian philosophy. Nowhere has it come closer to the truth about its authentic substratum, society, than at the point where it becomes delirious in the face of it. Hegel's philosophy is in fact essentially negative, critical. By developing transcendental philosophy, precisely by virtue of this thesis of the identity between reason and reality, from criticism of pure reason to criticism of reality, of any positivity, he at the same time denounced the world, of which he wanted to make the theodicy, in its entirety, in its connection, as a connection of guilt, in which everything that exists deserves to perish 32. Even the false claim that, despite everything, this is the good world, contains within itself the legitimate claim that it is the real world, not only in the idea opposed to it but in flesh and blood, that becomes the good and reconciled world. If ultimately the Hegelian system, due to its very coherence, passes into falsity, this is not so much a verdict on Hegel, as the presumption of the positive sciences would have it, but rather on reality. The sarcastic so much the worse for the facts 33 is thus automatically mobilized against Hegel only because the sentence, about the facts, tells the most serious truth. In fact, he did not simply reconstruct them a posteriori in thought, but, producing them with thought, he grasped them conceptually and criticized them. Their negativity always makes them something other than what they simply are and declare to be. The principle of the becoming of reality for which it is more than its positivity, i.e. the central engine of Hegel's idealism, is at the same time anti-idealistic, criticism of the subject to that reality which idealism equates to the absolute subject. It is consciousness of contradiction in the thing and therefore the strength of the theory, the strength with which the theory turns against itself. If Hegel's philosophy fails according to the highest criterion, his own, this is at the same time the proof of its validity. The non-identity of the antagonist, which it collides with and which it laboriously strives to compose, is the non-identity of that whole which is not the true but the false, the absolute opposite of justice. But precisely this non-identity has in reality the form of identity, the all-encompassing character that has no third and conciliatory principle above itself. This confusion of identity is the essence of ideology, of socially necessary semblance. Only if the contradiction became absolute, rather than attenuated by becoming the absolute, could it dissolve, and perhaps finally find the conciliation, which Hegel had to create the illusion of, since the real possibility of it was still veiled from him. In all its particular moments Hegel's philosophy is intentionally negative. If, however, against his intention, it also becomes negative as a whole, he recognizes in this the negativity of his object. If in the end the non-identity of subject and object, of concept and thing, of idea and society emerges inextinguishable, if philosophy dissolves into absolute negativity, it obtains at the same time what it promised, and becomes truly identical to that tangle that it is its object. But in the end the stillness of movement, the absolute, also in Hegel means nothing other than the reconciled life, the life of the calmed impulse, which no longer knows lack and does not know work, to which alone however it owes conciliation. Therefore Hegel's truth is not outside the system, but adheres to it, just like falsehood. For this falsity is nothing other than the falsity of the system of society, which is the substratum of his philosophy. The objective direction that idealism took in Hegel, the restitution of speculative metaphysics razed to the ground by criticism, with the relative recovery of concepts such as being and the attempt to even save the ontological proof of the existence of God, everything this encouraged Hegel's claim to existential ontology. Heidegger's interpretation of the introduction to phenomenology, in Interrupted Paths, is the best known example of this, although not the first. We can derive from this claim what existential ontology today can't bear to be reminded of, its affinity with transcendental idealism, which it believes to be superseded by the pathos of being. However, if what is today called the question of being finds its place, as a moment, in Hegel's system, he denies being precisely that absolute character, preordained to every thought and concept, which the recent resurrection of metaphysics hopes for to capture. By determining being as a moment of dialectics reflected in an essentially negative, criticized form, the Hegelian theory of being makes itself incompatible with its current theologization. Hegel's philosophy is perhaps never more current than at the point in which it dismantles the concept of being. Already the determination of being at the beginning of the phenomenology says the exact opposite of what the word being wants to suggest today. Furthermore, the living substance is being, which in truth is subject, or, in other words, which in truth is endowed with effective reality, only to the extent that that substance is the movement of positing itself, that is, the mediation of becoming other than itself with itself. 34. The difference between being as subject and the scene written with the Y, in Hegel still an orthographic fact, today an archaism, is the decisive difference. 35. Logic then, as is known, instead of starting from subjective consciousness, develops the categories of thought from one another in their objectivity, and begins with the concept of being. But this beginning does not found any prima philosophia. Hegel's being is the opposite of an original essence. The immediacy, the appearance that being is logically and genetically preordained to every reflection, to every split between subject and object, Hegel does not ascribe all this to the concept of being as its original dignity, but sweeps it away. At the very beginning of the section of the logic which has being as its title, being is called the indeterminate immediate. 36. Existential ontology clings to this immediacy, but for Hegel, who had discovered the mediation of every immediate, the very immediacy, due to its indeterminate character, becomes an objection against the dignity of being, becomes its negativity tout court and motivates that dialectical movement which equates the to be at nothing. In its indeterminate immediacy it is similar only to itself. It is pure indeterminacy and pure emptiness. In being there is nothing to intuit, if we can speak of intuition here, that is, it is this pure, empty intuition itself. Thus there is not even something to think about, that is, being is, here too, nothing other than this empty thinking. Being, the indeterminate immediate, is in fact nothing, neither more nor less than nothing. 37. This void, however, more than an ontological quality of being, is a defect of philosophical thought that ends in being. If being is stated as a predicate of the absolute, writes the more mature Hegel in the Encyclopedia, This first definition results, the absolute is being. This definition is, in thought, the absolutely initial definition, the most abstract and the most miserable. 38. The last legacy of Husserl's originally offering intuition. 39. The concept of being is today celebrated as detached from any reification, as absolute immediacy. Hegel not only intuited that indeterminacy and that void make it impossible to intuit it, but he unmasked it as a concept that in that way forgets to be a concept and disguises itself as pure immediacy. In a certain sense it is the most thing of all. Hegel says a little later in the Logic, in being, insofar as it is that simple, that immediate, the memory that it is a result of perfect abstraction, and therefore already for this reason abstract negativity, nothingness, is left behind their backs. 40. However, the fact that here there is not a solemn drama between the original words on stage, but that in reality the criticism of being means criticism of every emphatic use of this concept in philosophy, can be seen from a passage of the Logic aimed specifically against Jacobi. In this completely abstract purity of continuity, in this indeterminacy and emptiness of representing, it is indifferent whether such an abstraction is called space, or pure intuition, or pure thinking. All this is the same thing that the Indian, when he remains for whole years looking at the tip of his nose, without any external or internal movement, that is, in sensation, in representation, in fantasy, in desire, etc., saying only within himself om, 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 or nothing at all, calls Brahma. This dull, empty consciousness is, as consciousness, being. 41. In the maniacal rigidity of the appeal to being, Hegel heard the formulaic ticking of the prayer wheel. He understood what has been falsified and lost today, despite all the chatter about the concrete, and precisely in the magic of indeterminate concreteness, which has no content beyond its own aura. Philosophy must not seek its object in the supreme universal concepts, celebrated for their presumed eternity and immortality, only to then be ashamed of being universal concepts. Like after him only the Nietzsche of the twilight of the idols, Hegel rejected the identification of the philosophical content, of the truth, with the supreme abstractions, and placed the truth precisely in those determinations with which traditional metaphysics was too noble to dirty itself the hands. It is, not least, due to this intention of his, the grandest expression of which is the close relationship between stages of consciousness and historical social stages in the phenomenology of spirit, that in Hegel idealism transcends itself. The invocation of the original words, the saying 42, which today claims to rise above dialectics, becomes its prey more than ever. It becomes the abstraction that swells in and of itself, and with this falls back into the pure empty of content, in the tautology, in being, which says nothing except always and only, being. From Husserl onwards, current philosophies of being rebel against idealism. Up to this point, they actually express the irreversible situation of historical consciousness. They record that what is cannot be developed or deduced from subjective immanence alone, from consciousness. But they reacted by hypostatizing the supreme result of subjective conceptual abstraction, being, and thus, without realizing it, they remain trapped in idealism, not only in their position with respect to society, but also theoretically. There is no more damning evidence against them than the speculations of the arch-idealist Hegel. As already in Heidegger's youthful writing on a work attributed to Duns Scotus 43, the restorers of ontology feel close to Hegel, and to a significant extent, that is to say with respect to the entire conception of Western metaphysics, which they then hope to escape. And indeed, in Hegel, taking idealism to the extreme serves to transcend mere subjectivity, to break the blinding circle of philosophical immanence. Even in Hegel, to apply an expression of Émile Lasque to a more general context, idealism intends beyond itself. But behind the formal consonance with the ontological impulse hide subtle differences, and everything depends on this subtlety. The idea that Hegel turns against traditional idealism is not being, but truth. That the form of thought is the absolute form, and that the truth appears to it as it is in and of itself, this is the affirmation of philosophy. 44. The absoluteness of the spirit, in opposition to every finite spirit, must guarantee the absoluteness of the truth, removed from mere opinion, from every intention, from every subjective fact of consciousness. This is the keystone of Hegelian philosophy. Truth, for him, is no longer a mere relationship between judgment and object, a predicate of subjective thought, but must be substantiated at a higher level, precisely as an in and of itself. For him, the knowledge of the truth is nothing less than the knowledge of the absolute. This is the aim of his criticism of the delimitations of criticism, of its irreconcilable separation between subjectivity and being in itself. Criticism, the so-called critical philosophy, Hegel says in a passage quoted by Kroner, he provided a good conscience to this non-knowledge of the eternal and the divine, ensuring that he had demonstrated that nothing can be known about the eternal and the divine. Nothing has been more welcome to the superficiality of both knowledge and character, nothing has been so willingly accepted by it, as this doctrine of not knowing, which has served precisely to show off the superficiality and emptiness as the most excellent thing, as the goal and result of every intellectual effort. 45. Such an emphatic idea of truth gives the lie to subjectivism, whose assiduous concern whether the truth is true enough ends up abolishing the truth itself. The content of consciousness that unfolds as truth is truth not only for the knowing subject, even if transcendental. The idea of the objectivity of truth strengthens the reason of the subject, who must be able to know it, must be able to suffice for this task, while today's attempts to escape from subjectivism are linked to the defamation of the subject. But Hegel's idea, as an idea of reason, is distinguished from the restoration of the absolute concept of being, because it is mediated in itself. The truth in itself is not, for Hegel, being. Precisely in the latter lies abstraction, the nominalistic procedure of the subject who fabricates his concepts. But in the Hegelian idea of truth the subjective moment, the moment of relativity, is overcome in becoming aware of oneself. Thought is contained in truth, which however does not resolve itself into it, therefore, reason is ignored if reflection from truth is excluded and it is not grasped as a positive moment of the absolute. 46. Perhaps nothing defines the essence of dialectical thought so well as its need for a conciliation between the self-consciousness of the subjective moment in truth, the reflection of reflection, and the wrong that manipulative subjectivity does to the truth in itself, in that it limits itself to express its opinion and posits as true what is never entirely true. If idealist dialectics turns against idealism, it is because its principle, and indeed the very tension at the extreme of its idealist claim, is at the same time anti-idealistic. Dialectics is a process, on the side of the being in itself of truth no less than on that of the activity of consciousness, process, that is, it is truth itself. Hegel highlights this continuously, in ever different ways. Truth is the movement that it makes within itself, while that method, the mathematical one, is a knowledge extrinsic to its matter. 47. It is the thinking subject who generates this movement, everything depends on this, grasping and expressing the truth not as a substance, but rather as a subject. 48. Since, however, in every single judgment, the thing in question is compared with its concept, and in this way every single finite judgment dissolves as false, the subjective activity of reflection takes the truth beyond the traditional concept of the adequacy of thought to the facts. The truth can no longer be fixed as a quality of judgments. It is true that Hegel, in a similar way, and yet in secret opposition, to the classical definition, calls truth agreement of the concept with its actual reality. Wirklichkeit. 49, it consists in the agreement of the object with itself, that is, with the concept of it. 50. However, since no finite judgment ever reaches that agreement, the concept of truth is torn away from predicative logic and transferred into dialectics as a whole. Hegel says, we must put aside the opinion that truth must be something palpable. 51. The criticism of the rigid division of the moments of judgment dissolves the truth, as it is understood as a mere result, in the process. It destroys the appearance that truth can be an adaptation of consciousness to the single object in front of it. True and false belong to those specific thoughts which, devoid of movement, pass for particular essences, one of which is on one side, the other on the other, isolated and fixed, with nothing in common between them. Against this way of thinking it must be stated that truth is not a minted coin, ready to be spent or cashed. Nor is there a fake. That something is known falsely means that knowledge is in a state of inequality with its substance. However, it is precisely this inequality that differentiates in general, which is an essential moment. From this differentiation comes the equality of knowledge and substance, and the result of the becoming of this equality is truth. But it is truth not as if one had gotten rid of the inequality in the way in which the slag is discarded from the pure metal, nor in the sense in which the work tool is excluded from the vessel, once the container has been turned. Indeed, inequality, like the negative, like the self, is still immediately present in the truth as such. 52. It is the break with the doctrine, repeated like a litany by the entire philosophical tradition, of truth as adequatio rei et cogitationis. In dialectics, the process of coherent nominalism brought to self-awareness, which forces every concept to measure itself with its object, and thus demonstrates its insufficiency, a Platonic idea of truth flashes. This idea is not stated as evident, immediately intuitable, but is sought precisely in that insistence of the work of thought that traditionally stops at the criticism of Platonism. Even philosophical reason has its cunning. The demand for truth calls into question the claim to truth, however essential, of every partial and therefore false judgment, and denies the subjective adequatio with self-reflection. Only thanks to this does the truth pass by itself into an objective idea, no longer reducible nominalistically. In fact, the movement in which truth must consist is continually interpreted by Hegel as self-movement, motivated by judged facts no less than by thinking synthesis. If the subject must not be satisfied with the simple adequacy of his judgments to the facts, it is because the judgment is not a simply subjective activity, and the truth itself is not a simple quality of the judgment, but in it also always imposes what, without can be isolated, but cannot be traced back to the subject, and which traditional idealist theories of knowledge believe they can ignore as a mere X. Truth alienates itself from its subjectivity, since no subjective judgment can be true and yet everyone must want to be true. Truth transcends itself. But in carrying out this peculiar step, neither just post nor just discovery, it is also incompatible with the wanted of ontology. 53. Hegelian truth is no longer in time, as was that of nominalism, and it is not above time, in the ontological manner. For Hegel, time becomes a moment of him. Truth as a process is a path of all moments, as opposed to the non-contradictory proposition 54, and as such has a temporal core. This liquidates that hypostasis of abstraction and the concept equal to itself, which dominates traditional philosophy. If the movement of the Hegelian concept has in a certain sense restored Platonism, it is however a Platonism healed from its staticity, from its mythical inheritance, and which has welcomed within itself all the spontaneity of liberated consciousness. In the end, of course, Hegel remains linked despite everything to the thesis of identity, and therefore to idealism, but in a phase of the spirit in which it is nailed by conformism in a very different way from 100 years ago. It is good to remember the criticism of idealism, which then had to be extorted from the excessive power of Hegelian idealism, but has long since become cheap, that there is a moment of truth even in that identity thesis. If there were, in Kantian terms, no similarity between subject and object, if they were opposed to each other in an absolute, unmediated manner, as unbridled positivism would have it, then not only would there be no truth, but in general no reason, no thought. The thought that he had completely eradicated his mimetic impulse, the enlightenment without that self-reflection which is the content of the Hegelian system, and which speaks of the kinship between thing and thought, would result in madness. The absolutely unrelated thought, in total contrast with the philosophy of identity, the thought that subtracts from the object every share of subjectivity, every investment, every anthropomorphism, is the conscience of the schizophrenic. His objectivity triumphs over pathological narcissism. The Hegelian speculative concept saves mimesis in the act in which the spirit becomes aware of itself. Truth is not adequatio but affinity, and in the decline of idealism, through Hegel, this reminiscence that reason has of its mimetic essence emerges as its human right. One could object at this point that Hegel, the Platonic realist and absolute idealist, indulges in the fetishism of the concept in the hypostasis of the spirit, no less than what happens today in the name of being. However, the judgment that insisted on this similarity would itself remain abstract. Even admitting that abstract thought and abstract being are the same thing, as is said at the beginning of Western philosophy in a controversial verse of Parmenides' poem, nevertheless the positional value of the ontological concept of being is different from that of the Hegelian concept of reason. Both categories participate in the historical dynamic. Some, including Kroner, have attempted to include Hegel among the irrationalists, due to his criticism of finite and limited reflection 55, and there is no shortage of statements by Hegel that lend themselves to this reading, such as the one that places speculation and immediate faith on the same side against reflection. But like Kant in the three critiques, he also decisively holds firm to reason as one, as reason, ratio, thought. Even the movement that must lead to overcoming all finite determinations of thought is a self-critical movement of thought. The speculative concept is not intuition, nor even categorical intuition 56. One can doubt whether the Hegelian attempt to save, against Kant, the ontological proof of the existence of God is compelling. However, at the origin of that attempt there was not the desire to obscure reason, but on the contrary the utopian hope that the limits of the possibility of experience, are not the final term, that despite everything, as in the final scene of Faust, one can succeed, that with all its weakness, conditionedness, and negativity, the spirit resembles the truth and is therefore suitable for knowing it. If once upon a time the arrogance of the Hegelian doctrine of the absolute spirit was rightly noted, today, when idealism is defamed by everyone, and especially by the crypto-idealists, a healthy corrective can be seen in the image of the absoluteness of the spirit. It condemns the paralyzing resignation of contemporary conscience, always ready, due to its weakness, to further reinforce the humiliation that the excessive power of the existing blind inflicts on it. In the so-called ontological proof of the existence of God it is the same reversal of the absolute concept into being, which has constituted the depth of the idea in modern times, and which however in recent times has been passed off as the non-comprehensible, through that therefore, since the truth is only the unity of the concept and of being there, par 23, the knowledge of the truth has been renounced 57. If Hegelian reason does not want to know that it is only subjective and negative, and continually acts as a spokesperson for the moment opposite to this subjective reason, even having fun finding reason in the anti-rational, it is not that Hegel simply wants to keep the rebellious obedient, making him appealing to the heteronymous and the estranged as something that belongs to them, nor teaching them that there is no point in rebelling. Rather, Hegel felt deep down that only through that estrangement, through the predominance of the world over the subject, so to speak, can man's destiny be realized. He must also appropriate the powers hostile to him, in a certain sense immerse himself in them. In the philosophy of history Hegel introduced the cunning of reason, to make plausible how objective reason, the realization of freedom, is accomplished through the blind, irrational passions of historical individuals. This conception reveals something of the core of experience of Hegelian thought, which is all a ruse, the victory over the excessive power of the world, which he contemplates without illusions, he pursues by turning this excessive power against himself, until it overturns into his other. In the conversation with Goethe reported by Eckermann, Hegel, revealing his cards like few other times, defines dialectics as the organized spirit of contradiction 58. We hear here, not least, an echo of that type of cunning, something of the grandiose peasant cunning, which for so long has learned to bend to the powerful, adapting to their needs, until it manages to wrest power from them. The dialectic of lordship and servitude in phenomenology blurts out this truth. It is known that Hegel throughout his life, even as a supposed Prussian state philosopher, never abandoned the Swabian dialect, and reports about him note with recurring wonder the surprising simplicity of character of the exceptionally difficult writer. He maintained an undaunted loyalty to his origins, the condition of a strong ego and of every level of thought. Certainly there is also an unresolved moment of false positivity involved, fixing the fact, the situation in which one actually finds oneself, as one does who believes he is strengthening his dignity by demonstrating with gestures or words that he is a simple man. But that naivete of the non-naive, which in the system corresponds to the restoration of immediacy at each level, in turn attests to a brilliant cunning, especially in the face of the stupidly perfidious accusation of affectation and exaggeration, which has been recited since Hegel's time tirelessly against all dialectical thought. In the naivete of thought, so close to its object that they seem to address each other on first terms, Hegel for the rest, as Horkheimer says, so adult, put aside a little piece of childhood, the courage to be weak, to which the ingenuity promises that in the end it will overcome even the most merciless harshness. Of course, even in this, Hegelian philosophy, perhaps more dialectical than it imagines, is hanging by a thread. If on the one hand, in fact, it does not want to give up the knowledge of the truth, its trait of resignation is equally undeniable. Despite everything, it would like to justify what exists as rational, and liquidate the protests of reflection with that superiority that insists on how hard the world is, deriving from it the wise maxim that the world cannot be changed. If there is one point in which Hegel was bourgeois, it is this. But even here to set oneself up as a judge would be subordinate. The most questionable and therefore also best known of his doctrines, the rationality of reality, was not only apologetic. Reason, for Hegel, is in constellation with freedom. Freedom and reason are nonsense one without the other. The real can be considered rational only if it allows the idea of freedom to shine through, that is, only if it is the real self-determination of humanity. Anyone who, with a sleight of hand, makes this legacy of the Enlightenment disappear from Hegel, and is at pains to proclaim that his logic has nothing to do with the rational organization of the world, falsifies him. Even when Hegel, in his mature period, defends the positive, that existent that he had attacked in his youth, he does so by appealing to reason, which conceives that mere existent as more than merely existent, under the aspect of self-consciousness and man's self-liberation. Like absolute idealism, the objective concept of reason is inseparable from its subjective origin in the reason of the individual, aimed at self-preservation. Already in Kant's philosophy of history, self-preservation, by virtue of its own movement, turns into objectivity, into humanity, into a just society. Only this allowed Hegel to determine subjective reason, a necessary moment of the absolute spirit, as well as the universal. The reason of each individual, with which the Hegelian movement of the concept in the dialectic of sensible certainty begins, is always already potentially, even if he does not know it, the reason of the genre. This is also the truth of that doctrine of the idealists, otherwise false, which establishes transcendental consciousness as an in itself and substantiality, that is, the abstraction of the individual one, despite the fact that the first genetically and logically refers to the second. The two-faced character of Hegel's philosophy manifests itself first of all in the category of the individual. He, no less than his antipode Schopenhauer, saw very well the moment of semblance in identification, the stubbornness of persisting in what one simply is, the narrowness and particularity of individual interest. Nevertheless, he has not expropriated the objectivity or essence of his relationship with the individual and with the immediate. The universal is always also the particular and vice versa. By developing this relationship, dialectics adequately reflects the social force field, in which everything individual is already socially preformed, and yet nothing is realized except through individuals. Just as the categories of subject and object, even those of particular and universal, of individual and society, cannot be fixed, or even just interpreted as the two immutable poles of a process, the contribution of the two moments, indeed their very nature, it is determined only in historical concretion. If, however, in the construction of Hegelian philosophy the universal, substantial moment in the face of the transience of the individual, ultimately institutional, is accentuated to the maximum, well, even in this something more than the understanding with the course of the world is expressed, more than the meager consolation that transitory existence is, in fact, only transitory. While his philosophy draws all the consequences of bourgeois subjectivism, conceiving the entire world as a product of labor, one could say as a commodity, Hegel simultaneously implements the most effective criticism of subjectivity, well beyond the Fichtean distinction between subject and individual. The non-ego, which in Fichte is placed in the abstract, in Hegel is developed, subjected to dialectics, becomes concrete, it therefore becomes not only in general, but in all the specificity of its content, the limit of the subject. If Hegel's doctrine could still be understood by Heine, certainly not the most naive of his listeners, first and foremost as a vindication of individuality, this finds itself mistreated to the point of contempt in countless layers of the system. But this reflects the ambiguity of bourgeois society, which in Hegel truly reaches self-consciousness, towards individuality. Man as an unbridled producer appears autonomous to bourgeois society, heir of the divine legislator, virtually omnipotent. The single individual, however, in this society, is in truth a mere agent of the social production process, and his own needs are, so to speak, only the driving force of this process. This makes him at the same time completely impotent and insignificant. In unresolved contradiction with humanistic pathos, Hegel explicitly and implicitly prescribes to men, as performers of socially necessary work, to submit to a necessity alien to them. He thus embodies on a theoretical level the antinomy of universal and particular in bourgeois society. But by formulating it so brutally, he makes it visible as never before, and criticizes it in the very act in which he defends it. Since only that of single and real individuals would be freedom, he rejects its semblance, the individual who in the midst of universal unfreedom acts as if he were already free and universal. The Hegelian confidence that theoretical reason can still do it corresponds to the awareness that reason can hope to realize itself, to become rational reality, only if it manages to show the point of support from which to dismantle the very ancient burden, the myth. The burden is the mere entity, which ultimately entrenches itself in the individual, the point of support is the reason of the individual, as the reason of the entity itself. Hegel's apologetics and resignation are the bourgeois mask that utopia wore so as not to be immediately recognized and captured, so as not to remain powerless. How little Hegelian philosophy is exhausted in the concept of the bourgeois mentality is perhaps clearest from his position on morality. This constitutes a moment of his more general criticism of the category of individuality. He was the first to recognize, in the phenomenology, that the fracture between the self and the world also passes through the self, that it, as Kroner 59 says, extends into the individual and divides him between the objective and subjective rationality of his will and action. Hegel understood early on that the individual himself is both a social function, determined by the thing, that is, by his work, and a being in himself, with specific inclinations, aptitudes, and interests, and that these two moments diverge. Thus, however, purely moral action, in which the individual presumes to belong entirely to himself and to be the legislator of himself, becomes ambiguous, a self-deception. Contemporary analytical psychology, recognizing that the individual's opinion of himself is illusory, is to a large extent mere rationalization, has brought to fruition a piece of Hegelian speculation. The transition from pure moral self-awareness to hypocrisy, which with Nietzsche becomes the critical point of attack of philosophy par excellence, Hegel had derived from the moment of objective falsity of that self-awareness. Expressions such as the hard heart of the phenomenology, which insists on the purity of the commandment of duty, from the historical point of view certainly fall within the context of the post-Kantian criticism, for example by Schiller, of Kant's ethical rigorism, but they also already prelude the Nietzschean doctrine of ressentiment, of morality as vengeance. Hegel's declaration that there is no moral reality 60 is not just a moment of transition to his doctrine of objective ethics. In it, the awareness already emerges that morality does not understand itself, that conscience is not a guarantee of right conduct, and that the mere immersion of the ego in what should or should not be done leads to absurdity and vainglory. Hegel carries forward an impulse of the radical Enlightenment. He does not contrast the good to empirical life as an abstract principle, a self-sufficient idea, but binds it, according to its own content, to the establishment of a just whole, precisely what the critique of practical reason calls humanity. Hegel thus transcends the bourgeois separation between the ethos as an unconditional obligation, but valid only for the subject, and the objectivity, considered only empirical, of society. It is one of the grandest perspectives of the Hegelian mediation between a priori and a posteriori. The formulation is surprisingly acute. And since morality is generally devoid of fulfillment, the characterization of an individual as immoral ends up falling by itself. It therefore has only an arbitrary foundation. The meaning and content of the judgment of experience is therefore solely this: some should not be entitled to happiness in and of itself, that is to say, what lies beneath the cloak of morality is envy. As for the reason why others should have part of the so-called happiness, the foundation of this is good friendship, which for them and for itself is pleased with this grace, that is, this accidentality, and wishes it. 61. No simple bourgeois would have spoken like that. The illusion that the individual, the pure being for itself, as the subject necessarily appears to itself in the existent, is the master of the good, always belongs to the bourgeois glorification of the existent. Hegel destroyed it. His criticism of morality is irreconcilable with that apology of society, which in order to survive in its injustice needs the moral ideology of the individual, his renunciation of happiness. Once the cliché of bourgeois Hegel has been unmasked, we will also stop falling for the suggestion of Schopenhauer and then Kierkegaard, who dismiss the individual Hegel as conformist and insignificant, not the least justification for their verdict against his philosophy. It is a credit to Hegel that he was not an existential thinker in the sense inaugurated by Kierkegaard, and today degenerated into a smug little formula. The fact that the recent but already worn-out variant of the cult of personality does not suit him does not make him that professor comfortably ensconced in the academy, pontificating regardless of people's suffering, the image that Kierkegaard and Schopenhauer used to discredit him, with much success among posterity, after Schopenhauer had personally shown Hegel infinitely less humanity and generosity than his older colleague had done towards him, who qualified him to teach, despite the arrogance with which, during the conversation, Schopenhauer had attacked him in an absurd skirmish, posing as a serious and competent natural scientist. Hegel's criticism has overcome that representation of existence which today claims to tell him the fact of him. Long before existence, the philosophizing man and his authenticity began to put on airs, and then even to establish themselves in academy. Just as the strength and objectivity of a thought, if it is truly such, always override the mere empirical person of the one who thinks it, so the claim to truth of a thought is not its conformity as a reflection of the thinker, the miserable repetition of what he is on his own. On the contrary, this claim to truth is confirmed in that which transcends the limits of mere existence and in which the individual, if he wants to succeed, must alienate himself from himself. Hegel's suffering gesture, the haggard face of one who is literally consumed in fire, bears witness to this alienation. Hegel's bourgeois modesty has returned to the benefit of the boundless effort, marked by the impossibility, of thinking the unconditioned, an impossibility that Hegel's philosophy itself reflects in itself as the quintessence of negativity. In comparison, the appeal to sincerity, to risk, to the limit situation, is a small thing. If there is truly a need for the thinking subject in philosophy, if without this element, today marketed under the label of the existential, one cannot access the objectivity of the thing itself, this moment is not legitimized however by posting it on the wall, but by breaking his self-position by virtue of the discipline that the thing imposes on him, to the point of extinguishing himself in the thing. This is the path that Hegel took like perhaps no other. In the very moment, however, in which the existential moment is affirmed as the foundation of truth, it already becomes a lie. The hatred that Hegel had towards those who base the right of the entire truth on the immediacy of their own experience also applies to her. Incomparable is the wealth of experience on which thought is nourished in Hegel, embedded in thought itself, never external to it as raw material, or even as an example or document. Abstract thought through experience, raw matter through the tension of thought are transformed back into life. This could be shown in every proposition of the phenomenology of spirit. What is mostly unjustly celebrated in artists was actually given to Hegel: sublimation. Hegel truly possesses life in its colorful reflection, in the repetition of life in the spirit. But one must not imagine sublimation in Hegel as identical to internalization. His doctrine of alienation, like his criticism of subjectivity per se, blind and vain, criticism that he shares with Goethe and which pushes beyond idealism, all this is the opposite of internalization, and also his person shows almost no trace of it. The man Hegel, as the subject of his doctrine, has sucked into his spirit both moments, subject and object. The life of his spirit is in itself, a second time, full life. His withdrawal from life should therefore not be confused with the scholar's ideology of renunciation. As a sublimated spirit, the individual resonates with what is external, carnal, as only great music can do. Hegel's philosophy is an echo 62. As for Kierkegaard, critic and succubus of Hegel, one could speak of a spiritual body 63. Hegel's wife, Baroness Maria von Tucher, reproached him when she added the following words to a letter she had written to his sister. "You can see how happy I can be with her in every other aspect of my being, and how having obtained a love for which I had almost no more hope in this world already makes me happy, to the extent that happiness belongs to destination of my life 64. In these private words there is all the anti-private Hegel. The thought they express will then take on a poetic form in Zarathustra: do I perhaps aim at happiness? I aim at my work 65. But the dryness and almost businessman-like sobriety to which Hegel reduces even the most extreme pathos give thought a dignity that it loses as soon as that pathos is trumpeted. The destination of that life adheres to the content of his philosophy. No one was more abysmal in riches than him, no one remained more steadfast in the midst of experience, to which she entrusted herself without reservations. Even the stains of his failure bear the mark of truth. 2. Experience content. We must deal with some models of spiritual experience, the one that motivates Hegelian philosophy in an objective sense, not biographical and psychological, and constitutes its truth content. The concept of experience will initially remain suspended, only exposure can make it concrete. It does not allude to a phenomenological original experience, nor, according to Heidegger's interpretation of Hegel in Interrupted Paths, to the dimension of the ontological, to the word of being, to the being of beings one. No such distillation, according to Hegel's own doctrine, could emerge from the thought process. His thought would never have approved Heidegger's claim that the new object that arises from time to consciousness in the history of its formation is not some truth or entity, but the truth of the truth, the being of the entity, the appearing of the apparent too. He would never have called this experience. In Hegel, however, what experience refers to in each case is the driving contradiction of such an absolute truth. Nothing is known that is not in experience 3, therefore not even that being into which the existential ontology transfers the foundation of what is and is experienced. For Hegel, being and foundation are determinations of reflection, categories inseparable from the subject, as in Kant. The Hegelian conception of experience as dialectical movement that consciousness exercises in itself, in its knowledge as well as in its object, since from here it sees the new true object emerge would be completely incompatible with the hypothesis of experience as a modality of being, as a presubjective appropriate in the event or enlightened 5. However, these are not even single empirical observations, which would be synthetically reworked in Hegel's philosophy. What is at issue is the experiential contents of, not in, Hegelian philosophy. What comes closest to our object is what Hegel, in the introduction to the system of philosophy, calls the position of thought with respect to objectivity. 6. The position of his own thought of himself. The attempt is to translate into possible present experience the essence of what Hegel understood, what he saw in the world, beyond the traditional categories of philosophy, including his own, and their criticism. The controversy regarding the historical philosophical priority of theological or political social motifs in Hegel's biography remains outside of our considerations. We are not interested in the way in which Hegel, subjectively, arrived at this or that theory, but rather, in the very spirit of Hegel, the objective compulsion of the phenomenon that was reflected and deposited in his philosophy. Let us also ignore what is codified as his historical contribution, the concept of development and its connection with the static nature of metaphysics starting from Plato and also from Aristotle, as well as from everything that has flowed into the particular sciences. The object of our investigation is what his philosophy expresses as philosophy, and which has its substance, not least, in not being exhausted by the findings of particular sciences. It's time to talk about it. The tradition of at least post-Kantian German idealism, which found its most binding form in Hegel, has faded. Its terminology, for the most part, is largely removed. Hegel's entire approach runs counter to the program of the immediate assumption of the so-called given as the immovable basis of knowledge. After Hegel, that program became almost taken for granted, not only in positivism, but also in its authentic opponents, such as Bergson and Husserl. The less human immediacy is now tolerated by the omnipresent mediating mechanisms of exchange, the more zealously a complacent philosophy ensures that it immediately possesses the foundation of things. Such a spirit has triumphed over speculation, in material science and its opponents. This does not mean that styles of thought and philosophical fashions have changed at will, as certain aestheticizing and psychologizing visions of the history of philosophy like to imagine. It is through constraint and necessity, however, that idealism has been forgotten, or at least reduced to a cultural asset. By constraint in critical reflection, by necessity in the development trend of a society that has fulfilled Hegel's prediction less and less, that it was an absolute spirit, that it was rational. Even once firmly engraved thoughts have a history of their own truth, and not mere survival, they do not remain indifferent to what has happened to them. Today Hegelian philosophy, like all dialectical thought, is subject to a paradox: in the face of science it is obsolete, and in the face of science it is more relevant than ever. Taking charge of this paradox, rather than covering it with a return to or with the attempt to separate the wheat from the bran in Hegelian philosophy, it depends on this whether we stop at an academic rebirth, which itself has long been obsolete, or if instead the present conscience manages to grasp in Hegel a truth content that is now urgent. If one does not want to limit oneself to preserving, with little conviction, what is magnified as his sense of reality, while watering down his philosophy, there is no other choice than to relate precisely those moments of his thought that today appear alienating with the experiences that his philosophy contains, even if in encrypted form, even if their very truth is hidden. This does not mean betraying Hegel for empiricism, but remaining faithful to his philosophy, to that requirement of immanent criticism which is one of the central pieces of his method. In fact, Hegelian philosophy claims to have overcome the opposition of rationalism and empiricism, like all the rigid oppositions of the philosophical tradition, to be able therefore, at the same time, in its experiences of the world to capture the spirit with interpretation, and in the movement of spirit build the experience. We simply take it at its word if, almost regardless of its place in the history of philosophy, we bring it back to its core of experience, which should coincide with its spirit. Hegel himself, in that passage of the introduction to the Phenomenology also cited by Heidegger, identifies experience and dialectics 7. It can be objected that in this way individual categories and doctrines are preliminarily selected without immediately turning to the completed system, which for Hegel is the only one that has to decide on every single moment. This too is part of his own intention. The system does not want to be thought of abstractly in advance, it does not want to be an all-encompassing scheme, but rather the center of force operating latently in individual moments. These must crystallize by themselves, through their movement and their tendency, into a whole that does not exist outside of its particular determinations. Nothing guarantees, it is true, that the reduction to experiences confirms that identity of opposites in the whole, which at every point is the presupposition and result of the Hegelian method. Perhaps the reduction proves fatal to the claim to identity. The specific difficulty of the beginning should not be overlooked. The concept of experience, in the schools that make emphatic use of it, those of the Humean tradition, has as its very criterion the character of immediacy, and precisely of immediacy for the subject. Experience would mean that which is immediately there, which is immediately given, so to speak uncontaminated by the addition of thought, and therefore incontrovertible. However, Hegelian philosophy challenges this concept of immediacy and with it the current concept of experience. Men often consider the immediate superior, and instead the mediate is thought to be dependent. However, the concept has both sides, it is mediation through overcoming mediation, and therefore immediacy. According to Hegel, there is nothing between heaven and earth that is not mediated 9, that is, that does not contain, in its determination as a simply existent thing, the reflection of this simple existence, a spiritual moment. Immediacy itself is essentially mediated 10. If Kantian philosophy, which Hegel presupposes despite all controversy, tried to identify forms of the spirit as constituents of all valid knowledge, Hegel, to eliminate the Kantian separation between form and content, interpreted every entity as always also spiritual. Among his epistemological discoveries this is not the least important. Even those moments in which knowledge believes it possesses its ultimate and irreducible element are always in turn products of abstraction, and therefore of the spirit. This is easily understood, if we consider, for example, that the so-called sensitive impressions, to which the previous theory of knowledge referred all knowledge, were themselves simple constructions, which never present themselves as such. Even, in living consciousness, there is no it is an elementary red that we would perceive and then compose the so-called superior syntheses, if not in the artificial conditions of the laboratory, estranged from living knowledge. Those presumed elementary qualities of immediacy always appear already categorically formed, and therefore the sensitive and categorical moments cannot be distinguished into layers with such cleanliness. Empiricism is not a pure observing, hearing, feeling, etc., a perceiving the individual, but essentially tends to discover genres, universalities, laws. In doing this, he comes across the field of the concept 11. This anti-positivist intuition of Hegel has been recovered by contemporary science, only to the extent that Gestalt theory has demonstrated that the isolated and quality-free sensitive this does not exist, but is always already structured. However, Gestalt theory has not shaken the primacy of givenness, the belief in its preeminence over subjective contribution, and has thus harmonized knowledge. Just as for positivism the given was immediate, so for Gestalt theory the unity of the given with the form is immediate, a sort of thing in itself within conscientious immanence. However, Gestalt theory admits that form and givenness, crudely distinguished by the old epistemology, cannot be identified even without fractures, as an accidental fact, with distinctions such as that between good and bad form, which in turn fall within the concept of form sanctioned in advance. Already in the phenomenology of spirit Hegel went much further. He demolished the thesis of simple immediacy as the foundation of knowledge and demolished the empiricist concept of experience, without however glorifying the data as having meaning. In a way that is characteristic of his method, he measured the immediacy with his own yardstick and accused her of not being such. It is criticized in principle, not simply because it is atomistic mechanical, it always already has within itself an element other than itself, subjectivity, without which it could not even be given, and for this reason it is not objectivity. The principle of experience contains the infinitely important determination that, to accept and believe a content to be true, man himself must participate in it, More precisely, that man must find this content in agreement and union with the certainty of himself. 12. This, however, is not a pure and simple sacrifice of the concept of immediacy, otherwise the Hegelian idea of experience would lose its rational sense. The immediacy of knowledge not only does not exclude its mediation, but immediacy and mediation are so connected that even immediate knowledge is a product and result of mediated knowledge. 13. Talking about mediation without an immediate is as impossible as, vice versa, finding an immediate that is not mediated. But in Hegel the two moments no longer stand in rigid contrast. They produce and reproduce each other, they form anew at every level and must disappear, reconciled, only in the unity of the whole. The fact that there is such knowledge, which does not proceed either in a unilaterally immediate way or in a unilaterally mediated way, is the example of logic itself and the whole of philosophy. 14. With this, however, the intention of bringing Hegel's philosophy back to experiences seems condemned by that same verdict, which it issues by strengthening Kantian criticism to the extreme. The only experience that can be in question in Hegel and in relation to him decisively transforms the usual concept of experience. The greatest difficulty in mastering the content of experience is encountered at the point where Hegel's philosophy distances itself from those that elect experience as a principle. Certainly Hegel, as everyone knows, accentuates with the greatest energy the moment of the non-ego in the spirit. But claiming that he is not an idealist still belongs to those interpretative devices that have no scruple in adapting facts to theories, when they see the opportunity to exploit the authority of a big name for their propaganda. They would have to reduce the assertion that truth is essentially subject 15 to such an irrelevance that the Hegelian system would ultimately no longer have any differential specification left. Instead, we must seek the experiential content of Hegel's idealism itself, which he also shares with the overall movement of post-Kantian systems in Germany, in particular with Fichte and Schelling. Even today, perhaps due to the tenacious influence of Dilthey, that period continues to be forced into the too narrow perspective of individual thinkers and their differences. Indeed, in the decades between the publication of the Doctrine of Science and Hegel's death, idealism was a movement that was more collective than rigorously differentiated, in Hegelian terms, an ether of thoughts. These were not exclusively tied to one system or the other, nor were they always fully articulated by the individual thinker. Even after the break between Schelling and Hegel, one finds in both, respectively, in the Ages of the World and in the Phenomenology, formulations and entire tracts of thought, for which identifying the author would be no easier than in his youthful writings. This could also clear the field of certain difficulties. Those writers did not operate with fixed concepts, like a certain later philosophy, which chose as its model the very science that the idealist generation resisted. The climate of collective understanding made it possible to communicate what was intended, even when the single formulation was not entirely transparent. This may even have hindered the cure for expressive significance, almost as if it could violate that implicit agreement by producing it expressly. The experiential content of idealism does not coincide at all without residue with its epistemological metaphysical positions. The pathos of the word spirit, which ultimately made him suspect of hubris, turned against the first symptoms of that kind of science which has since risen to power everywhere, even where its object should be the spirit. This impulse can still be felt in passages like this one from The Difference, only insofar as reflection is in relation to the absolute, is it reason, and its action is knowledge. However, through this relationship the work of reason disappears, only the relationship exists and is the only reality of knowledge. There is therefore no truth of isolated reflection, of pure thinking, other than that of their cancellation. But the absolute, since in philosophizing it is produced by reflection for consciousness, thereby becomes an objective totality, a whole of knowledge, an organization of knowledge. In this organization each part is at the same time the whole, since the part exists in relation to the absolute. As a part, which has the others outside itself, it is limited and limited only through the others. Isolated as a limitation, it is imperfect, it has no sense and meaning except through its connection with everything. We cannot therefore speak of single concepts per se, of single knowledge as knowledge. There can be a multitude of individual empirical insights. As knowledge of experience, they show their justification in experience, that is, in the identity of concept and being, of subject and object. They are not scientific knowledge precisely because they find this justification in a limited, relative identity, and on the one hand they are not legitimized as necessary parts of a whole organized in consciousness, nor on the other the absolute identity, the relationship in them with the absolute, has been recognized by speculation. 16. As a criticism of institutional science, dominant today as it was then, even Hegel's total idealism has its own relevance, not in itself, but in opposition to something else. The impulse, however blind, to raise the spirit, draws its strength from the resistance against dead knowledge, against reified consciousness, which Hegel has both liquidated, and, against romanticism, preserved in its inescapability. The experience of post-Kantian German idealism reacts against petty bourgeois limitation, the satisfied division of labor in the now preordained compartments of life and organized knowledge. From this perspective, even apparently peripheral and practical writings, such as Fichte's deduced plan and Schelling's introduction to academic study, have a philosophical weight. 17. The slogan infinity, for example, which for all of them, unlike Kant, came out of the pen with great ease, takes on meaning only when faced with what for them was the misery of the finite, of the obstinate individual interest and the obtuse particularity of that knowledge in which this interest is reflected. In the meantime, the discourse on wholeness, expropriated of its polemical meaning, has now become only an anti-intellectualistic ideology. In the first idealistic age, when bourgeois society had not yet truly formed as a whole in underdeveloped Germany, criticism of the particular had a completely different dignity. Idealism meant, in the theoretical sphere, the awareness that the sum of particular knowledge is not a whole, that the best of knowledge, as well as human potential, slips through the mesh of the division of labor. Goethe's sentence, "All that is missing is the spiritual Bondatin," is the lapidary conclusion. The famous Wagner was once the target of idealism. Only when his peers had inherited it, idealism was unmasked as the peculiarity that Hegel had already seen at least in Fichte. Totality becomes the radical evil in total society. In Hegel, the need for progressive connection also still resonates with that of a conciliation that totality blocks, since it obtained that reality that Hegel enthusiastically anticipated in the concept. But to understand the reason for the criticism of science, the objection that the most obvious, what is immediately certain for the individual subject, is not the foundation of truth, is not absolutely certain, is not immediate, there is no not even need of the speculative concept. The personal consciousness of the individual, whose structure the traditional theory of knowledge analyzes, is easily recognizable as an appearance. Not only does its bearer owe society the existence and reproduction of life, but, as the school of Durkheim has shown above all, everything that specifically constitutes him as a knower, that is, the logical universality that supports his thought, always also has a social essence. The individual who, by virtue of what would be given to him immediately, considers himself the rightful foundation of truth, obeys the blinding nexus of a society that necessarily misunderstands itself in an individualistic sense. What for him is irrefutably the first and the absolute is, down to every single sensitive data, derivative and secondary. The individual, as he appears in this world of everyday prose, is not active on the basis of his own totality, and can be understood not on the basis of himself, but of what is other. 19. That starting from the pure immediacy of this, from the presumed most certain, one does not escape from the randomness of the given individual existence, from solipsism, that, as Schopenhauer says, solipsism can perhaps be cured but not refuted, is the tribute that link of blindness must pay for its own madness. A thought that understands the individual man as zoon politikon, and the categories of subjective consciousness as implicitly social, will no longer attach itself to a concept of experience which, albeit in spite of itself, hypostatizes the individual. the progression of experience to the point of awareness of its interdependence with that of everyone retroactively corrects its start in purely individual experience. Hegel's philosophy recorded this. The criticism of his immediacy gives an account of the fact that the immediate, the closest, on which the naive conscience relies, is objectively not the immediate and the first, just as no possession is. Hegel destroys the mythology of the first as such. The beginning is given by what is in itself, by the immediate, abstract, universal, by what has not yet progressed. The most concrete and richest is what comes after, the first is the poorest in determinations 20. In this demythologizing aspect, Hegelian philosophy becomes the formula for a more general duty, the duty of non-naivete, early response to a world that ceaselessly weaves its veil. In fact, thought is essentially the negation of an immediate datum 21. Like his antipode Schopenhauer, Hegel also wants to tear the veil, hence his polemic against the Kantian doctrine of the unknowability of the thing in itself 22. It is one of the deepest, if unconscious, reasons of his philosophy. The layer of thought thus drawn from Hegel is distinguished, like Fichte, from Kant and the entire 18th century by a new expressive need. Adult thought wants what it used to do only unconsciously, to write the history of the spirit, to become the echo of the hour that has struck for it. This is the difference between German idealism, in particular Hegel, and the Enlightenment, more than that reported by the official history of philosophy, even more important than the self-criticism of the Enlightenment, the eruption of the concrete subject and the historical world, the dynamization of philosophizing. In Kant at least theoretical philosophy still had its canon in the positive sciences, in the verification of their validity, the question of the possibility of scientific knowledge. Now philosophy turns, with all the paraphernalia of epistemological self-reflection, to another task, to express in a binding manner what is discovered to be central in reality, but which escapes through the network of particular sciences. It is this, not richer material, that motivates that change in content of philosophy, the modernity of Hegel's climate compared to Kant and also Fichte. He pushed philosophy towards the conceptually coherent elaboration of real experiences, but not in the form of uncorrupted free-rein thinking, be it naive realist thinking or what is vulgarly called unbridled speculation. On the contrary, it was by subjecting critical Enlightenment thought and the method of science to critical self-reflection that he disclosed essential contents to philosophy, rather than being satisfied with the preparatory screening of epistemological possibilities. Raised in the school of science, he used its means to overcome the limits of a science aimed only at ascertaining and ordering, with the sole purpose of preparing materials, the science that dominated before him and which returned to dominate after, when the thought lost the boundless tension of Hegelian self-reflection. His is a philosophy of reason that is at the same time anti-positivist. It contrasts itself with the mere theory of knowledge, demonstrating that its constitutive forms of knowledge depend on the known content as much as the content depends on the forms. However, in general, there is no matter without form nor form without matter. Matter and form generate each other 23. But to prove it he uses the theory of knowledge, made more consequent. If this, theorizing the accidentality and impenetrability of the content and the inalienability of the forms, had dug the furrow between the two moments, Hegel develops it to the point of clearly showing that that furrow cannot be traced, that consciousness, by setting the limit, necessarily transcends that which it limits. For Hegel, Goethe's assertion that everything that is perfect in his species points beyond his species 24 has canonical value, and moreover the two have much more in common than the superficial difference between the doctrine of the original phenomenon and that of the movement of the absolute suggests. Kant had anchored philosophy to synthetic a priori judgments, into which, so to speak, what remained of the old metaphysics after the critique of reason was contracted. But synthetic a priori judgments are marked by a profound contradiction. If they were a priori in Kant's strict sense they would have no content, they would be forms, purely logical propositions, tautologies, with which knowledge would add nothing else to itself, nothing new. However, if they are synthetic, that is, serious knowledge, not simple self-doublings of the subject, then they need those contents that Kant wanted to banish from their sphere because they are accidental and only empirical. How, at this point, form and content can meet, come together, how we arrive at that knowledge whose validity Kant also wanted to justify, this becomes an enigma in the face of the radical fracture. Hegel's answer is that form and content are essentially mutually mediated. But this means that a mere theory of the forms of knowledge, as the theory of knowledge conceives it, is self-evident. It is not possible that philosophy, to achieve that binding character that theory seeks, must make it explode. Thus content-based philosophizing, which wants to bring experiences to their necessity and cogency, is generated precisely from the self-reflection of formal philosophizing, which had rejected and prohibited it as dogmatic. With this passage to the content, the separation between a priori and empiricism is abolished, maintained by the entire Platonic Aristotelian tradition up to Kant, and questioned for the first time by Fichte. The empiric, grasped in its synthesis, is the speculative concept 25. Philosophy obtains the right and accepts the duty to resort to material moments, children of the real-life process of socialized men, as essential and not merely accidental moments. Today's falsely resurrected metaphysics, which condemns this as a stoop to mere facticity and claims the right to defend the being of beings from beings, falls behind Hegel at the decisive point, although it may pass itself off as more advanced than his idealism. Hegel, accused of abstractness for this idealism in comparison to the concreteness of the phenomenological, anthropological, and ontological schools, introduced infinitely more concreteness into philosophical thought than the current ones, and not because a sense of reality and historical gaze would have balanced his speculative imagination, but rather because the formulation of his philosophy, one could say, for the experiential character of speculation itself. Philosophy, Hegel demands, must understand that its content is actual reality. We call the closest awareness of this content experience 26. It does not intend to be intimidated, to give up the hope of knowing despite everything that real whole and its content, which institutional science prohibits it in the name of valid and unassailable results. In Kantian humility Hegel felt regression and violence. He rebelled against the famous declaration with which Kant's Enlightenment earned the favors of obscurantism, I therefore had to suspend knowledge to make room for faith, and the dogmatism of metaphysics, convinced of being able to proceed in it without a criticism of pure reason, is the true source of skepticism which contrasts with morality and is always dogmatic. 27. Hegel replies thus, the hidden essence of the universe has in itself no force that can resist the courage of knowing, it must necessarily open itself up to it and place it before its eyes and make it taste its richness and its depth. 28. In formulations like this, the pathos of the early bourgeois, Baconian age expands to the pathos of adult humanity. It is still possible to succeed. Faced with the resignation of the present time, this impulse establishes Hegel's true relevance. The extreme of idealism, according to which the first Hegel, like Hölderlin, condemns the spirit bound to use and therefore unfaithful to itself, has its materialistic implications. These vanish when such extreme idealism comes to terms with what was later called realism, when the spirit adapted, and undoubtedly it was not difficult to demonstrate to him with great clarity that without adapting it could not have been achieved. Hegel gets closer to social materialism the more he radicalizes idealism, even on a theoretical level, the more he insists, against Kant, on knowing objects from the inside. The spirit's confidence that the world in itself is not just a dull illusion of omnipotence. It is fueled by the experience that there is nothing that is entirely external to human production, entirely independent of social work. Even nature apparently inviolate by work is determined as such through it, and in this sense is mediated by it. Connections of this kind are striking, for example, in the problem of the so-called non-capitalist spaces, function, according to the theory of imperialism, of the capitalist ones, which need them for the valorization of capital. 29. The Leibnizian need to build the world from its internal principle, which Kant still rejected as dogmatic metaphysics, returns to Hegel as the exact opposite. The entity approaches the product of work, without the natural moment disappearing in it. If in the end, as for Hegel, in the total perspective everything falls back into the subject as absolute spirit, idealism is removed, since there no longer remains any differential determination from which to recognize the subject as a subject, as distinct. Once, in the absolute, the object is the subject, then the object is no longer subordinate to the subject. Identity at its peak becomes an agent of the non-identical. Although in Hegel's philosophy insurmountable limits prohibit openly taking this step, it is its content that makes it inevitable. The Hegelian left was not a historical philosophical development beyond Hegel, a distorting misunderstanding, but rather, in deference to dialectics, a piece of self-awareness of his philosophy, which it had to prohibit itself in order to remain philosophy. Hegel's idealistic ferment itself cannot therefore be hastily dismissed as arrogance. It draws its strength from what the so-called pre-scientific common sense perceives in science, and which it glosses over with too much complacency. In order to operate with the clear and clean concepts of which it boasts, science immobilizes them, and therefore formulates its judgments, regardless of the fact that the life of the thing understood by the concept is not exhausted in the definition that fixes it. The rebellion of the spirit not yet treated by science against manageable conceptual determinations, mere verbal definitions, the need not to manipulate concepts like chips, but in them, as the name suggests, to conceive what the thing properly is, the essential and not at all concordant moments that it contains. This is the canon of that Hegelian idealism, accused of unconscious pride, who wants to disclose the thing entirely through his concept, since in the end the thing and the concept would coincide. On a superficial level, this is the point of greatest distance between Hegelian philosophy and the pre-dialectical concept of experience. The spirit does not limit itself to organizing the material, but what comes to it belongs to it, since it in turn is nothing other than spirit. But even this pinnacle of anti-empiricism of Hegelian philosophy does not aim into the void. What he means is the difference between the thing itself, the object of knowledge, and its mere scientistic model, with which a self-critical science cannot be satisfied. Of course, the concept cannot go beyond its abstract and classifying, separating, and arbitrary essence. Attempts in this direction, those of Schelling at the time, were particularly and rightly disliked by Hegel. They betrayed what was closest to his heart, the dream of the truth of the thing itself, for an intellectual intuition that is not above, but below the concept, and precisely by usurping its objectivity it falls back into the subjectivity of mere opinion. Philosophical thought is so exposed to nothing as to what is closest to it, and which compromises it by hiding the decisive difference in the imperceptibility of nuance. For this reason Hegel teaches that the meanings of concepts must at the same time be held firm more scientifically, so that the concepts remain such, and modified, moved according to the dictates of the object, so as not to be deforming. Developing this postulate, which if not developed would only remain a paradox, is the task assigned to dialectics. Dialectics does not mean what both its parity and its dogmatic rigidity have made it, the willingness to replace the meaning of one concept with another snuck in, or, as we expect from Hegelian logic, to erase the principle of non-contradiction. Instead, the contradiction itself, the contradiction between a fixed concept and a moved concept, becomes the driving force of philosophizing. The concept is held firm, that is, its meaning is compared with what it subsumes, and in this way, in its identity with the thing, required by the logical form of the definition, its non-identity is shown at the same time, that is, the fact what concept and what do not coincide. The concept that remains faithful to its meaning must precisely for this reason change. Philosophy that considers the concept more than a mere instrument of the intellect is forced by its own norm to abandon the definition, which would like to prevent it. The movement of the concept is not a sophistic manipulation, it does not mean introducing changing meanings into the concept from the outside, but it is the omnipresent awareness, soul of all genuine knowledge, of the unity and yet of the inevitable difference between the concept and what it must express. Since philosophy does not renounce that unity, it must rely on this difference. It is true that, despite all self-reflection, the terms reflection, philosophy of reflection and their synonyms often have a derogatory tone in Hegel. Yet his criticism of reflection, which did not even spare Fichte, was itself reflection. This can be seen clearly in that splitting of the concept of the subject, which so drastically distinguishes Hegel and his idealistic speculative predecessors from Kant. In Kant, philosophy was critical of reason, a somewhat naive scientific consciousness, assessment according to logical rules, today we would call it a phenomenology, was applied to consciousness as a condition of knowledge. The relationship not considered by Kant between the two consciences, the philosophical, criticizing one, and the criticized one, aimed at immediate knowledge of objects, in Hegel now in turn becomes thematic, reflected. It follows that consciousness as an object, as the content of philosophical knowledge, becomes that finite, limited, and insufficient that it already tended to be for Kant, who, in the name of such finiteness, prevented consciousness from encroachment into intelligible worlds. The Kantian limitation of conscience to scientific conscience, to direct judgment, returns to Hegel as his negativity, as something bad, to be criticized in turn. Conversely, the consciousness that understands the finiteness of consciousness, the examining subjectivity, which posits the examined subject THIRD-WORLDism, precisely in doing this must also posit itself as infinite, and, in Hegel's intentions, reveal itself in its infinity in philosophy fully developed, as an absolute spirit that has nothing outside itself, in which the difference between subject and object disappears. Although this claim remains questionable, even the reflection of reflection, the doubling of philosophical consciousness, is not a mere game of unbridled thought, and so to speak alienated from its matter, but has a foundation. Since self-reflection reminds consciousness of what in reality escapes it, what it mutilates with its ordering concepts, and which with its data it reduces to the accidentality of the closest, scientific thought in Hegel collides with what mechanical science causal, dominating nature, inflicts them. In this Hegel was not so different from Bergson, who like him unmasked with the means of epistemological analysis the insufficiency of obtusely reifying science, its inadequacy to reality, while unreflective science loves to reject with sacred horror the awareness of this inadequacy as mere metaphysics 30. However, in Bergson the scientific spirit criticizes the scientific spirit, without worrying too much about the contradiction inherent in such self-criticism. Therefore Bergson could be a theorist of knowledge and an irrationalist at the same time. His philosophy does not dominate the relationship between the two aspects. Hegel, 100 years earlier, yes. He knew that any criticism of the reifying, separating, alienating consciousness is impotent if it limits itself to opposing it from the outside with a different source of knowledge, that a conception of ratio which wants to escape from ratio with a leap will once again succumb, without escape, to his criteria. Therefore Hegel made the contradiction between the scientific spirit and the criticism of science, which opens up in Bergson, the very driving force of philosophizing. The thought of reflection points beyond itself only through reflection. Contradiction, taboo for logic, becomes the organ of thought, of the truth of the logos. Hegel's criticism of science, whose name continually and emphatically returns in his writings, did not aim at an apologetic restoration of pre-Kantian metaphysics, against the scientistic thought that increasingly stripped away objects and doctrines from it. He has a completely rational objection against rational science, science, which believes itself to be the rightful source of truth, for the sake of its ordering concepts, its immanent non-contradictionality and practicality manipulates objects, adjusts them until they fit inside the institutional, positive disciplines. The fact that science is less concerned with the life of things than with their compatibility with its rules of the game motivates the Hegelian concept of reification. What presents itself as an untouchable and irreducible truth is already the product of a treatment, it is secondary and derivative. Philosophical conscience has, last but not least, the task of liquefying again, with the self-reflection of science, what has coagulated in science, transforming it back into what it has distanced it from. The objectivity of science is only subjective. Hegel's objection against the unreflective work of the intellect and the corrective he makes to it are both rational. In him, the criticism of positivist institutional science is already fully developed, which today increasingly poses itself, throughout the world, as the only legitimate form of knowledge. Long before it came to this, Hegel recognized it for what today it reveals itself in innumerable empty and pointless searches: unity of reification, that is, false objectivity, external to the thing itself, in Hegelian language abstract, and of a naivete that exchanges the external cast of the world, facts and numbers, with its foundation. Hegel announced, in the language of the theory of knowledge and in that extrapolated from it of speculative metaphysics, that the reified and rationalized society of the bourgeois age, in which reason dominating nature has come to fruition, could become a society worthy of man, not by regressing to older, more irrational stages, prior to the division of labor, but by applying his rationality to himself, in other words, discovering, and thus healing, the stains of irrationality even in his own reason, but also the trace of reason in the irrational. In the meantime, the irrational aspect has become manifest in the consequences of modern rationality, in the threat of a universal catastrophe. In Parsifal, the Schopenhauerian Wagner brought Hegel's experience back to the ancient topos: only the spear that opened the wound closes it. 31. Hegel's consciousness suffered from the estrangement between subject and object, between consciousness and reality, like no philosophical consciousness before him. But his philosophy had the strength not to seek refuge from such suffering in the chimera of a world and a subject of pure immediacy. She did not allow herself to be confused. Only in the realized truth of the whole could the irrationality of a merely particular reason, that is, at the service of a solely particular interest, be dissolved. This is the meaning of his reflection on reflection, rather than the irrationalistic gestures to which Hegel was sometimes drawn, in a desperate attempt to save the truth of a society that had already become false. The self-reflection of the subject in philosophical consciousness is in truth the dawning critical self-consciousness of society. The motif of contradiction, and therefore of a reality opposed to the subject, hard, extraneous, constricting, a motif that gives Hegel an advantage over Bergson, the metaphysician of flow, is generally considered the key principle of his philosophy. The dialectical method takes its name from it. But this very principle requires to be translated into the spiritual experience of which it is an expression. Very easily a purely historical philosophical consideration, which subsumes the stages of the spirit under concise concepts, coagulates it into a label. Dialectics is reduced to a vision of the world that can be chosen at will, precisely what critical philosophy, of which Hegel is part, dealt a mortal blow. We cannot therefore avoid the question, what gives Hegel the right to bend everything that comes across thought, and thought itself, to the principle of contradiction? Here above all arises the suspicion that Hegel, who wanted to abandon himself to the movement of the thing itself and heal thought from its arbitrariness, retains an arbitrary moment, of old dogmatism. After all, speculative philosophy, from Salomon Maimon onwards, drew on many aspects to pre-Kantian rationalism. Of course, Hegel raised the sharpest objections to the chant of the triadic scheme thesis antithesis synthesis as a mere method, and in the preface to the Phenomenology he says that, as long as it remains a scheme, that is, only impressed from the outside on objects, it is a trick. 32 which is quickly learned, but this is not enough to allay that suspicion. And not even the assurance that no isolated principle, be it mediation, becoming, contradiction or dialectics itself, is, as a principle, as separate and absolute, the key to truth will be enough, that this exists only as a connection of moments that generate each other. All this could be mere assertion. The suspicion that dialectics is itself, to quote Hegel, an isolated maxim, posed abstractly, finds confirmation today in the Eastern area, where the materialist version, derived from the Hegelian one, of dialectics, of dynamic thought kappa alpha tau epsilon xi omicron chi nu, has been distorted into a dogma of static literal observance, in the hideous abbreviation Diamat 33. The reference to its initiators, degraded to classics, continues to prevent any concrete reflection, branding it as an objectivist deviation. In the Diamat, the Hegelian movement of the concept froze into a profession of faith. In comparison, the phrase that Nietzsche pronounced, long after Hegel, is still more similar to the motivating experience of dialectics. In reality, nothing happens that strictly corresponds to logic 34. However, Hegel did not simply proclaim it, but derived it from the immanent criticism of logic and its forms. He demonstrated that concept, judgment, and syllogism, indispensable tools to consciously assure oneself of an entity, come into contradiction with the entity every time, that all individual judgments, concepts, and syllogisms are false according to an emphatic idea of truth. Thus Kant, the sworn enemy of merely rhapsodic thought which absolutizes single accidental and isolated determinations, comes to his senses in his critic Hegel, who attacks the Kantian doctrine of the limits of knowledge, and yet respects it. From this doctrine derives the theory according to which in every single determination the difference between subject and object is manifested, a difference which then proceeds beyond itself to its own correction in a more adequate knowledge. The justification for the primacy of negation in Hegelian philosophy would therefore be that the limit of knowledge, to which its critical self-reflection leads, is not something external to it, a heteronymous condemnation to which it would succumb, but is inherent in all its moments. All knowledge, not only that which risks the infinite, already understands the entire truth through the mere form of copulation, and none reaches it. Therefore the Kantian limit of knowledge becomes for Hegel the very principle of his progress. Something is that which is only within its limit and through its limit. Therefore it is not permissible to consider the limit as something simply external to the determined being, but rather the limit is something that passes through the entire determined being. 35. The universality of negation is not a metaphysical panacea that opens all doors, but only the consequence, which has become self-conscious, of that criticism of knowledge that has destroyed panaceas. In other words, Hegel's philosophy is in an eminent sense critical philosophy, and the examination to which it subjects his concepts, starting from being, always accumulates within itself all the specific objections that can be raised against it. Of all the distortions of Hegel by foolish intelligence, the meanest is the one according to which dialectics should make all or nothing valid without distinction. If in Kant the criticism remains a criticism of reason, in Hegel, who criticizes the Kantian separation between reason and reality itself, the criticism of reason becomes at the same time criticism of reality. The insufficiency of all the individual isolated determinations is always also the insufficiency of the particular reality that those determinations capture. Even if the system ultimately equates reason and reality, subject and object, dialectics, by comparing each reality with its own concept, with its own rationality, turns its weapons against the irrationality of the mere existent, the perpetuation of the state of nature. Reality reveals itself to her in her destiny of death, as long as she is not yet entirely rational, as long as she is unreconciled with the concept of determinate negation, which places him above Nietzsche's phrase and all irrationalism. Hegel does not only fight general abstract concepts, including that of negation, but denial intrudes into that reality which alone gives the self-critical concept its content, society. As regards the immediate knowledge we have of God, of what is right, of what is moral, it is absolutely conditioned by mediation, which means by development, by education, by training. 36. Dialectical contradiction is experienced in society. The very identity construction of Hegelian philosophy requires that the contradiction be grasped not only from the side of the subject, but also from that of the object. Precisely in it a concept of experience crystallizes that points beyond absolute idealism, and the concept of antagonistic totality. Just as the principle of universal mediation with respect to the immediacy of the mere subject refers to the fact that the objectivity of the social process is preordained by the randomness of the single subject up to each category of thought, In the same way, the metaphysical conception of the conciliated whole as the quintessence of all the contradictions are derived on the model of the divided and yet one society, of society in the full sense. In fact, a general concept of antagonistic reality, for example the image of the original polarities of being, is not enough for Hegel. In the phenomenology of spirit, however, starting from what is closest, the immediate consciousness of the individual, and developing it critically, Hegel achieves its mediation through the historical movement of beings, and thus leaves behind any mere metaphysics of being. The concretization of philosophy, once started, cannot be stopped in the name of its deceptive dignity. It is the cowardice of abstract thought to be afraid in front of the sensitive presence. In the manner of monks, modern abstraction affects a certain air of haughty contempt towards the moment of sensitive presence. 37. That concretization allows Hegel to fully interpenetrate the idea of totality of the idealistic system with the idea of contradiction. The logical metaphysical theory of totality as the quintessence of contradictions means, deciphered, that society is not simply furrowed, troubled by contradictions and disproportions. It becomes totality not as a linear whole, but only through its contradictions. The socialization of society, its integration into what really, confirming Hegel, resembles the system more than the organism, has resulted until today from the principle of domination, from the split itself, and he continues to pass it on. It is only its division between the opposing interests of those who have the means of production and those who produce 38 that has allowed society to stay alive, to reproduce itself on an enlarged scale, to deploy its forces. The ability to see all this protected Hegel from all sentimentalism, from all romanticism, from all fixation of thought and reality on stages of the past. Either totality is achieved by reconciling itself, that is, by giving effect to its contradictions, it eliminates its contradictoriness, and thus ceases to be totality, or the ancient falsehood persists until catastrophe. The whole of society, as contradictory, presses beyond itself. The Goethe-Mephistopheles principle, according to which everything that is born is worthy of perishing. 39, in Hegel comes to mean that the annihilation of everything that is singular is due to singularity itself, to particularity, to the law of the whole. The individual per se does not correspond to his concept. This limitation of its determined being constitutes its finitude and its fall. 40. The individual as split is in the wrong in the face of justice, of peace, which would be free from the pressure of the whole. If individuals, caring only for their own gain, give themselves over to limitation, stupidity, and nothingness, if a society that is held together and alive only by the universal moment of particular advantage crashes into the consequences of its own raison d'être, these are not metaphors, dialectical ways of speaking instead of banal statements of fact. They do not limit themselves to flirting with Hegel, as Marx later said in a famous passage. 41, but in a certain sense they retranslate Hegel's philosophy into what he had projected into the language of the absolute. If in the philosophy of right Hegel put an end to similar thoughts, suddenly absolutizing a category, the state as if dialectics had become afraid of itself, it is because his experience had ascertained the limits of bourgeois society, inherent in its own tendency, and yet, as a bourgeois idealist, he stopped before this single limit, seeing no real historical force before him beyond it. He could not dominate the contradiction between his dialectic and his experience. This alone kept the critic from affirming. The vital nerve of dialectics as a method is determinate negation. It is based on the experience that criticism is impotent as long as it remains general, as long as it somehow gets rid of the object criticized by subsuming it from above as a mere representative of a concept. Only critical thinking that releases the energy accumulated in its object is fruitful, for the object, in that it brings it to itself, and against the object, in that it reminds it that it is not yet itself. Hegel warns of the sterility of every so-called spiritual work that takes place in the sphere of generality, without getting his hands dirty with what is specific, but does not complain about it. Instead he turns it in a critical productive sense. Dialectics says that philosophical knowledge is not at home where tradition has established it, where it thrives too easily, without becoming saturated, so to speak, with the weight and resistance of beings. It truly begins only where it forces access to what traditional thought considers opaque, impenetrable, mere identification. The dialectical proposition refers to this: the real is simply an identity of universal and particular 42. But the aim of this shift is not that philosophy, as a result of his effort, regresses to the verification of unrelated existence, and ultimately to positivism. It is true that, when Hegel deifies the quintessence of existence, a secret positivistic impulse is at work. But the force that opens up the specific individual to knowledge is always the force of the insufficiency of his mere singularity. What it is always more than itself. Since the whole is at work in the microcosm of the individual, we can rightly speak of a reprise of Leibniz in Hegel, although otherwise he is firmly opposed to the abstractness of the monad. To clarify it in terms of unreflected spiritual experience, whoever wants to really know something, and not cover it with categories, undoubtedly must abandon himself to it without reservations, without taking refuge in what has already been thought. However, this is only possible if there is already in him, as a theory, the potential of that knowledge that is waiting to be actualized, and which is only actualized with immersion in the object. In this sense, Hegelian dialectics describes with philosophical self-awareness the path of every thought that is productive, not simple repetition or reconstruction a posteriori. Of course the dialectic remains hidden from that thought. One would almost think, with Hegel, that it must remain hidden from him in order for thought to be productive. It is neither an induced theory nor the premise of a deduction. What most shocks the innocent reader of the phenomenology of the spirit, the flashes that suddenly flash between the supreme speculative ideas and the present political experience of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Age, is the authentically dialectical element. Dialectics refers the universal concept and the conceptual tau delta epsilon tau iota, as perhaps Aristotle already did the pyro tau eta omicron sigma alpha, each in itself to its opposite, in a sort of permanent explosion that detonates upon contact between the extremes. The Hegelian concept of dialectics receives its specific temperature, and is distinguished from Dilthey-style vitalistic flattening, precisely in the trait of movement through extremes, development as discontinuity. However, it too arises from the experience of the antagonistic society, not from an invented conceptual scheme. The history of the unreconciled age of the world cannot be that of a harmonious development. Only the ideology that denies its antagonistic character makes it so. Contradictions, the only true ontology of dialectics, are at the same time the formal law of history, which also progresses only in contradiction, with unspeakable suffering. Hegel called it a slaughterhouse 43, and on the other hand, despite his overwrought historical optimism, which Schopenhauer called wicked 44, the fiber of Hegelian philosophy, the awareness that every entity, in reaching itself, at the same time removes itself and disappears, is not at all so distant from Schopenhauer's one thought as the official history of philosophy, parroting the latter's invectives, continues to maintain. Certainly Hegel's doctrine according to which, as determined negation, only the thought that is saturated with the weight of its object, rather than immediately leaping beyond it, is worth something, has now entered the service of the apologetic aspect, of the justification of the existent. Thought, which becomes truth only by fully welcoming into itself that which opposes it, is always also subject to the temptation to transform, for this very reason, the opposite itself into thought, idea, truth. And in fact that theory of Hegel was also cited recently by George Lukács 4-5, not only to defame literature that deviates from empirical reality, but also to rehash one of Hegel's most questionable theses, the rationality of reality. According to the distinction between abstract possibility and real possibility, only what has actually been achieved would be truly possible. It is a philosophy that marches with the strongest battalions. He makes his own the verdict of a reality that constantly buries beneath itself what could be otherwise. But even here one cannot judge only by feeling. The insistent comparison with Hegel teaches that in his thought, as in every great philosophy, one cannot take what pleases and discard what annoys. It is this dark constraint, not an ideal of completeness, that gives Hegel's systematic claim its seriousness and substantiality. The truth about him is in the scandal, not in the plausible. Saving Hegel, because Hegel can only be saved, not renewed, therefore means facing his philosophy where it hurts most, where his falsity is evident, extract the truth from her. In the case of the doctrine of abstract and real possibility, aesthetic experience can be helpful. Allow me to quote from a letter on Thomas Mann's late novel The Deception 46 from 1954, the figure of Ken bears, if I'm not mistaken, all the signs of an American of the late 40s or 50s, and not of the decade following the First World War. Now, one could say that this is legitimate freedom creative and that the need for chronological fidelity must remain secondary, even where it involves the meticulous representation of human figures. However, I wonder whether this argument, which appears obvious, is really completely convincing. If the opera is set in the 1920s, if it takes place in the first post-war period rather than in the second, there are good reasons. The strongest is that a story like that of Mrs. von Tümler could not be represented today, and on a deeper level it plays certainly a role is played by the desire to distance what is nearby, to give it the enchantment of the previous world, that world whose particular patina the Krull also participates in. However, with this chronological transposition we end up accepting a sort of constraint, in a completely analogous way to what happens in music with the first measure, from which we are no longer able to free ourselves until the last tone, which establishes the balance. The constraint I am talking about is not that of external fidelity to the color of the time, but certainly that of also conferring a historical light on the images evoked in the work of art, which, of course, for immanent aesthetic reasons, it hardly allows you to avoid that other external constraint. And then, if I am not mistaken, we arrive at the paradox whereby the evocation of such images, that is, the true magic of the artistic object, achieves a degree of perfection equal to the authenticity of the real things from which it is inspired. One could almost believe that subjective interpenetration is not, as our training and our history would have us believe, simply in antithesis to the demand for realism, which indeed in a certain sense echoes throughout Thomas Mann's entire production, but which on the contrary, with a more precise historical characterization of human types, spiritualization, the world of the imago, must also be achieved to a greater extent. I developed these strange reflections first of all by reading Proust, who reacted with idiosyncratic precision in this area, and they forced themselves on me again in the case of deception. For the moment, it seems to me that through that type of precision we must atone for some of the guilt with which any artistic fiction has to deal, as if this had to be healed by itself with the tools of exact imagination. 47. Something similar is hidden behind that Hegel theorem. Even in the work of art, which by its own formal law is essentially distinguished from any mere existence, the fulfillment of this law, its essentiality, the possibility in an emphatic sense, depend on the measure of reality that it accommodates in itself, however recast and in varied configurations. Even thought, which holds the continuously defeated possibility firm against reality, can only do so by understanding possibility as the possibility of reality, from the point of view of its realization, as that towards which reality itself, however weakly, tends its antennas, and not as an it would have been nice if, which already sounds like resignation to failure. This is the truth content also of those layers of his thought in which Hegel, as in the philosophy of history and above all in the preface to the philosophy of right, surrenders to reality or seems to maliciously agree with it, making fun of those who want to change the world. It was Hegel's most reactionary elements, not the progressive liberal ones, that prepared the ground for the subsequent socialist critique of abstract utopianism, and then, of course, in the history of socialism itself, also provided the pretext for renewed repression. The custom, common today in the Eastern area, of defaming every thought that extends beyond the obtuse immediacy of what they call practice there, is the most drastic proof of this. Only Hegel should not be blamed if anyone abuses his motives to dress up the incessant horror with ideology. Dialectical truth is exposed to this abuse, its essence is fragile. However, one cannot deny the falsity of the Hegelian justification of the existent, against which the Hegelian left rebelled in its time, and which has since descended into absurdity. More than any other doctrine of his, that of the rationality of reality appears in contrast with the experience of reality, even with his so-called great tendency. But it is one with Hegelian idealism. A philosophy for which, as a result and its entire movement, everything that is resolves itself into spirit, which therefore announces overall that identity of subject and object, whose non-identity in detail is its inspiration, such a philosophy will apologetically side with the existent, which must precisely coincide with the spirit. But just as the thesis of the rationality of reality was denied by reality, the philosophy of identity also collapsed philosophically. The difference between subject and object, which has not been resolved in the experience of reality to date, cannot be eradicated even in theory. If in the face of the tension of the spirit, which never showed itself so powerful as in Hegel in grasping reality, the history of philosophy after him presents itself as a weakening, resignation of the constructive strength of the concept, the process that led to this is however irreversible. It cannot be attributed only to poverty of spiritual breadth, to forgetfulness, to a return of bad naivete. Something of the logic of the thing itself also operates in it, in a frighteningly Hegelian way. The philosophical saying that what perishes is subject to its own justice also applies to Hegel. As an ultra-bourgeois thinker he is subject to the proto-bourgeois sentence of Anaximander. Reason becomes powerless to grasp the real not only because of its own impotence, but because the real is not reason. The controversy between Kant and Hegel, in which the latter's invincible arguments had the last word, is still ongoing, perhaps because invincibility itself, the predominance of stringent logic, is false in the face of Kant's fractures. If Hegel, with his criticism of Kant, grandly extended critical philosophizing beyond the formal sphere, in doing so he also dissolved with a sleight of hand the supreme critical moment, the criticism of totality, in the conclusive givenness of infinite. He has authoritatively removed the block, that irreducible moment to consciousness which is the deepest experience of Kant's transcendental philosophy, and has established an agreement of knowledge which only its fractures make integral, and which has something of the mythical dazzle. He ignored the difference between the conditioned and the absolute, he gave the conditioned the appearance of the unconditioned. And so in the end he did wrong to the experience he feeds on. With the right to experience his philosophy, his cognitive power also disappears. The claim to disclose the particular with the whole becomes illegitimate, because that whole in turn is not, as the famous proposition of the phenomenology claims, the truth, because the affirmative and casual reference to the whole, as if it were a secure possession, it is fictitious. This criticism does not admit of attenuation, but it too should not move with Hegel in a summary way. Even where he clashes with experience, including the very experience that motivates his philosophy, it is experience that speaks in him. If that subject-object in which his philosophy unfolds is not a system of the absolute reconciled spirit, nevertheless the spirit experiences the world as a system. The term system captures the inexorable integration of all the moments and partial acts of bourgeois society into a whole through the principle of exchange, with greater precision than other more irrational names such as life, which would also be more suited to the irrationality of world, to its non-reconciliation with the rational interests of a self-conscious humanity. Except that the rationality of that total integration is irrationality itself, the totality of the negative. Everything is false. 48, not only because the thesis of totality is falsity itself, the principle of domination inflated to the absolute. The idea of a positivity that believes it can subjugate everything that resists it by grasping it in the concept, with the overwhelming violence of the spirit, mirrors the experience of the overwhelming violence that acts in every entity with its integration under domination. This is the truth in Hegel's falsity. The strength of the whole that it mobilizes is not a fantasy of the spirit, but the strength of that nexus of real blindness in which every individual remains trapped. But philosophy, determining the negativity of the whole against Hegel, satisfies for the last time the postulate of determinate negation, which for him is the position. The light that reveals the whole as the false in all its moments is nothing other than utopia, the utopia of the entire truth, which would still be realized. 3. Skotenos. Or how it should be read. All I have is a murmur. Rudolf Borchardt. The obstacles that Hegel's great systematic works, especially the science of logic, pose to understanding are qualitatively different from those created by other infamous texts. The task is not simply to master, with the precise examination of the text and the effort of thought, an undoubtedly present meaning. But in many parts the meaning itself is uncertain, and no hermeneutic art has so far succeeded in establishing it incontrovertibly. On the other hand, there is no Hegelian philology, no adequate textual criticism. Schopenhauer's tirades against Hegel's alleged blathering, with all their pettiness and rancor, expressed at least negatively, like the child in the emperor's new clothes, a relationship with the object, where reverence for culture and they simply avoid the fear of making a bad impression. In the context of great philosophy, Hegel is the only one in whose case, sometimes, one literally does not know, and cannot decide with certainty, what one is talking about, and the very possibility of such a decision is not guaranteed. It is enough to cite, on a structural level, the distinction between the categories of foundation and causality in the second book of the Great Logic, and in detail a few lines from the first chapter of the same second book. The becoming in the essence, its reflective movement, is therefore the movement from nothing to nothing, and thus the movement of return to itself. Passing or becoming takes away in its passing, the other, which arises in this passing, is not the non-being of a being, but is the nothingness of a nothingness, and this, of being the negation of a nothingness, is what constitutes being. Being is only like the movement of nothingness to nothingness, and thus is the essence, and this does not have this movement within itself, but is this movement as the absolute semblance itself, the pure negativity, which has nothing outside itself to deny, but only denies its negative itself, which is only in this denying one. Something similar already exists in the first Hegel, even in the difference, which as a programmatic writing is very clear. The conclusion of the paragraph on the relationship between speculation and common sense is the following. If for common sense only the destructive side of speculation is manifested, this annihilation does not appear to it in all its breadth. If he could understand the extent of the annihilation of speculation, he would not consider it an adversary, because speculation requires in its highest synthesis of the conscious and the non-conscious also the annihilation of consciousness itself, and so reason falls into its own abyss and its reflection of the absolute identity and its knowledge and itself, and in this night of mere reflection and of the reasoning intellect, which is the noon of life, both can meet too. Only the ingenious and exact imagination of those who passionately participate in a seminar will be able to illuminate the last sentence without forcing, worthy of Hölderlin's most exposed prose of those same years, to understand that the night of mere reflection is night for mere reflection, but life, associated with the noon, is speculation, since the Hegelian concept of speculation, torn from its terminological wrapping, means nothing other than life turned towards the internal, life a. Second time 3, in this speculative philosophy, including that of Schopenhauer, is the sister of music. The passage becomes understandable if one knows the overall trend of Hegelian thought, first of all the conceptual construction of the chapter, but not on the basis of the letter of the paragraph alone. To anyone who persists in it and then, disappointed, refuses to deal with Hegel because of his enigmatic nature, not much more could be offered in response than the universal, the insufficiency of which Hegel himself reproached, in that writing, to what in his terminology it is merely the reflective intellect. We must not gloss over the passages in which it remains unclear what they are about, their structure should be derived from the content of Hegelian philosophy. The character of suspension is intrinsic to it, in accordance with the doctrine that the truth cannot be grasped in any single thesis, in any partial positive statement. In Hegel the form is consistent with this purpose. Nothing can be understood in isolation, but only in the whole, with the inconvenience that the whole, in turn, lives only in individual moments. This duplicity of dialectics, however, escapes literary exposition, which is necessarily finite, to the extent that it univocally expresses something univocal. This is why Hegel has to make so many concessions. The fact that in principle it cannot achieve the unity of the whole and its parts in one fell swoop becomes its weak point. If every single proposition of Hegelian philosophy proves inadequate to that unity, the form expresses it in the failure to grasp any content in a fully appropriate way. Otherwise it would be immune from the indigence and fallibility of the concepts that the content teaches. For this reason, Hegel's understanding is broken down into its mutually mediated and yet contradictory moments. Access to Hegel is barred to those who are not familiar with his overall intention. It must be deduced first of all from his criticism of the philosophies of the past and those of his time. It is necessary to keep in mind every time, even if only temporarily, where Hegel is going, illuminate it backwards so to speak. He objectively requires, not simply to accustom the reader to the thing, repeated reading. And yet, if you focus everything on this, you risk falsifying it again. That is, what has so far been most damaging to interpretation is easily produced, an empty consciousness of the system, incompatible with its intent not to be a general abstract concept in contrast to its moments, but to achieve its truth only through moments. Concrete. An essential moment in Hegel himself induces the poverty of understanding from above. What the whole and its result must be, the construction of the subject-object, the demonstration that truth is essentially subject, is in fact already presupposed by every step of the dialectical process, in conformity with Hegel's doctrine that the categories of being are already, in themselves, what the doctrine of the concept ultimately reveals as theirs in and of itself. The most explicit formulation of this is in the system, the great encyclopedia, for the finiteness of the end consists in the fact that in its realization the material used as a means is subsumed to it and made conform to it only extrinsically. But then, in fact, the object is in itself the concept, and, insofar as it, as an end, is realized there is only the manifestation of its own interior. Objectivity is thus almost only a shell under which the concept is hidden. In the finite we cannot see or experience that the end is truly achieved. The implementation of the infinite goal thus consists only in overcoming the illusion that it has not yet been achieved. Good, what is absolutely good, is accomplished eternally in the world, and the result is that it is already accomplished in and of itself, and does not need to wait for us. This is the illusion in which we live and, at the same time, this illusion is only the operating force on which the interest of the world rests. In its process, the idea itself creates this illusion, it places another in front of itself and its action consists in overcoming this illusion. Only from this error does the truth emerge, and here is the conciliation with error and finitude found. Otherness or error, as overcome, are themselves a necessary moment of truth, which exists only insofar as it becomes its own result. 5. This hinders that pure abandonment to the thing and its moments on which the introduction to phenomenology relies. The process is not as concrete as it would like. The only thing that allows isolated moments to go beyond themselves is precisely the fact that the identity of subject and object is already thought of in advance. The relevance of individual analyses is continually broken by the abstract primacy of the whole. But most comments, including McTaggart's, fail precisely by deferring to it. The intention is taken for the act, indications on the directing tendencies of the thoughts are exchanged with their reliability, in this case the execution would be superfluous. Hegel himself is by no means blameless for this inadequate procedure. It follows the line of least resistance. Orienting yourself in a thought as on a geographical map is always easier than verifying its validity in the completed process. So Hegel himself sometimes lets himself go, he is satisfied with formal indications, with the thesis that things are like this, where it should first be demonstrated. Among the urgent tasks of criticism it would not be the most negligible, nor even the simplest, to distinguish these passages from those in which there is actual thought. Of course, compared to Kant, the schematic elements in Hegel take a back seat. But the system often abruptly ruins the program of simply watching. It was inevitable, if we didn't want the whole thing to become entangled without remedy. To prevent this, Hegel occasionally displays a pedantry that is ill-suited to someone who he judges with contempt for verbal definitions and the like. In the transition from civil society to the state in the philosophy of law we read, "The concept of this idea is only as spirit, as an entity that knows itself and is real, since it is the objectification of itself, it is the movement through the form of its moments. It is therefore, a, the immediate or natural ethical spirit, the family. This substantiality passes through the loss of its unity, in the split and in the point of view of the relative, and thus is b, civil society, a connection of the members as autonomous individuals in a therefore formal universality, by their needs, and by the constitution juridical as a means of the security of people and property and through an external order for their particular and common interests, which external state c, withdraws and contracts into the goal and reality of the substantial, universal, and of public life dedicated to same, in the state constitution 7. At the content level, it is probable that the configuration of the dynamic dialectical and conservative affirmative moments, not only in the philosophy of law, conditions that surplus of rigid universality inherent in every becoming and particular moment, as much as it is in turn conditioned by it. The Hegel's logic is not only his metaphysics, but also his politics. The art of reading it should try to notice where something new, a content, is introduced, and where a machine that does not want to be such, and which should not continue to turn, continues to turn. We must keep in mind at all times two apparently irreconcilable maxims, thorough immersion and free distance. There is no shortage of support. What seems like madness to common sense has moments of light in Hegel for him too. Starting from them, common sense can get closer to Hegel, provided that hatred does not prohibit it, which in fact, according to Hegel's own diagnosis in the Difference 8, is congenital to him. Even the cryptic chapters offer passages like this one from the section on semblance, which retrospectively clarifies that the polemical reference is to subjective idealism and phenomenalism. Thus semblance is the phenomenon of skepticism, or even the semblance of idealism is a this immediacy, which is not a something or a thing, nor in any way an indifferent being that is outside of its determinacy and its relation to the subject. 9. Anyone who, in front of Hegel's complete reflections, retreats into the overall conception, replacing the transparency of the detail with the determination of its positional value in the system, already renounces rigorous understanding, capitulates, with the excuse that rigorously understanding Hegel would simply be impossible. Those who firmly reject it today, especially the positivists, actually hardly even give it a glance. Instead of subjecting it to criticism, it is dismissed as empty of meaning, which is a more elegant term for the old reproach of lack of clarity. It wouldn't be worth wasting time with someone who can't clearly say what he means. This concept of clarity, like its cousin the craving for verbal definitions, has survived the philosophy in which it once arose, and has become independent of it. From the particular sciences, which guard it as a dogma, it is now transferred back to philosophy, which has long since subjected it to critical reflection, and therefore would not be required to obey it without making a fuss. The Cartesian concepts of clarity and distinction, which are still found paired in Kant, have their most exhaustive treatment in the Principia. Very many men in their entire lives do not perceive anything well enough to be able to make a confident judgment about it. In reality, perception, on which a certain and indubitable judgment can be based, is required not only to be clear, but also to be distinct. I call the perception clear that is present and manifest to the spirit that directs its attention to it, just as we say that we clearly see things that are present to the eye that fixes them, moving it quite openly and strongly. Instead, I call distinct that perception which, being clear, is separated from all the others, and so precise as to contain nothing else except what is clear. 10. These words, historically so influential, from a theoretical point of view, are not at all as peaceful as common sense would like, today as then. Descartes presents them as terminological stipulations, claram voco illum, perceptionem. He defines clarity and distinction for the purpose of understanding each other. Whether knowledge as such, by its very nature, satisfies these two criteria remains pending. For the sake of method 11. The Cartesian doctrine spares itself a phenomenology of the cognitive acts themselves, as if they had to be treated like mathematical axioms, without regard for their own structure. However, this mathematical ideal also determines the two methodological norms in their content. Descartes is unable to explain them otherwise than by resorting to the comparison with the sensible world, sicut ea dare nobis videri decimus, qui, oculo in 20 presentia, satis fortiter eta per illum movent 12. That precisely in the discussion on clarity Descartes was satisfied with a simple metaphor, sicut, which necessarily differs from what it has to explain, and therefore in turn would be anything but clear, is not an admissible hypothesis. He must have drawn the ideal of clarity from the sensible certainty to which the discussion on the eye alludes. But the substratum of the latter, the spatio-sensorial world, the residential extensa in Descartes, is notoriously identical to the object of geometry, devoid of any dynamics. The insufficiency of this theory led to the Leibnizian doctrine of an infinitesimal continuum from the dark and confused representation to the clear one, a doctrine taken up by Kant against Descartes. What logicians say is not true, that clarity is the awareness of a representation. In fact, a certain degree of consciousness, even if insufficient for memory, must also take place in certain obscure representations, since, if it were missing, we would not make any distinction in the conjunction of the obscure representations, which, however, we are able to do, with respect to the notes of certain concepts, as in the case of the concepts of law and equity, or in the case of the musician who, improvising, plays several notes at the same time. On the other hand, the representation in which consciousness is sufficient for an awareness of the difference of this representation compared to the others is clear. Therefore in Cartesian terms it is distinct deutlich, without this guaranteeing, as in the discourse on method, its truth. Kant continues, if consciousness is sufficient for distinction Unterscheidung, but not for consciousness of distinction Unterschieds, the representation must still be called obscure. There is therefore an infinite number of degrees of consciousness, up to extinction 13. Neither Kant nor Leibniz would have thought of devaluing all these degrees with the exception of the supreme and ideal one. This, however, is handled with the name of clarity by the scientistic concept of knowledge, as if it were an in itself which can be disposed of at will at any time, and had not proven to be a hypostasis in the era following Descartes. The ideal of clarity advances a claim towards knowledge, rationalist in the historical sense of the term, which adjusts its object a priori as if it were to be the static mathematical object. The rule of clarity is valid tout court only if it is assumed that the object itself is made in such a way as to allow itself to be fixed by the subject, as a geometric figure is fixed in the gaze. With the general affirmation of that norm, the object has already been decided in advance, on which knowledge, in its simplest sense of scholastic and Cartesian adequatio, should also be regulated. Clarity can be expected from all knowledge only by assuming that things are free from any dynamics, which would remove them from the univocal fixation of the gaze. The requirement of clarity becomes doubly problematic as soon as consequent thought discovers that what it philosophizes about does not simply pass in front of the knowing subject as if on a vehicle, but is moved in itself, and thereby loses the final analogy with Cartesian residential extensa with the spatial object. Correlatively with this awareness another one is formed, the subject also does not remain still like a camera on a tripod, but in turn moves due to its relationship with the object itself moved, one of the central theses of Hegelian phenomenology. Faced with this, the flat request for clarity and distinction becomes an old thing. Within the dialectic the traditional categories are not kept intact, but it penetrates each one and transforms its internal complexion. Nonetheless, cognitive practice, with the primitive distinction between clear and unclear, clings to a parameter that would only be suitable for a static subject and object, certainly due to an excess of zeal towards the particular institutional sciences, which, in their division of labor, prepare their objects and objective fields in an unreflexive way and dogmatically normalize the relationship of knowledge with them. Clarity and distinction are modeled on a knowledge of things. And in fact Descartes, in a previous discussion of the ideal of clarity, speaks about things with naive realism, in full agreement with the spirit of his system. Having observed that in the proposition I think therefore I am there is nothing that assures me of telling the truth other than the fact that I see very clearly that in order to think one must exist, I judged that I could assume as a general rule that the things we conceive very clearly and very distinctly they are all true, but that there is only some difficulty in discriminating which are the ones that we conceive distinctly. 14. In the difficulty noted by Descartes, discriminating what we conceive distinctly, the faint memory awakens of the fact that the objects themselves, in the cognitive acts of the subject, do not adapt smoothly to that claim at all. Otherwise their clarity and distinctness, the Cartesian attributes of truth, could not themselves present difficulties. But if we grant that clarity and distinction are not mere characteristics of givenness, and are not even a given, then we can no longer decide on the dignity of knowledge based on the degree of clarity and univocality with which each one presents itself. As soon as consciousness stops conceiving them as fixed as things, photographable so to speak, it enters into a necessary contradiction with Cartesian ambition. Reified consciousness freezes objects in themselves, so that they become available as one for another, for science and praxis. Of course, the request for clarity cannot be crudely neglected, if philosophy is not to fall into confusion and destroy its very possibility. What must be safeguarded in that request would be the obligation that the expression exactly centers the thing expressed, even when this on its own contrasts with the common conception of an object to be clearly exhibited. In this too, philosophy would find itself faced with a paradox: to clearly express what is unclear, what is not well delineated, what does not yield to reification, in such a way that the moments that escape, or are simply not accessible to the immobilizing gaze, are in turn designated with the utmost distinction. This, however, is not just a formal requirement, but a piece of the very content that philosophy is looking for. It is a paradoxical need because language is entangled in the process of reification. The form of the copula alone, of the is, pursues that intent of skewering the object which it would be up to philosophy to correct. In this sense every philosophical language is a language against language, marked by the stain of its own impossibility. The attitude of postponement would still be too limited, the idea that the request for clarity is not valid immediately and for the isolated moment, but is found to be satisfied in the whole, as the systematic Hegel could still hope for, without however fully keeping the promise. In truth, philosophy withdraws from that request, but in determined negation. He must also take it on as a task in the exposition, concretely say what it cannot say, attempt to clarify even the imminent limits of clarity. It would be better to expressly say that it will disappoint those who expect that in every moment, in every concept and in every sentence it will entirely realize what it intends, rather than, intimidated by the success of particular sciences, borrow from them a norm compared to which it cannot help but go bankrupt. Philosophy deals with that which does not already have a place in a preassigned order of thoughts and objects, as the naivete of rationalism believed, and which is not simply to be reproduced in that order as on the respective coordinate system. In the norm of clarity the old realism of reflection entrenches itself in the criticism of knowledge, regardless of the results of the latter. Only such realism allows us to believe that every object can be reflected in an unquestioned, undisturbed way. But philosophy has to reflect on objectivity, determination, and realization as much as it does on language and its relationship with things. Striving permanently to break with the reification of consciousness and things, it cannot comply with the rules of the game of reified consciousness without erasing itself, just as, on the other hand, he cannot simply disregard those rules, if he does not want to degenerate into stammering. Wittgenstein's maxim on what one cannot speak, one must remain silent. 15, in which the extreme of positivism takes on the guise of a reverential authoritarian authenticity, and which for this reason exercises a kind of intellectual suggestion of mass, is anti-philosophical par excellence. If ever a definition of philosophy were possible, it would be this: the effort to say what cannot be spoken about, of helping the non-identical to express itself, while the expression invariably identifies it. This is what Hegel tries to do. Since the non-identical can never be said immediately, since everything immediate is false, and therefore necessarily unclear in expression, he tirelessly says it in a mediated form. This is not the least reason for his appeal to the yet problematic totality. Philosophy that loses this habit, in the name of a seductive mathematized formal logic, a priori denies its own concept, what it wants, and to which the impossibility that Wittgenstein and his followers have transformed into a taboo of reason on philosophy constitutively belongs, which virtually eliminates the same reason. A theory of philosophical clarity has rarely been developed. The concept of clarity is used instead, as if it were obvious. 16. In Hegel it is probably never thematic, at most, it is the opposite, when he defends Heraclitus, but the obscurity of this philosophy derives mainly from the fact of having expressed a profound, speculative thought. The latter is always difficult, obscure for the intellect. Mathematics on the contrary is very easy. The concept, the idea, is repugnant to the intellect, as opposed to reason, and cannot be understood by it. 17. Although not literally, in his sense the requirement of clarity appears in Husserl's ideas, here the concept of accuracy must certainly be equated with the traditional one of clarity. He reserves it for mathematically defined varieties. 18. And asks whether his own phenomenological method should or can be constituted as a geometry of experiences. 19. Do we therefore also have to look for a defined system of axioms and build deductive theories on top of it? 20. His answer goes beyond that method. Husserl realized that the possibility or otherwise of deriving deductive theories from a defined system of axioms is a question that cannot be decided methodologically, but only starting from the content. This touches on the so-called accuracy of the formation of concepts, which for him is the condition of a deductive theory. It is not at all a matter of our free will and logical technique, but presupposes, in relation to the alleged axiomatic concepts, which must be able to be shown in immediate intuition, that the accuracy is in the essences themselves grasped. To what extent, however, exact essences can be found in an eidetic territory, and whether it is even possible to place exact essences at the basis of all the essences and their eidetic components that can be grasped in real intuition, this depends on the specificity of the territory in question. Question 21. In the following paragraph he distinguishes the descriptive sciences from the exact sciences and says of the former: the vagueness of concepts, the fact that their spheres of application are fluent, is not a stain that should be attributed to them, since, in the cognitive sphere within which they are used, they are indispensable, that is, in this sphere they are the only legitimate. If we have to give a convenient conceptual expression to the intuitive givenness of things with their intuitively given essential characteristics, we must assume them as they are given. They are precisely seen as flowing, and the typical essences can be grasped in them only through the eidetic intuition that proceeds through immediate analyses. The most perfect geometry and its most perfect practical domain cannot help the scientist who wants to describe nature to express, in exact geometric concepts, what he expresses in a simple, understandable, and completely appropriate way with the words, jagged, serrated, lenticular, umbelliform, etc. Important concepts, which are not coincidentally, but essentially inexact, and therefore non-mathematical. 22. Philosophical concepts are therefore distinguished as fluent from exact ones, due to the nature of what they refer to. However, this also dictates the limits of Husserl's acquisition. He is content to disjoin fixed and fluent in the manner of the philosophy of reflection, while Hegel's dialectics determines them as internally mediated by each other. But what the logician Husserl grants, while for the rest he willingly joins the chorus of those who lecture Hegel for his criticism of the principle of non-contradiction, certainly also applies to Hegel, who much more energetically than Husserl wanted to form concepts in such a way that the life of the thing itself appears in them, and not according to the abstract cognitive ideal of clarity. Immersed entirely, only in the thing, he seemed to develop it only by itself and for itself, not by his spirit and for the benefit of his listeners, and yet it came only from him, and an almost paternal concern for clarity mitigated the intransigent seriousness, which could have discouraged the learning of such laborious thoughts. 23. While the request for clarity gets entangled in language, since the language of words does not allow true clarity, even in this respect the ideal of clarity converges with the mathematical one. At the same time, clarity in language depends on the position of thought in relation to objectivity, as only what is true could be said clearly, without residue. The full transparency of the expression depends not only on its relationship with the state of affairs represented, but on the validity of the judgment. If this is unfounded or is an erroneous conclusion, it denies itself adequate formulation. If the formulation does not entirely possess the thing, it remains vague with respect to it. Language, which is not an indication of the truth, is however an indication of the false. 24. But if the Hegelian verdict that, philosophically, no single proposition is true retains its force even beyond Hegel, then each proposition should also be reproached for its linguistic insufficiency. In the spirit of Hegel, regardless, it is true, of his own linguistic practice, one could say that the lack of clarity that is tirelessly reproached against him is not just a weakness, but is the driving force for correcting the untruth of the particular, which is confessed as lack of clarity of the individual. If anything, a philosophical language that insisted on comprehensibility without exchanging it for clarity would be equal to the difficulty. Language, as an expression of the thing, does not result in communication, in transmission to others. But neither is it, and Hegel knew this, simply independent of communication. Otherwise he would escape any criticism, even regarding his relationship with the thing, and would lower it to an arbitrary presumption. Language as an expression of the thing and language as communication are intertwined. The ability to name the thing itself was also formed in the need to transmit it, and retains this need, just as, conversely, language could not communicate anything that it did not possess as its own intention, free from any consideration. This dialectic takes place in its own medium. It does not arise as an original sin of that social zeal which expresses its contempt for man, ensuring that nothing is thought that is not communicable. Even the most integral linguistic procedure cannot eliminate the antagonism between oneself and others. While in literature this antagonism can assert itself behind the text, philosophy is required to understand it. This is made more difficult by the historical moment, in which communication dictated by the market, the replacement of the theory of language with the theory of communication is symptomatic, weighs on language to such an extent that it, in order to resist the conformism of what positivism calls ordinary language, is forced to revoke the communication. It prefers to become incomprehensible, rather than disfigure the thing with a communication that prevents it from being communicated. But the theorist's linguistic effort encounters a limit that he must respect, if he does not want to sabotage himself through too much fidelity to the thing rather than too much infidelity. The moment of universality in language, without which it would not exist, inevitably violates the full objective determinacy of the particular that it seeks to determine. The effort at comprehensibility, however unrecognizable, is a corrective. It remains the opposite pole to pure linguistic objectivity. Only in their tension does the truth of expression thrive. This tension, however, does not coincide with the vague and brutal injunction of clarity, which mostly results in the idea that we must speak as everyone speaks, and give up saying what would be otherwise and which can only be said otherwise. The commandment of clarity demands from language in vain, without pause, here and now, immediately, something that it cannot give in the immediacy of its words and propositions, but only, and in a rather fragmentary way, in their configuration. A procedure would be better which, carefully avoiding verbal definitions as mere stipulations, modeled the concepts with the greatest possible fidelity on what they say in language, virtually, as names. The later, material phenomenology was if nothing else preparatory for this task. The effort of the linguistic sensorium for pregnancy is much greater than that required to hold firm mechanical definitions, decreed once and for all. He who becomes a slave to his own words, by moving words in front of things, lightens the task rather than weighing it down, however much he may boast of the opposite. And yet that process is insufficient. In fact, words in empirical languages are not pure names, but are always also theta sigma epsilon iota, products of subjective consciousness, and in this sense they are also similar to definitions. Whoever neglects this, in removing them from the relativity of the stipulation, will deliver them to a second relativity, to a remainder of arbitrariness with respect to the way in which to understand them. Philosophical language has no other remedy than to use with caution those words, which would fail if used literally as names, in such a way as to diminish this arbitrariness through their positional value. The linguistic configuration and the gaze maniacally aimed at the single word requested from time to time are complementary. United they break the compromise of common feeling, the viscous layer between thing and understanding. A correct linguistic procedure could be compared to the way in which an emigrant learns a foreign language. Impatient and under pressure, perhaps instead of using the dictionary he will read everything he has access to. In this way many terms will become clearer in context, but will remain surrounded for a long time by a curtain of indeterminacy, even allowing for ridiculous confusions, until the richness of the combinations in which they appear allows them to be deciphered completely, and better than the dictionary would allow, in which the choice of synonyms alone is affected by all the limitedness and linguistic approximation of the lexicographer. The rebelliousness of Hegel's texts is probably due not least to the fact that Hegel, due to too much trust in the objective spirit, believed he could do without this surplus of extraneousness, that he could say the unspeakable as he normally spoke. Nonetheless, the elements that converge in him, concepts, judgments, and syllogisms, do not become incomprehensible. They simply point beyond themselves. Already according to their idea they cannot be realized in isolation, which is also true for the components of extra-philosophical language, except that they don't know it. From this point of view, the task of understanding philosophy, and especially Hegelian philosophy, would be to understand what, according to the current norm of clarity, should be in question, to think what is intended, even where not all its implications can be represented clearly. Et distinct. From the point of view of science, philosophical rationality contains, as a moment, an irrational, and it is up to philosophy to absorb this moment, without devoting itself to irrationalism. The dialectical method as a whole is the attempt to cope with this need, freeing it from the spell of the moment and unfolding it in a broad structure of thought. Philosophical experience cannot renounce exemplary evidence, it is like this, in the horizon of an ineliminable vagueness. It cannot stop there, but he who, in any of the densest passages of Hegel's logic, does not see that evidence at all, who does not notice what the text captures, even if not in a completely articulated form, will understand as little as he becomes intoxicated with the vagueness of philosophical sentiment. Clarity fanatics would like to extinguish these flashes. Philosophy must pay in cash, without more. Participation in it is estimated in the budget according to the model of a work provision, which must have its equivalent in salary. But philosophy is the protest against the principle of equivalence, and in this it is non-bourgeois even in its being bourgeois. Those who ask for equivalence, why should I care? Defrauds himself of his vital element, the rhythm of continuity and intermittency of spiritual experience. The determinacy of philosophy as a configuration of moments is qualitatively different from the univocity of each of them even within the configuration, because this is more and other than the quintessence of its moments. The constellation is not the system. It is not the place where everything returns, where everything is smoothed out, but one moment sheds light on the other, and the figures that the individual moments form together are a determined sign and a legible writing. In Hegel, whose expository style behaves with sovereign indifference towards language, all this is not yet articulated, or at least barely penetrates the chemism of his own linguistic form. This, due to too naive trust in totality, lacks that incisiveness that derives from critical self-awareness and which alone, together with the reflection on the necessary inadequacy, could introduce dialectics into language. This lack becomes fatal, since Hegel's formulations, which neither want nor can be conclusive, often sound as if they were. Hegel's language has a didactic movement. The reason for this is the preponderance of the almost oral, conference form compared to the written text. Vagueness, an unavoidable character in dialectics, becomes a flaw in him, because at a linguistic level he does not add those antidotes which his philosophy does not skimp on in content, in accentuating and ultimately praising every sort of objectification. He would have willingly written in the philosophical manner of tradition, without capturing in the language his own difference with respect to traditional theory. The loyal interpreter of him must take this deficiency into account. It would be up to him to remedy Hegel's negligence, to produce as much significance as possible, to bring out that compelling force of the dialectical movement which does not calm down in pregnancy. Hegel least of all lends himself to the philological norm, however problematic, of enucleating the meaning subjectively understood by the author. In fact, his method, inseparable from the thing, aims to make the thing itself move, not develop its own reflections. His texts are not worked to the end, which would necessarily mean, identified, because neither is their spiritual medium, in the way that, 150 years later, we take for granted. Then cues and attacks were given to the interlocutor, almost like in music. This a priori communication then became in the great logic the ferment of a non-communicative text, and makes it hermetic. The most widespread objection against Hegel's alleged lack of clarity is the accusation of equivocally. Uberweg's History of Philosophy also reiterates it. 25. Supporting pieces abound. At the beginning of the subjective logic we read, "It is no easier to immediately indicate what the nature of the concept consists of than it is to immediately establish the concept of any other object. Although now the concept is to be regarded not only as a subjective presupposition, but as an absolute basis, nevertheless it cannot be this unless it has become a basis in itself. The abstractly immediate is indeed a first, but as this abstract is actually immediate, of which therefore, when we have to understand its truth, we must first seek the basis. This must therefore certainly be immediate, but such that it has become immediate by removing the mediation. 26. The concept of concept is undoubtedly used in two different ways. Once in an emphatic sense, as an absolute basis, that is, in an objective sense, in the sense of the thing itself, which would essentially be spirit, but the concepts would not only be this, but also the subjective presupposition, the construct in which thought subsumes its other. The terminology is confusing, since also in the second case the singular is chosen and not, as one would expect, the plural, certainly because the Hegelian concept of the concept belongs in principle both to express the in itself of the thing and to be the result of a subjective synthesis. Contrary to many other Hegelian equivocalities, understanding here is facilitated by the fact that in the chapter on the concept in general the differences between the two concepts of concept are thematic. But Hegel justifies this equivocally a few pages later, when he develops the unity of the two concepts of concepts. I limit myself here to an observation that may help to understand the concepts developed here and make it easier to find oneself with them. The concept, insofar as it has arrived at such an existence, which is precisely free, is nothing other than the ego, that is, pure self-consciousness. I certainly have concepts, that is to say, determinate concepts, but the I is the pure concept itself that has arrived as a concept into existence. 27. The objective concept, for Hegel the concept of the thing itself, which has arrived at its own existence, at being in itself, according to the general thesis of the Hegelian system is at the same time subjectivity. Therefore the nominalistic side of the concept, as subjectively formed, ultimately coincides with the realistic side, with the concept as being in itself, which logic itself in the course of its mediations must show as subject, as ego. This structure is emblematic of the subordinate character of the objection against equivocalities. Where Hegel is formally guilty of it, it is mostly a matter of lines of content, the clarification of the fact that two distinct moments are both different and identical. The transcendent objection to Hegel barely touches him. It presupposes the principle of identity. The terms must be held firm in the meaning that the definition has assigned to them once and for all. This is stubborn nominalism. Concepts must be nothing more than markers for the unity of the known characteristics of a plurality. The more subjectively they are coined, the more immovable they must be, as if otherwise their extrinsic character of mere construction would be revealed. Common sense rationalizes this by arguing that desecrating the definition would destroy order in thought. What makes this protest so unappealable is the conception on which it is based. It does not want to know anything about the object that could deny what the subjective spirit has inflicted on the object. He violently rebels against the experience that wants to make the thing itself speak, perhaps foreseeing that that experience would lead his concept of truth, apparently incorruptible, to confess its falsity. Nominalism belongs to the original base of the bourgeoisie and is accompanied in the most diverse phases, in the most diverse nations, with the consolidation of urban relations. He imprinted their ambivalence within himself. It contributes to freeing the conscience from the pressure of the authority of the concept, established as a preconstituted universality. It disenchants it, reducing it to a mere abbreviation of the particularities that it covers. But this enlightenment is always also its opposite, hypostasis of the particular. As such, nominalism encourages the bourgeoisie to suspect, as a mere illusion, everything that would inhibit isolated individuals in their pursuit of happiness, in the unreflected hunt for their own gain. There must be nothing universal that can tear away from the particular its blinders, the faith that its accidentality is its law. What is the concept? This gesture also always says that the individual must make money, and this is more important than everything else. If the concept were independent enough not to be exhausted by the singularities of which it is composed, the bourgeois principle of individuation would be shaken to its roots. Instead, it is defended with all the more malice. The more it itself is an appearance, the more the universal evil is realized through individual interests, which then tends to bury those interests beneath itself. This semblance is spasmodically defended, since otherwise the blinded would no longer be able to continue undisturbed, nor believe in the metaphysics of there always being mine. 28, in the sanctity of possession par excellence. Individuality is, in this respect, the subject that has become a possession in itself. Anti-ideological nominalism is also ideology from the beginning. Hegel's logic wanted to carry out this dialectic with its own means, opaque with respect to society, with the ideological residue that, for the liberal Hegel, the universality operating in individuals and above their heads was transfigured into the positive. Only this ideological shift allows Hegel to neutralize the social dialectic of universal and particular as a logical dialectic. The concept, which for him must be reality itself, remains a concept due to the fact that it is proclaimed reality. But for Hegel, as for Plato, the measure of the concept is the claim of the thing itself, not the defining organization of the subject. For this reason he suspends the identity of the concept as a criterion of truth. But only this criterion allows us to reduce to equivocally that which modifies the meanings of concepts for the sake of their content. However, Hegel did not simply subvert the principle of identity, but limited it. According to his style, he both despised and respected it. Only thanks to that principle, that is, in the comparison between the life of the thing expressed by the concept and the previously established meaning, whereby the old meaning is recognized as invalid and goes into protest, the new meaning can be established. In certain cases, Hegel treats the terms as non-philosophical language does without problems with many of its words and classes of words, according to the occasion. While these words hold certain layers of meaning constant, they receive others based on context. Philosophical language is modeled on naive language to the extent that, skeptical towards scientific language, it fluidifies its rigid systems of definition through context. Expressions such as the omnipresent immediate are subject to occasional ambiguities of this type in Hegel. When he wants to say that the mediation is in the thing itself and not between several things, Hegel often uses immediate to say mediated. That a category is immediately its opposite therefore means that it is also its opposite in itself. It does not become so through its relationship with something external. Thus exclusive reflection is a positing of the positive, as excluding the other, in such a way that this positing is immediately the positing of its other which excludes it. This is the absolute contradiction of the positive, but it is immediately the absolute contradiction of the negative. The posing of both is a single reflection. 29. Therefore mediation is itself immediate, because what is posited, mediated, is no different from what is primary, because the primary is also posited. Similarly, and even more clearly, in a further note, the unmediated identity of the form, as it is placed here still without the content-filled movement of the thing itself, deserves to be observed very carefully. It appears in the thing, as it is in its beginning. Thus pure being is immediately nothingness. 30. Here immediately sounds like a mere paradox. However, Hegel means that nothingness is not a category that approaches pure being from the outside, but pure being, as pure and simple indeterminate, is not nothing in itself. An accurate terminological analysis of Hegelian language could fully record these ambiguities, and presumably clarify them. It should also deal with technical terms such as reflection. It embraces, according to a current distinction in post-Kantian idealism, the finite, limited use of the intellect, and more extensively the positivist scientist attitude as a whole, but then also, in the general architecture of the science of logic, the determinations of reflection, that is, the critical reflection of the first, objective, quasi-Aristotelian doctrine of the categories, which is then recognized in turn as semblance and led to the emphatic concept of the concept. In other cases, however, the ambiguities are actually such, philosophical artifices through which the dialectic of thought wants to be realized linguistically, sometimes with the somewhat violent tendency, which anticipates Heidegger, to make linguistic facts independent with respect to the intended facts, of course with less insistence than Heidegger and therefore with less guilt. Already in the phenomenology Hegel plays for example with the term Erinnerung. Since the fulfillment of the spirit consists in knowing perfectly what it is, its substance this knowledge is then its introjection in Sichgehen, in which it abandons its own existence and gives its figure over to memory. Erinnerung, in its introjection the spirit is immersed in the night of its self-consciousness, but its vanished existence is preserved in that memory, and this raised existence, the previous existence but now reborn from knowledge, constitutes the new existence, a new world and a new figure of the spirit. In this figure it must start again from the beginning, in an equally naive manner, near its immediacy, and moving from here it must begin its generous ascent again and become great, as if everything that preceded it were lost for it, and as if it had learned nothing from the experience of the spirits who preceded him. But they have been preserved by this process of rememory and internalization. Erinnerung, which is the internal and, in fact, the highest form of substance. Therefore, if this spirit begins again to cultivate its own formation, apparently taking steps only by itself, at the same time it nevertheless begins again from a higher step. 31. The most obvious functional ambiguity is that of the term Aufheben, but this technique can also be found in more subtle cases, in hidden puns, especially with the concept of nothingness. Hegel does things like that. These linguistic figures should not be taken literally, but in an ironic sense, as jokes. Without batting an eyelid, Hegel demonstrates to language through language the empty presumption of his self-satisfied sense. The function of language in these passages is not apologetic, but critical. It disavows the finite judgment, which in its particularity, objectively and without being able to do anything about it, behaves as if it had absolute truth. Equivocally intends to demonstrate with logical means the inadequacy of static logic to the thing which is mediated in itself, which, inasmuch as it is, becomes. The turning of logic against itself is the dialectical salt of such equivocalities. The current conception of equivocally should not be blindly accepted as such. A semantic analysis that extrapolates the ambiguities is a necessary condition, but by no means sufficient, to account for philosophical language. Of course, philosophy cannot be understood by anyone who does not first distinguish, for example, the different meanings of the term immanent and its correlative transcendent, the logical meaning, if a reasoning remains within the presuppositions of the theorem to which it refers, epistemological, if thought proceeds from conscience immanence, from the so-called connection of the data within the subject, metaphysical, if knowledge remains within the limits of possible experience. But even in current terminology, the choice of the same word for the different gamma nuata is not random. For example, the epistemological and metaphysical meanings of transcendent are linked, the absolutely transcendent in the epistemological sense, the Kantian thing in itself, that is, what cannot be exhibited in the so-called flow of consciousness, would also be transcendent in the metaphysical sense. Hegel took this link to the extreme in the thesis that logic and metaphysics coincide. Already in pre-dialectical logic, equivocalities do not hide absolute differences, but also attest to the unity of the different. To illuminate them, we must both understand that unity and highlight the differences. Dialectical philosophy has only brought to self-awareness a state of affairs that imposes itself, despite themselves, in traditional terminology and in its history. Hegelian equivocalities feed on it, although in Hegel the moment of distinction sometimes atrophies, to the advantage of an undifferentiated equality. Despite these negligences, hyperbolic statements about language are found here and there in Hegel's writings. It is for the spirit, the most complete expression 32, indeed the greatest strength among men 33. Logic is also no exception. Regarding the element of communication, in the corporal it is water, which fulfills the functions of this medium, in the spiritual, since the analog of this relationship is found there, the sign in general and more precisely the language must be considered as medium 34. The same tendency is already present in the doctrine of phenomenology, according to which language belongs to the stage of culture. In it the self-existent singularity of self-consciousness as such comes into existence, so that this singularity is for others 35. It therefore seems that Hegel, quite surprisingly, did not admit language, to which he also assigns its place in the third book of the Logic, in the sphere of objective spirit, but thought of it essentially as average or for others, as a bearer of subjective contents of consciousness, rather than as an expression of the idea. Nominalistic traits are never lacking in his system, which goes against the usual dichotomy, sees itself obliged to also absorb its opposite, and in its tenor it would be incompatible with the vain attempt to simply revoke the criticism of the independence of the concept. Hegel, for the amount of attention he paid to language, and it is quite curious that Humboldt's contemporary cared so little about it, preferred to consider it, in today's terms, as a means of communication rather than as a manifestation of truth, something that strictly speaking language, like art, should have been for him. This accords with his dislike of emphatic and ingenious formulation, his judgment on the spirit-rich language 36 of the spirit estranged from itself, of mere culture, is unfriendly. This is how the Germans have always reacted when faced with Voltaire and Diderot. In Hegel there is already lurking academic resentment against linguistic self-reflection that strays too far from average feeling. His stylistic indifference recalls his fatal willingness to use the reflection of reflection to make common cause with pre-critical consciousness, the non-naivete to confirm the naive in their compliance. He would hardly have hoped for the opposition of language against common feeling, whether this reflected Hegel's linguistic experience or lack thereof. His linguistic practice obeys a slightly archaic image of the primacy of the spoken word over the written one, typical of those who stubbornly remain attached to their dialect. The often repeated observation, which dates back to Horkheimer, that only those who know the Swabian dialect can understand Hegel well, is not a simple gimmick on certain linguistic peculiarities, but describes the very gesture of Hegelian language. He did not stop at contempt for linguistic expression, he did not write in a professorial manner, without caring about the expression. This only became practice in the era of the decline of the university, but rather he raised, albeit unconsciously, his skeptical attitude, which tended to disengage with language, as a principle of style. He was forced to do so by an aporia. He distrusted arbitrary, so to speak violent, linguistic expression, and yet the speculative essence of his philosophy, extremely distant from the common sense of ordinary language, pushed him towards a peculiar linguistic form. The solution, in his inconspicuousness, was truly radical. Instead of letting himself go, out of contempt for the elaborate word, precisely to the language of culture, to the trite philosophical jargon as to a preconceived chatter, Hegel launched a paradoxical challenge to the principle of fixation, without which there is no language. Just as today we talk about antimatter, Hegelian texts are anti-texts. While the extreme of abstraction, which his major texts achieve and require, involves the maximum tension of objectifying thought, intent on freeing itself from the immediacy of subjective experience, his books are not really books, but annotated lessons, often simple echoes, which even when printed want to remain non-binding. Eccentricities such as having published only a small part of his works, such as the fact that most of it, including the complete version of the system, is accessible to us only in the notebooks of the listeners or as a rough manuscript, fully realizable only from the transcriptions, these traits are intrinsic to his philosophy. Throughout his life Hegel was Aristotelian in this, wanting to reduce all phenomena to their form. He also did this with the contingent element of the academic lesson. His texts are the Platonic idea of the lesson. That a thought with such an enormous claim had to give up transmitting itself in a specific, definitive form can only be explained by its expository ideal, the denial of exposure. And at the same time, in the relaxed nature of a lesson which even in the most exposed points is more spoken than written, a corrective must be sought to that hubris of conclusiveness and definitiveness of which Hegel was accused already in his lifetime. This habit does not only concern the parts of the system which serve only as memory aids, and which he did not publish or publish only in condensed form, but rather has visibly strengthened over the years. At most, phenomenology can still be considered a book, great logic no longer allows this. Reading it, the description left by H.G. comes to mind. Otto of Hegel as teacher in his Berlin period. Exhausted, frowning, he sat there limp with his head bowed, and as he spoke he continued to leaf through and search through the long pages of the notebook, back and forth, up and down. The constant coughing and clearing of the throat hindered the flow of speech, each sentence stood alone, and came out with effort, broken and thrown in a jumble, every word, every syllable came out only reluctantly, only to receive, from the sonorous metallic voice in strict Swabian dialect, a strangely emphatic intensity, as if each one were the most important. Fluent eloquence presupposes complete internal and external mastery of its object, and formal dexterity can glide talkatively with all possible grace into what is incomplete and banal. But he had to extract the most powerful thoughts from the most remote depths of things, and if they wanted to act as living thoughts they had to, even if already dissected and elaborated every time and for years, be produced anew in himself, in an ever-living present 37. The lecturer rebelled against the hardened nature of language, and his own language hit his head. A monument of this intention is the beginning of the first chapter of the first book of the Logic, being, pure being, without any other determination. 38, an anacolute who, almost with a Hegel-like cunning, tries to escape the danger that the indeterminate immediacy, even if only because it is covered in the form of a predicative proposition, such as being is the most universal concept, without any other determination, already for this reason receives a determination, with which the proposition would contradict itself. If one were to object to the trick that the pure name cannot strictly be understood, and that one absolutely cannot speak of its contradiction, since only propositions and not simple concepts can contradict each other, Hegel could mischievously agree, the objection would already motivate the first antithesis of the first thesis, indeed it itself would put into practice the truth that such a being is nothing. But in sophisms of this kind there is not only the false naivete of a philosophy of identity which by any means, even the poorest, already with the first word wants to have the last, because in the end it must be right. The protest of dialectics against language can only be felt directly in language. Therefore it remains condemned to an impotent paradoxicality, and makes a virtue of necessity. Hotto's description reveals insights that go straight to the heart of Hegel's literary form. This is the exact opposite of Nietzsche's maxim that one can only write about what one has come to terms with, what one has left behind. 39. If the content of his philosophy is process, then it would also like to express itself as a process, in permanent status nascendi, denial of exposure as a coagulation, which would correspond to the exposed object only if this were coagulated in turn. To use an anachronistic comparison, Hegel's publications are more films of thought than texts. Just as the inexperienced eye has more difficulty retaining the details of a film than those of a still image, the same happens with his writings. Their specific prohibitive character must be sought here, and precisely here Hegel lags behind the dialectical content. The latter, by its simple logic, would need an antithetical exposure to it. The individual moments should stand out linguistically so clearly, be expressed so responsibly, that the subjective thought process, with its discretion, detaches itself and falls away. If, however, the exposition is assimilated without resistance to the movement structure, the price that the criticism of the speculative concept must pay to the traditional logic against which it is exercised is calculated too downwardly. Hegel did not fulfill this condition. It may be due to a lack of sensitivity for the linguistic level in general. Certain crudeness of content in aesthetics arouses this suspicion. But perhaps the anti-linguistic impulse of a thought that feels the limit of every single determination as a limit of language was so profound that it made Hegel sacrifice in style that primacy of objectification that in terms of content it maintains in his entire work. He who reflected on every reflection did not reflect on language, in it he moved with a ease that is irreconcilable with what is said. His writings are an attempt to immediately resemble the content in the exposition. Their significant character gives way to a mimetic character, to a kind of gestural or curvilinear writing, strangely heterogeneous to the solemn claim of reason that Hegel inherited from Kant and the Enlightenment. In a similar way, dialects, such as Swabian with its untranslatable Hanno 40, are deposits of gestures that have fallen into disuse in written languages. Romanticism, which the mature Hegel treated with contempt, although it was the leaven of his speculation, was able to take revenge on him by appropriating his language, which he did in a more popular tone. In its abstract flow Hegel's style, like Hölderlin's abstract nouns, takes on a musical quality, which the sober style of the Romantic Schelling lacks. Sometimes it manifests itself, for example, in the use of adversative particles, but, as simple transitions. Since now in the absolute the form is only the simple identity with itself, so the absolute is not determined, since determination is a difference of form, a difference that first of all goes as such. However, since the absolute simultaneously contains every difference and every determination of form in general, or since it is itself the absolute form and reflection, the diversity of content must also be addressed. But the absolute itself is absolute identity. This is his determination, since in him every multiple aspect of the world that is in itself and of the world that appears is removed, that is, of the intrinsic and extrinsic totality. 41. Hegel's style is certainly at odds with common philosophical understanding, however, with his weakness, it prepares a different understanding. One must read Hegel by tracing with him the curves of the spiritual movement, following the thoughts as with the speculative ear. 42, as if they were known. If philosophy as a whole is allied with art, in that it would like to save in the medium of the concept the mimesis that the concept removes. 43, in this Hegel proceeds like Alexander with the Gordian knot. He weakens individual concepts, handles them as if they were images without an image of what they mean. Hence the Goethean foundation of absurdity in the philosophy of absolute spirit. What it uses to go beyond the concept pushes it back below the concept at every single moment. Hegel is only honored by the reader who does not limit himself to blaming him for this undoubted weakness, but also perceives the impulse in it. He understands why this or that passage must be incomprehensible, and in this way he also understands the passage. A dual behavior is expected from the Hegel reader, which is quite suited to the essence of dialectics itself. He must flow with it, be carried by the current, not force the momentary to stop. Otherwise he would change it, despite and because of his utmost loyalty. On the other hand, however, an intellectual process must be developed in slow motion, moderating the time in the nebulous points so that they do not evaporate, but can be observed as they move. The two procedures almost never succeed in the same act of reading. Like the content, it too will have to be broken down into his oppositions. Marx's assertion that philosophy passes into history already characterizes Hegel in a certain sense. 44 With the Hegelian transformation of philosophy into observation and description of the movement of the concept, the phenomenology of spirit virtually outlines the historiography of spirit. Hegel almost hastily tries to model the exposition in this sense, philosophizing as if one were writing history, as if through the form of thought the unity of the systematic element and the historical element conceived by dialectics was extorted. From this perspective, the lack of clarity in Hegelian philosophy would be conditioned by the emergence of the historical dimension. The trace of the empirical element, incommensurable with the concept, takes refuge in the exhibition. Since the concept cannot fully penetrate it, it is in itself refractory to the norm of clarity, which, originally explicitly, then without remembering it any more, is borrowed from the ideal of the system, opposed to all empiricism and therefore also to the historical one. While Hegel is driven to integrate the historical moment with the logical one and vice versa, the attempt however turns into criticism of his own system. It must admit the conceptual irreducibility of the historical concept in itself. For logical systematic criteria the historical element disturbs, despite everything, as a blind spot. In the philosophy of right Hegel saw this very well, certainly thus disavowing one of his central intentions and opting for the traditional separation of historical and systematic, considering the emergence and development of legal determinations that appears over time. This purely historical effort, as well as the knowledge of their consequentiality from the point of view of the intellect, which comes out of the comparison of the same with pre-existing legal relationships, has in its own sphere its merit and its dignity and lies outside the relationship with philosophical consideration, that is, to the extent that the development from historical foundations does not confuse itself with the development from the concept, and historical explanation and justification is not extended to the meaning of a justification valid in and of itself. This distinction, which is very important and certainly to be kept firm, is at the same time completely evident. A legal determination can be shown to be perfectly founded and consequent on the basis of the circumstances and existing legal institutions and yet be in and of itself unjust and irrational, like a multitude of determinations of Roman private law, which derived in a completely consequent way from institutions such as the Roman parental authority, the Roman marital status. But that juridical determinations are also just and rational, it is a completely different thing to show this about them, what can truly happen only through the concept, and another thing to expose the historical aspect of their emergence, the circumstances, the cases, needs and events which led to their establishment. Such a presentation and, pragmatic, knowledge on the basis of the closest or most distant historical causes is frequently called, explaining or even more willingly understanding, in the opinion that with this presentation of what is historical everything is done, or rather the essential, that which is uniquely important for understanding the law or legal institution, while instead what is truly essential, the concept of the thing, has not come into question here at all. In the non-conceptual, which resists the Hegelian movement of the concept, non-identity prevails over the concept. What should finally assert itself as a truth against the system of identity becomes its stain, the unrepresentable. This has always aroused allergic reactions in Hegel's readers. The liberal of the Restoration breaks a bourgeois taboo. What is offered must be ready, finished, according to the custom of the exchange of goods, in which the customer insists that the product delivered to him at full price also incorporates the entire quantity of work for which he pays the equivalent. If there is still something left to do, he feels cheated. The work and effort of the concept, which Hegel's philosophy requires not only of itself, but also of the reader, in a sense that qualitatively exceeds any usual measure of reception, are attributed to Hegel, as if he had not sweated enough. The taboo goes right down to the idiosyncratic commandment of the market that the trace of the human be erased from the product, that it be pure in itself. The fetish character of the commodity is not just a veil, it is an imperative. The coagulated work which is recognized as the work of men is rejected with disgust. Its human smell betrays value as a relationship between subjects rather than as that entity attached to things as it is perceived. Possession, a category under which bourgeois society also subsumes its own spiritual goods, is not absolute. If this becomes visible, the most holy seems profaned. Scientists are easily angered by theorems or thoughts that they cannot yet bring home perfectly proven. The discomfort with that sketchy character which is not extrinsic to Hegelian philosophy is then rationalized in the malignant declaration that the accused author is not even able to do what he keeps others from doing. Thus in the well-known testimony on Hegel by the Chancellor of the University of Tübingen Gustav Römelin. With unshakable cheap irony he asks, "Do you understand these things? Does the concept move inside you on its own, without your intervention? Does it reverse into its opposite and the superior unity of opposites emerges?" 46. As if the point were that the much-cited, with admiration or contempt, speculative head must subjectively perform some particular somersault, to succeed in what Hegel ascribes to the concept itself, as if speculation were an esoteric faculty and not the critical self-consciousness of reflection, its enemy sister-like only, already in Kant, reason towards the intellect. Among the prerequisites for a correct reading of Hegel, the first is certainly to get rid of these deep-rooted habits, denied by the content of his philosophy. There is no point in struggling like the stork caliph and the grand vizier, who try in vain to remember the word mutabor. The Hegelian reversal of finite determinations into infinite determinations is not a fact of subjective consciousness, nor does it require a particular act. What Hegel means is the philosophical criticism of philosophy, as rational as philosophy itself. The only subjective requirement is not to be stubborn, but to recognize the motivations, for example in Kant and Fichte, without, on the other hand, those who are capable of it even having to fideistically accept the movement of the concept as a reality sui generis. These requirements of Hegel's reading, however, can only be preserved from digression if they are integrated with the most granitic insistence on detail. Genetically, it should come first, only where it categorically fails can the reader's attitude of dynamic distance correct it. The incontestable indistinction of concepts and reflections leads to micrology, the lack of plasticity. Sometimes even the legendary well-disposed reader of the early 19th century must have had his head spinning. The reference of the categories to the whole is rarely clearly distinguished from their specific, limited local meaning. Idea on the one hand also means the absolute, the subject-object, on the other hand, however, as a spiritual manifestation of the absolute, it must be other than objective totality. Both meanings appear in subjective logic. Here sometimes the idea is subject-object, only the absolute idea is being, life that does not pass, self-conscious truth, and it is the whole truth. 47, or, except that the idea does not only have the most general sense of true being, of the unity of concept and reality, but rather the more specific sense of subjective concept and objectivity. 48. But elsewhere in the same third section Hegel distinguishes the idea from the objective totality. The idea has now shown itself as the concept that has once again freed itself from the immediacy, in which it is immersed in the object, to the point of returning to its subjectivity, as the concept that is distinguished from its objectivity, which however comes time determined by him and has only its substantiality in him, but this must be understood in a more specific way. The concept, insofar as it has truly achieved its reality, is this absolute judgment whose subject, as a negative unit referring to itself, is distinguished from its objectivity and is its being in and for itself, but essentially in itself refers to it. 49. And correspondingly, the determinateness of the idea and the entire course of this determinateness has now constituted the object of logical science, from which course the absolute idea itself has arisen. In itself, however, it has shown itself as this, that the determinacy does not have the shape of a content, but is absolutely like form, and that consequently the idea is like the absolutely universal idea. 50. In the end he even uses both meanings in the same argument. That is, insofar as the idea presents itself as the absolute unity of the pure concept and its reality, and is thus gathered in the immediacy of being, it is like the totality in this form, nature. This determination, however, is not a becoming and a passage, in the way that, as we have seen, the subjective concept in its totality becomes objectivity, and thus the subjective purpose also becomes life. The pure idea, in which the determinacy or reality of the concept is itself elevated to a concept, is indeed absolute liberation, for which there is no longer any immediate determination that is not at the same time a posited determination and the concept. Therefore no passage takes place in this freedom. The simple being, to which the idea is determined, remains perfectly transparent to it, and it is the concept that in its determination remains within itself. The passing is therefore to be understood here in this way, that the idea frees itself from itself, absolutely sure of itself and resting in itself. 51. Just as lazy existence in Hegel is exempt from that which is rational for him, so the idea, despite everything, inevitably remains chi omega from reality, to the extent that reality is also lazy existence. Similar inconsistencies are scattered throughout Hegel's major texts. The task is therefore to separate what is specific from what is more general, not demandable here and now. The two moments are intertwined in the linguistic figures so dear to Hegel. It was the danger of the deck house in the universal that he wanted to avoid, when to an elegant lounge lady, who asked him what should be thought of in a certain passage, he replied, exactly this. But the question was not as foolish as it would seem from the hasty answer. The crone might have noticed that empty consciousness, that is, knowing how a paragraph contributes to the general concatenation of logic, usurps the place of the contribution, on which alone the very existence of that concatenation depends. The question of what one should think at this or that point makes a false claim, insofar as it expresses a mere misunderstanding, and awaits salvation from illustrations of the thing which, as illustrations, miss the mark. But he says quite correctly that it is necessary to carry out every single analysis, that the reading must master the examined, grasped, changing states of things, and not mere constants of direction. The most frequent flaw in Hegel's interpretations is that they are not accompanied by a complete content analysis, but are limited to paraphrasing the text. An exegesis of this type is mostly to the thing as, according to Skeeler's quip, the road sign is to the road traveled. Often it is Hegel himself who does not complete the execution, replacing it with periphrastic declarations of intent. In the philosophy of right, for example, the speculative deduction of monarchy is asserted, not realized, and therefore its result remains defenseless against any objection. This last sameness of the will of the state is simple in its abstraction and therefore immediate individuality. The determination of naturalness therefore resides in its very concept. The monarch is therefore essentially to be understood as this individual, abstracted from any other content, and this individual destined to the dignity of the monarch in an immediate natural way, from birth according to the course of nature. This passage of the concept of pure self-determination into the immediacy of being and therefore into naturalness is of a purely speculative nature. The knowledge of it therefore belongs to logical philosophy. Moreover, it is overall the same passage, which is known as the nature of the will in general and is the process of transposing a content from subjectivity, as a represented end, into existence, par 8. But the peculiar form of the idea and of the passage that is considered here is the immediate reversal of the pure self-determination of the will, of the simple concept itself, in this and in a natural existence, without the mediation of a particular content, an end in action. Addition. When it is often stated against the monarch that because of him the way things go in the state depends on accident, since the monarch may be badly educated, since he perhaps does not deserve to be at the pinnacle of the same, and that it is senseless for such a situation must exist as rational, the assumption that the particularity of the character counts is null here. In a complete organization it is only the culmination of the formal decision that matters, and for monarch all that is needed is a man who says yes and dots the I, for the culmination must be such that the particularity of character is not what is significant. What the monarch still has beyond this final decision is something that falls into particularity, which he must not count. There may well be situations in which only this particularity makes its appearance, but then the state is not yet fully perfected or well constructed. In a well-ordered monarchy the law is only responsible for the objective side, to which the monarch only has to add the subjective I want 52. Either all the bad accidentality that Hegel denies is concentrated in this I want, or the monarch is really just a superfluous yes man. But often these weaknesses also contain the decisive indication for understanding. Where there is something better than the clumsy ideology of the philosophy of law, the immanent fidelity to the intention requires that in order to understand the text one completes it or goes beyond it. There is no point in racking your brains over individual cryptic formulations and getting entangled in often insoluble controversies about what Hegel means. Instead, we need to bring the aim to light. On the basis of this knowledge we will have to reconstruct the states of affairs that Hegel always has before his eyes, even when the formulation he gives bounces against you. More important than what he meant is what he talks about. Starting from the program you must reconstruct the problematic situation and then think about it independently. The primacy of objectivity over the subjectively desired course of thoughts, of the determined state of affairs that must be examined, constitutes in Hegel's philosophy also an instance against it. If within a paragraph the problem it deals with appears in itself as outlined and resolved, probably the secret of the philosophical method consists in this: understanding a problem and solving it are the same thing. Then Hegel's intention is also clarifies, both that at this point what he had thought cryptically reveals itself, and that his considerations are able to articulate themselves through what had escaped them. The task of diving into the detail requires reflection on the internal structure of Hegelian texts. It is neither the usual linear progression of thoughts nor a succession of discrete, juxtaposed and self-sufficient analyses. Even the comparison with fabric, which it sometimes induces, is inaccurate. It hides the dynamic moment, of which, however, the fusion with the static moment is characteristic. Hegel's densest chapters avoid the distinction between the analysis of concepts, clarification, and synthesis as an advancement to a new, not contained in the concept itself. This makes it difficult to understand where you stop every time. She was already struggling to begin, she forced herself to continue, she started again, she stopped again, she spoke and meditated, the right word seemed to be missing forever, and here she came with complete certainty. It seemed ordinary and yet it was unmistakably appropriate, unusual and yet the only right one, the truest one always seemed to have yet to arrive, and instead it had already been said, inadvertently, with the greatest possible completeness. Now one had grasped the clear meaning of a sentence, and anxiously hoped to proceed further. In vain. The thought, instead of advancing, always continued to circle with similar words around the same point. But if her weakened attention wandered distractedly, and after a few minutes, abruptly awakened, she returned to the lesson, she found herself as a punishment cut off from all connections. In fact, subdued and cautious, deviating through apparently insignificant intermediate steps, some completed thought had narrowed itself into one-sidedness, dispersed in distinctions, and entangled in contradictions, the victorious solution of which alone had the strength to force reconciliation to that which most reluctant. And so, always carefully taking up the previous one, and then from it, recomposed more deeply, developing the next one, separating more and yet always more conciliatory, the most wonderful flow of thoughts twisted and pressed and fought, now isolating, now making a the broad synthesis, sometimes lingering, dragging away in shocks, unstoppably forward 53. With a certain freedom one could state that even in Hegel's system, as in his lectures, analytical and synthetic judgments are no longer distinguished as rigorously as Kant's ABC predicts. Also in this Hegel composes a reprise, mediated by subjectivity, of pre-Kantian, in particular Leibnizian, rationalism, and this shapes the exposition. It tends to have the form of analytical judgment, however little Hegel was disposed towards this logical form, the abstract identity of the concept. The movement of thought, the arrival of the new, does not add something to the grammatical concept of the subject in a Kantian way. The new is the old. With the explication of concepts, therefore with what traditional logic and theory of knowledge attribute to analytical judgments, its other, its non-identical, becomes evident in the concept itself, without violating its extension 54. The concept is turned and turned until it emerges that it is more than it is. As soon as it persists in itself, it falls to pieces, and on the other hand, only the catastrophe of this obstinacy generates the movement that makes it, in itself, another. The model of this structure of thought is the treatment of the identity principle A equals A, already outlined in difference and then energetically realized in logic. The non-identity of its members belongs to the sense of a pure judgment of identity. In the single judgment equality can be predicated exclusively of the unequal, if one does not want to fail the immanent requirement of the judgment form that something is this or that. Many of Hegel's reflections are organized in a similar way, and one must understand the modality well, so as not to be confused every time. In its microstructure, Hegelian thought, as well as its literary form, is already what Benjamin called dialectic in immobility 55, comparable to the optical experience of the drop of water under the microscope, which begins to swarm, only that what the insistent, hypnotic gaze falls on does not have stable objective boundaries, but is, so to speak, frayed at the edges. One of the most famous passages in the preface to the Phenomenology betrays something of this internal structure. Appearance is that arising and passing away which does not arise and does not pass away in turn, but which is in itself, and constitutes the effective reality and vital movement of truth. The truth is thus the Bacchic frenzy in which there is not a member who is not intoxicated, and since each member, when it becomes particularized, equally immediately dissolves, this frenzy is equally the transparent and simple stillness. In the tribunal of that movement, however, individual figures of the spirit do not exist, nor even specific thoughts, but just as they are negative and vanishing, they are also positive and necessary moments. In the totality of movement, understood as stillness, what differentiates itself in movement and gives itself a particular existence is preserved as something that internally remembers itself, something whose existence is the knowledge of itself, just as this knowledge is equally immediately an existence 56. It is true that here, as in similar passages of the Logic 57, immobility remains a prerogative of totality, as in Goethe's maxim that all motion is eternal stillness 58. But like every aspect of the whole, this too in Hegel belongs at the same time to every single moment, and its ubiquity may have prevented Hegel from giving an account of it. He was too close to see him, he hid from his gaze like a fragment of unreflected immediacy. But the internal structure also has important consequences on the context, retroactive force. The widespread image of the dynamics of Hegelian thought, according to which the movement of the concept would be nothing other than the advancement from one concept to another thanks to the internal mediation of the first, is at least one-sided. Since the reflection of each concept, regularly combined with the reflection of the reflection, blows up the concept by demonstrating its inconsistency, the movement of the concept always has repercussions also on the stage from which it escapes. Advancement is a permanent criticism of what precedes, and this movement integrates that of synthetic progression. Thus, in the dialectics of identity, not only is the identity of the non-identical, the alpha equals B, the synthetic judgment achieved, as its highest form, but the content of the latter is recognized as a necessary moment already in the analytical judgment A equals A. Conversely, the simple formal identity A equals A is also preserved in the equality of the non-identical. Sometimes the exposure, correspondingly, bounces backwards. What according to the simplistic triadic scheme would be the new, reveals itself as the initial concept, in a different light, modified, of the respective dialectical movement. That Hegel himself intended this is documented, for example, by the passage on the self-determination of the essence as foundation in the second book of the Logic. Since from the determination, as from the first and immediate one, we proceed to the foundation, due to the nature of the determination itself, which in itself goes to the bottom, the foundation is first of all something determined by that first. But this determining, on the one hand, as taking away determining, is only that re-established, purified or revealed identity of the essence which is in itself the reflective determination. On the other hand, only this negative movement is, as determining, the positing of that reflective determinacy which appeared as an immediate determinacy, but which however is only posited by the reflection of the foundation, exclusive of itself, and is thereby posited as something that simply placed or removed. Thus the essence, in its determination as a foundation, comes only from itself. 59. In subjective logic Hegel determines, in a general and somewhat formalistic way, the third member of the three-time scheme as the first modified member of the respective dialectical movement. At this turning point of the method the course of knowing also returns to itself. As a contradiction that is removed, this negativity is the re-establishment of the first immediacy, of simple universality, because immediately the other of the other, the negative of the negative, is the positive, the identical, the universal. This immediate second is overall, if one wants to count in general, the third compared to the immediate and mediated first. However, it is also the third compared to the first or formal negative, and to the absolute negativity or the second negative. Since that first negative is now already the second term, the one counted as the third can also be counted as the fourth, and so instead of taking the abstract form as a triplicity, one can take it as a quadruplicity. The negative, i.e. the difference, is counted in this way as a duality. More precisely now the third is the immediate, but through the removal of mediation, the simple through the removal of difference, the positive through the removal of the negative, the concept that is realized through the to be other and who by removing this reality, has re-established, his simple reference to himself. This result is therefore the truth. It is both immediacy and mediation, but these forms of judgment, the third is immediacy and mediation, or it is their unity, are not good at grasping it, because it is not a quiet third, but precisely as this unity is the movement and activity that mediate with themselves. This result, being the whole that has gone into itself and is identical with itself, has once again given itself the form of immediacy. Therefore it is now itself such as the initial was determined. 60. Beethoven's music, according to whose ideal the recapitulation, i.e. the evocative return of previously exposed complexes, is intended to be the result of the execution, that is of the dialectic, offers an analog that goes beyond mere analogy. Even highly organized music must be heard in multiple dimensions, forwards and backwards at the same time. Its temporal organizational principle requires it. Time can only be articulated in the differences of the known and the not yet known, of the already been and the new. Advancement itself presupposes a backward consciousness. One must know a sentence in its entirety, retrospectively have in mind at every moment what came before. We must understand the individual steps as consequences of what precedes, realize the meaning of varied repetition, perceive what reappears not as a mere architectural correspondence, but as an obligatory becoming. For the understanding of this analogy, as for the more intimate understanding of Hegel, it is perhaps useful to note that the conception of totality as identity in itself mediated by non-identity transposes a formal law of art onto the formal philosophical law. The transposition is in turn philosophically motivated. Absolute idealism, like the dynamic teleology of contemporary art, in particular the music of classicism, cannot tolerate something alien and external to its law. If the Hegel of maturity banished Schelling's intellectual intuition as a reverie both devoid of concept and mechanical, on the other hand the form of Hegel's philosophy is incomparably closer to works of art than that of Schelling, who wanted to construct the world on the archetype of the work of art. Art, as detached from empiricism, constitutively needs an irreducible, non-identical element. It becomes art only in reference to what it is not. This is perpetuated in the dualism, never eliminated, of Schelling's philosophy, which receives its concept of truth from art. But if art is not an idea separate from philosophy, let it accompany it as an archetype. If philosophy wants to accomplish as such what art as semblance cannot accomplish, for this very reason the philosophical totality becomes aesthetic totality, the theater of the semblance of absolute identity. This semblance is more harmless in art, to the extent that it still presents itself as semblance and not as realized reason. As in works of art there is a tension between expression and construction, so in Hegel between the expressive and argumentative elements. On the other hand, to a lesser extent, every philosophy that is not satisfied with the unreflected imitation of the scientific ideal knows this tension. In Hegel the expressive element represents experience, what would like to come to light but, if it wants to acquire necessity, can only emerge in the medium of the concept, which is its primary opposite. This need for expression is not at all, and least of all in Hegel, a need for the subjective worldview. It is itself already objectively determined. It is aimed, in every incisive philosophy, at the truth in its historical manifestation. In the posthumous life of philosophical works, in the unfolding of their content, what they express is gradually freed from what they simply thought. But precisely the objectivity of the content of experience, which as an unconscious historiography of the spirit surpasses what is subjectively understood, initially emerges in philosophy as if it were its subjective moment. Therefore it is strengthened precisely in that activity of thought which ultimately dies out in the manifest content of experience. So-called fundamental, or even original, philosophical experiences that wanted to express themselves immediately as such, without alienating themselves in reflection, would remain impotent innovations. The subjective experience is only the shell of the philosophical one, which matures under it and then throws it away. The entire Hegelian philosophy is one great effort to translate spiritual experience into concepts. The strengthening of the thought apparatus, which is so willingly criticized as a coercive mechanism, is proportional to the violence of the experience to be dominated. Even in the phenomenology Hegel could believe that this experience could simply be described. But spiritual experience can only be expressed insofar as it is reflected in its mediation, insofar as it is actively thought. It is not possible to achieve indifference between the expressed spiritual experience and the medium of thought. The fallacy of Hegelian philosophy manifests itself precisely in representing this indifference as achievable thanks to an adequate conceptual effort. Hence the innumerable fractures between the experienced and the concept. Hegel must be read against the grain, also ensuring that every logical operation, however formal its way of being, is traced back to the nucleus of his experience. In the reader the equivalent of this experience is imagination. If he wanted to limit himself to ascertaining what a passage means, or even pursue the chimera of guessing what the author wanted to say, the content to which he clings philosophically would evaporate. No one can extract more from Hegel than he puts into it. The process of understanding is the progressive self-correction of this projection through comparison with what is written. The thing itself contains, as a formal law, the need for a productive imagination on the part of the reader. What is recorded experience in the text, he must devise starting from his own. It is precisely in the fractures between experience and concept that understanding must connect. Where concepts become independent as an apparatus, and only a crazy enthusiasm could absolve Hegel from the accusation of sometimes disregarding his own canon, they must be brought back to the spiritual experience that motivates them, made as alive as they would like to be and inevitably they cannot be. On the other hand, in Hegel the primacy of spiritual experience also has repercussions on the conceptual configuration. He, who is accused of panlogism, anticipates a tendency that only 100 years later, in the phenomenology of Husserl and his school, was confessed as a method. His thought process is paradoxical. It certainly remains at the extreme middle of the concept, according to the hierarchy of extensional logic, at the highest level of abstraction, but it does not really argue, as if it wanted to skimp on the objective contribution of thought with respect to that experience which, however, on the other hand, it is a spiritual experience and itself thought. The program of pure waiting and seeing of the introduction to the phenomenology has, in the main works, a greater weight than the naive philosophical conscience is willing to grant it. Since, according to his conception, all phenomena are spiritually mediated in themselves, and in the intentions of logic even logical categories are phenomena, they are something that appears, that is given, and as such is mediated, in a sense that already appears in a passage of Kant's Deduction 61, there would be no need for thought to grasp them, but rather for that attitude for which the phenomenology of 100 years later invented the term spontaneous receptivity. The thinking subject must be exempt from thought, since he finds it in the object thought must only be unraveled from the object and identify with it. However objectionable this vision may be, in any case Hegel's procedure is regulated in this sense. Therefore it can only be understood if we read the individual analyses not as arguments, but as descriptions of meaningful implications. Except that these, unlike in the Husserlian school, are not represented as fixed meanings, ideal, invariant units, but as moves in themselves. Hegel has a deep and justified distrust of the subject. The dialectician knows before anyone else what Simmel later rediscovered: what remains argumentative is therefore always exposed to refutation. For this reason Hegel necessarily disappoints the search for the topic. Already the question of why, which the unarmed reader often feels obliged to raise in Hegelian transitions and deductions, when other possibilities besides those ventilated by Hegel seem open, is inappropriate. The direction constants are drawn in advance from the overall intention, but what is said about the phenomenon is drawn from it, or at least it should. Categories such as nexus of foundation in turn fall into the dialectic of the Hegelian essence and should not be presupposed. The task that Hegel sets us does not consist of intellectual forced marches, one could almost say that it is the opposite. The ideal is non-argumentative thinking. His philosophy, which as a philosophy of identity tends to the point requires an extreme tension of thought, is also dialectical in that it moves in the medium of relaxed thought. Its execution depends on whether the détente succeeds. In this Hegel differs enormously from Kant and Fichte, but also from intuitionism, which he attacked in Schelling. Like all rigid dichotomies, he also broke that of thesis and argument. For him, the argument is not, as often in philosophy, a subsidiary element, which would become superfluous as soon as the thesis is defeated. Just as there are no arguments, so there are no theses. Hegel mocked them as maxims. Virtually, one is always also the other. The argument is the predication of what a thing is, therefore thesis, the thesis is a judging synthesis, therefore an argument. Relaxation of consciousness as behavior means not rejecting associations, but opening understanding to them. Hegel can only be read by association. We must try, at every step, to give free rein to all the possibilities of the intended object, all the references to something else that can impose themselves on the mind. The work of the productive imagination consists not least of this. At least part of the energy, necessary for reading as much as relaxation, is used to shake off that automatic discipline that requires pure concentration on the object, and in this way easily misses it. Associative thought in Hegel has its fundamentum in re. His conception of truth as becoming, as well as the absorption of empiricism into the life of the concept, has overcome the separation by philosophical branches of systematic and historical, despite the declarations to the contrary of the philosophy of right. As is known, the substratum of his philosophy, the spirit, must be real and not a separate subjective thought, and therefore his movement must be real history. Nonetheless, even the last chapters of the Phenomenology, with incomparable delicacy, do not brutally crush the science of the experience of consciousness and that of human history into one another. The two spheres touch each other while remaining suspended. In the logic, in accordance with its theme, and also under the pressure of the rigidity of the late Hegel, external history is swallowed up by the internal historicity of the doctrine of categories. Which, however, if nothing else, does not forget the history of the spirit in the strictest sense. Where logic is defined by opposition to different visions of the same thing, it always refers to traditional theses from the history of philosophy. In general, in obscure paragraphs it is advisable to extrapolate similar references. Previous Hegelian texts should be consulted, such as the Difference or the Logic of Jena. They often formulate in a programmatic manner what logic would like to achieve, and still allow themselves those historical philosophical indications which later, for the sake of the ideal of the movement of the concept, are left unsaid. Of course, even on this layer of Hegel's work a shadow of ambiguity falls. Just as systematic considerations are impetused by historical ones, so historical considerations are diverted from systematic ones. They rarely exhaust themselves in the philosopheme to which they allude. They are oriented more on objective interest than on that of the so-called comparison with the texts. Already in the Difference one might wonder what is directed against Reinhold, what against Fichte and what is already against Schelling, whose point of view is still officially defended, but conceptually outdated. Hegelian philology could answer these questions, if it existed. Meanwhile, the historical philosophical interpretation should show the same liberality as the theoretical one. Furthermore, those that Hegel recalls are not just historical associations. At least one other dimension deserves a mention. Hegel's dynamics takes place in turn between dynamic and fixed elements. This irreparably separates it from that vitalistic flow in which, for example, Dilthey's method softens it. The consequences on the structure should be examined. In the midst of the movement of the concept, much more invariance asserts itself than expected by those who have too little of a dialectical image of the concept of dialectics. The conception of identity as a whole, of the subject-object, needs a doctrine of categories as much as the latter is denied in the particular. Despite all the richness of what Marx called, with musical metaphor, the grotesque rocky melody 62, Hegelian motifs are finite in number. It would be an urgent task, however paradoxical, to draw up a catalogue of Hegelian invariants and highlight their relationship with that which is moved. It would be a service no less than a pedagogical support, naturally on the condition of being fully aware of that one-sidedness, which for Hegel is falsehood itself. The reading must make a virtue of appropriation of the need for annoying refrains, which Richard Wagner deplored in a similar sense in musical classicism. It is not bad if, in the most difficult passages, from the knowledge of the invariants, which Hegel did not make explicit at all, and which perhaps stuck in his work despite him, one obtains by association what he relies on from time to time, the single consideration. Often the comparison between the general motif and the letter of the single passage provides the meaning. The unorthodox overall look at the whole, without which in those cases one cannot move forward, gives Hegel back his own impossibility of proceeding in an orthodox way. If Hegel cannot be thought of, like free thought in general, without an element of play, to which the associations are due, these, however, are only a partial moment. The opposite pole is the letter of the text. The second level of appropriation would be to test the associations on it, eliminate those that contradict it, keep what fits and makes the detail shine. The criterion of associations, alongside this fruitfulness, is their compatibility not only with the single step, but also and above all with the general context. Reading Hegel would therefore be an experimental procedure, coming to mind with possible interpretations, proposing hypotheses, contrasting them with the text and with what you already have a reliable interpretation for. Thought, which necessarily distances itself from what the text says, must contract back into it. A contemporary thinker, who despite his positivism is closer to Hegel than their supposed respective points of view are to each other, John Dewey, called his philosophy experimentalism. Something about his attitude suits the reader of Hegel. Such a second-order empiricism would bring out, at the current stage of Hegel's historical unfolding, that latent positivistic moment that his own philosophy, despite every invective against the prejudices of reflective thought, contains in the obstinate insistence on what is. He who has the courage to seek the spirit in the quintessence of facts 63 thereby yields to them more profoundly than he proclaims. The ideal of his reconstruction is not totally different from the scientistic one. Among the contradictions that Hegelian dialectics does not resolve, this is perhaps the most fraught with consequences. Hegel challenges the experimental method, which otherwise only pure nominalists have recommended. To read it experimentally means to measure it according to its own criterion. However, this means, no less, that no reading of Hegel can do him justice without criticizing him. The idea, derived from pedagogical conventions and authoritarian prejudice, that criticism is built on understanding as a second layer is always false. Philosophy is implemented as such in the permanent disjunction of true and false. Understanding is its implementation 64, and therefore it is always also, virtually, criticism of the object understood, as soon as its implementation forces us to make a judgment different from the one that must be understood. It was never the worst reader who covered the book with disrespectful glosses in the margins. There is no need to deny the pedagogical risk that in this way students will indulge in idle chatter and speculation, placing themselves with comfortable narcissism above the matter, but it has nothing to do with the theoretical fact. It is up to the teacher to protect the interpenetration of interpretation and criticism from the danger of degenerating into pretentious emptiness. In Hegel's case, this interpenetration is to be required in a special measure. Instructions on how to read it are necessarily imminent. They want to be a contribution to extracting the objective content of his texts rather than philosophizing about his philosophy from the outside. There is no other way to get in touch with the thing. The imminent proceeding must not fear the accusation of being devoid of an invertebrate, relativistic point of view. Thoughts that trust in their own objectivity must risk everything, entrust themselves without mental reservations to the object in which they immerse themselves, even if it were a thought itself. It is the risk premium to be paid for not being a system. Transcendent criticism avoids in advance the experience of what is other than its consciousness. It is the transcendent criticism, not the immanent one, which is nailed from the beginning to that point of view whose rigidity and arbitrariness are fought in equal measure by philosophy. Already by its form alone it sympathizes with authority, even before any content is expressed, the form itself has its content moment. The phrase I as, to which any current can be attached, from Diamat to Protestantism, is a symptom of this. Anyone who judges the exposition, art or philosophy, based on the assumptions that it undermines is behaving like a reactionary, even if he swears by progressive slogans. On the other hand, the claim of the Hegelian immanent movement to be the truth is not a position. In this sense, it wants to go beyond its pure immanence, although this too must initially be limited to one point of view. Therefore, anyone who relies on Hegel is led to the threshold of deciding on his claim to truth. Following Hegel, he becomes critical of him. From the aspect of understanding, the incomprehensible in Hegel is a stigma of the very thought of identity. His dialectical philosophy stumbles upon a dialectic for which he cannot account, the solution of which is beyond his omnipotence. Its promise to end is false. The truth of what is irresolvably non-identical appears in the system, according to the latter's own law, as an error, as unresolved in the other sense, not elaborated, like its falsity, and the false cannot be understood. So the incomprehensible blows up the system. Despite every emphasis on negativity, splitting, non-identity, Hegel actually knows its dimension only as a function of identity, only as its instrument. Non-identities are heavily accentuated, but, precisely because of the extreme speculative weight with which they are loaded, they are not recognized. Just as in a gigantic credit system every single element would be in debt to the other, not identical, but the whole would be debt-free, identical. This is where idealist dialectics makes its error of deduction. He says with pathos, non-identity. This must be determined for itself, as heterogeneous. But in determining it, dialectics already believes itself to be beyond non-identity and secure in absolute identity. Of course, the non-identical, the unknown, is also made identical by knowledge. The conceived non-conceptual becomes the concept of the non-identical. And yet, with this reflection, the non-identical itself has not only become a concept, but continues to be its content, distinct from it. We do not move from the logical movement of concepts to existence. According to Hegel, the non-identical is constitutively necessary to have concepts and identities, just as, conversely, the concept is necessary to become aware of something non-conceptual, non-identical. Except that he violates his own concept of dialectics, which should be defended against him, by not violating it, by closing it to a supreme unity, free from contradictions. Summum ius summa inuria. With its removal, reciprocity regresses to unilaterality. From reciprocity one cannot even leap into the non-identical, otherwise dialectics would forget its discovery of universal mediation. But the moment of the irreducible, which is placed in it and with it, dialectics cannot make it disappear without a Munchausen trick. What gives it scandal is the truth content that should first be extorted from it. It would become coherent only by renouncing coherence by virtue of its own logic. Such is the stakes in understanding Hegel. Appendix. I was still at the beginning of my studies when, one morning, I entered Hegel's study for the first time to introduce myself to him, shy but confident. He sat at a large desk, and at that moment he was impatiently rummaging through haphazardly stacked and scattered books and papers. The prematurely aged figure was stooped, yet had an original temper and strength. A yellow-gray dressing gown fell from his shoulders over his sunken body and to the ground. With unkempt indolence, there was no external trace of either grandiose majesty or bewitching grace. A trait of ancient, decorous bourgeois rectitude was the first thing one noticed in the whole bearing. He will never forget the first impression of his face. Pale and flaccid, all the features fell as if dead. No lacerating passion was reflected in them, but the entire past of an incessant and discreet work of thought, day and night, the agony of doubt, the tumult of unstoppable whirlwinds of thought did not seem to have tortured and strained this 40-year meditation, search and finding. Only the tireless impulse to cultivate the first germ of a happily discovered truth in an ever richer and deeper, ever stronger and incontestable development, had furrowed his forehead, cheeks, and mouth. If this perception remained dormant, the features appeared old and withered. If he awakened, then he could only express all the seriousness for an undertaking which is in itself great and satisfied only by the difficult work of a completed development, a seriousness which immerses itself in it for a long time in a silent commitment. 1. How dignified his head was, what elegant shapes his nose had, his high forehead even if slightly reclined, his calm chin, the nobility of fidelity and scrupulous honesty in the greatest as well as the smallest things, of the clear awareness of having sought with the best strength the ultimate satisfaction only in the truth, was engraved in all forms in an eloquent and supremely individual way. I was expecting a scientific interview of probing or encouragement, and I was quite surprised to hear the exact opposite. Having just returned from a trip to the Netherlands, that singular man did nothing but describe in great detail the cleanliness of the cities, the grace and artificial fertility of the landscape, the vast green meadows, the flocks, the canals, the mills built the tower and the comfortable avenues, the art treasures, the hard yet comfortable lifestyle. After half an hour I already felt at home in Holland, and with him too. However, when I saw him again in the classroom a few days later, at first I was unable to adapt to either the external style of the presentation or the internal flow of thought. Exhausted, frowning, he sat there limp with his head bowed, and as he spoke he continued to leaf through and search through the long pages of the notebook, back and forth, up and down. The constant coughing and clearing of the throat hindered the flow of speech. Each sentence stood alone, and came out with effort, broken and thrown in a jumble. Every word, Every syllable came out only reluctantly, only to receive, from the sonorous metallic voice in strict Swabian dialect, a strangely emphatic intensity, as if each one were the most important. Yet his whole appearance commanded such profound respect, such a feeling of dignity, and attracted with the naivete of the most overwhelming seriousness, that I, despite all my embarrassment, despite not understanding much of what he said, found myself captivated inextricably. But as soon as, with zeal and determination, I quickly got used to this external facade of the exhibition, its internal merits jumped out at me with ever greater clarity, and intertwined with those defects into a whole, which it had only in himself the measure of his own perfection. Fluent eloquence presupposes complete internal and external mastery of its object, and formal dexterity can glide talkatively with all possible grace into that which is incomplete and banal. But he had to extract the most powerful thoughts from the most remote depths of things, and if they wanted to act as living thoughts they had to, even if already dissected and elaborated every time and for years, be produced anew in himself, in an ever-living present. It is not possible to invent a more plastic image of this difficulty and this hard effort than the one offered by his exhibition. Just as the ancient prophets, the more oppressed they struggle with language, the more forcefully they bring to light what is struggling within themselves, half victorious and half defeated, so he too fought and triumphed in his squat and heavy way. Immersed entirely, only in the thing, he seemed to develop it only by itself and for itself, not by his spirit and for the benefit of his listeners, and yet it came only from him, and an almost paternal concern for clarity mitigated the intransigent seriousness, which could have discouraged the learning of such laborious thoughts. She was already struggling to begin, she forced herself to continue, she started again, she stopped again, she spoke and meditated, the right word seemed to be missing forever, and here she came with complete certainty. It seemed ordinary and yet it was unmistakably appropriate, unusual and yet the only right one, the truest one always seemed to have yet to arrive, and instead it had already been said, inadvertently, with the greatest possible completeness. Now one had grasped the clear meaning of a sentence, and anxiously hoped to proceed further. In vain. The thought, instead of advancing, always continued to circle with similar words around the same point. But if his weakened attention wandered distractedly, and after a few minutes, abruptly awakened, he returned to the lesson, he found himself as a punishment cut off from all connections. In fact, subdued and cautious, deviating through apparently insignificant intermediate steps, some completed thought had narrowed itself into one-sidedness, dispersed in distinctions, and entangled in contradictions, the victorious solution of which alone had the strength to force reconciliation to that which most reluctant. And so, always carefully taking up the previous one, and then from it, recomposed more deeply, developing the next one, separating more and yet always more conciliatory, the most wonderful flow of thoughts twisted and pressed and fought, now isolating, now making a broad synthesis, sometimes lingering, dragging away in shocks, unstoppably forward. But even those who managed to follow with their mind and understanding fully understood, without ever taking their eyes off it, found themselves prey to the strangest tension and anguish. Into what abysses thought was dragged, into what infinite oppositions it was torn, everything already conquered always seemed lost again, every effort wasted, because even the greatest cognitive strength seemed forced to stop, speechless, on the limit of its faculties. But precisely in these depths of what seemed indecipherable, that powerful spirit rummaged and weaved, with grandiose confidence, with calmness and ease. Only then did his voice rise, his eye flashed brightly above the bystanders and shone with a calm fire, with his so convinced light, while he ranged through all the heights and depths of the soul, with words always ready. What he expressed in those moments was so clear and exhaustive, of such a simple truth, that anyone who managed to grasp it felt as if he had found it and thought it by himself, and in comparison all the previous representations disappeared so entirely, as to leave no longer any trace. Memory of those dreamy days in which equal thoughts had not yet awakened equal knowledge. Only in the most understandable matters did it become heavy and tiring. He tossed and turned, in all his features you could read the bad mood with which he suffered over these things, and yet, once the tedious matter was concluded, everything was again so clear and complete to the eye, that even in this one could not help but admire the most vivid originality. On the other hand, he moved with equal mastery in the abstractions furthest from the senses and in the most vivid fullness of phenomena. To an extent never achieved before, he was able to immerse himself in any point of view, even the most individual, and extract the entire context from it. He seemed to adhere to it as if it were his own world, and only after having drawn the complete picture did he show the shortcomings, the contradictions that made him collapse within himself or pass over into other stages and figures. In this way he was able to perfectly portray eras, peoples, events, individuals, because his deep, penetrating gaze made him recognize the radical aspect in everything, and the energy of his original intuition had not lost its youthful strength and freshness with age. In these portraits his verbal richness became bubbly, he never stopped happily describing the thing with adjectives, and yet each one was necessary, new, unexpected, and concluded in itself with such vigor that the whole, in which the individual features thrown haphazardly took on a complete shape never to disappear again, was forcibly stuck in the memory. Reworking that image on your own was impossible, so firm were the forms into which it had been cast once and for all. And even the most singular oddities and depths of the soul could not escape this figurative talent, those that it seems vain to want to put into words. He was insatiable in giving recognition to what was worthy of praise, to what was valid and to what was great, but even in the harshness and bitterness of the most cutting controversy he showed the same power. How gracefully instead the sweet and delicate were toned down into more graceful tones, the strong thundered powerfully, the intricate intertwined in disorder, the baroque and ridiculous sickened and amused, the hateful repelled as much as the ethical and good elevated and refreshed, the beautiful shone with a mild brilliance, the profound deepened in its speech, and as the sublime rose beyond all limits, so the sacred enjoined the eternal fear of veneration. And yet, even with every perfection, it was difficult to decide whether it was he who had taken over things or the things that had taken over him. Here too, in fact, the struggle was not lacking, and despite every enlightenment of the genius, even what was docile and accomplished could not hide the harsh effort.